Damn right. I'm back. Raina, welcome back, girl. How you been? Josephus, my goat. How you been? How's everyone doing today? I love how all the polls were about fucking aliens and reptiles and Dracos, whatever those are. Are those from Game of Thrones? I haven't watched Game of Thrones, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't have HBO Max or whatever until recently. Or HBO? Is it on HBO? It's on like the expensive one, right? Hey, yo. Hey, strategy member. Welcome back, buddy. Living Lily first. Strategy member second. And Reina third. Wow. Great crew today. Thank you so much, guys. How you been? I bailed on work. Fuck that shit. Oh my god, I don't blame you. What made you bail on work? Legos? Oh man. Dracos are hostile lizard aliens from the Cronus sect constellation? Interesting. Okay. Where are they from? I didn't have the right tools, so I said, fuck it. My goat. Like... Oh, man. Damn, man. I can't believe you've almost followed me for a year. That's crazy. Been a year already almost, man. Time flies. Time flies when you're watching the world go to doom. Oh. All right. Good stream, bro. Yeah, man. It's been a year almost. Damn. It just like time flies. All right, we gotta watch this because this is gonna be hilarious. And then we'll watch the headlines. God, that sex scandal thing. Yeah, we'll watch something on Dave Rubin again. That should be fun. All right, let's start off with this. At least you're listening, Living Lily.
I'm really a big fan. I've been watching you since like all the way back in the Sam Harris era.
Oh yeah.
And then I remember you
softening me up. Okay.
No, you brought on like Stephen Molyneux, like the white nationalist, and I was like, this guy just loves ideas. He just loves all different types of ideas. I love that. But yeah.
Stephen Molyneux, what a clown.
My brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
Uh-huh. What a joke. Dave Rubin, he just loves ideas, guys. He loves ideas. See, I'm like the opposite. I've thought of most ideas. And I chuck them where they belong, the side of the fucking road.
You know, I really didn't.
He's just exactly. Oh my god. Like, what cringe. Fuck off, dude. Because most ideas are bad, right? It's only the good ideas that we should keep around.
Expect to
Like, this is the problem with that statement, right? Like, let's be honest. Most ideas are neutral, don't matter, or are bad. What are you doing, dog?
kick off Pride by beating up on a
Again,
gay.
it's just a way to soft pedal this, right? To be like, no. I'm just asking questions, like Josephus said, right? That's all this is, right? Ugh.
Guy, metaphorically, but I feel like it would be blasphemous to deny this gift that has been bestowed upon us by the woke goddesses. So, of course, I am going to be talking about the Dave Rubin Jubilee debate. Now, as some of you know, I actually swore off Jubilee after they decided to platform self-proclaimed fascists in a debate against Mehdi Hassan, because as entertaining as some of their videos may be, I think it's gross to normalize and legitimize harmful ideologies for views and clicks.
I agree. This is why I don't really watch Jubilee on here. I'll often, like, if I am gonna watch it, it's through like another party. Secondly, guys, they actually are very like copyright. They will like strike your channel apparently. So luckily, I never wanted to watch them. I never found that kind of stuff entertaining because like I lived it for a long time and I don't know, it's just kind of stupid. So but it is funny to watch sometimes, right?
And even though Mehdi was there to challenge them, it still felt really gross.
I just don't care half the time, unless it's someone like Mehdi or something like that, right? Sam. They've already been done, right?
To normalize and legitimize harmful ideologies for views and clicks. And even though Mehdi was there to challenge them, it still felt really gross to give them a seat at the table in the first place, as if fascism and white supremacy are respectable ideologies. So I decided to stop watching their videos because I think this company is deeply immoral. I mean, they produce headache-inducing slop for debate perverts, so it's not like I'm missing that much. With all of that being said, they did the one fucking thing that they knew myself and a lot of other leftists would not be able to resist. They decided to have Dave Rubin debate 20 leftists. I don't know how they pulled it off, but they did, and we're going to talk about this. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Dave Rubin, he is a former liberal commentator who pivoted to the right after realizing that there wasn't much money to be made in the leftist liberal space. And one thing that's always been abundantly clear about Dave Rubin, aside from how stupid he is that this man does not believe in anything. Perhaps the one consistent belief he's held throughout all these years is that he believes Israel should be allowed to kill as many Palestinians as they want with impunity. But aside from that, he doesn't give a shit. Now, I'm not even sure if this man has an internal monologue. He is a right-wing talking point machine. He's dumb. It's nothing but crickets up in his skull. And that's kind of what Mason was referencing in that introductory clip. Dave Rubin would interview anyone on the right without vetting them, from white supremacists to straight-up crypto-Nazis. It didn't matter. He would talk to people with the most controversial ideologies because that attracted the most eyeballs and revenue. And he'd disingenuously do this under the pretense of engaging in the marketplace of ideas. And he even platformed homophobes who tell him to his face he's a degenerate sinner. Here's a classic example of that.
Will you bake Reuben a wedding cake? Okay, so, I mean, my answer is...
Well, I'm married already.
Right, he's married already.
But an anniversary... It was my anniversary last week. An anniversary cake would have been nice.
Right, so the answer is no. And the reason I won't is because as a religious Jew, I do not participate in activities that I believe are sinful.
And he would have done it kosher, the whole thing, man.
Yeah, now I feel bad.
He would have done it for you.
You got me this close.
Putting that aside, you can't have David's kosher cake now. If we were having an anniversary party, would you come? If I was inviting all the crew that we all know, and we were just an anniversary party, we're just having a party, and I'll even throw in some kosher food for you to make sure you don't have to bring your own food.
You know, honestly, I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about it in the same way.
So that's interesting to me, because that's a different thing.
Well, not really, because again, it's if you're a religious person.
See what I mean? Actively just platforming hate. Yeah, Dave Rubin's so stupid, guys. Oh my god. What a clown. The guy is gay. And he has somebody literally tell him, no, I wouldn't even do that.
And again, take it from the religious perspective. From the religious perspective, the question is, are you glorifying something that you think is sinful?
Yeah.
Just brutal. Absolutely brutal. And even though he was clearly hurt by comments like this because he actually thought that his right-wing friends respected him, he'd force himself to smile through the pain and endure even more humiliation because that's how he got paid. He was the token conservative gay guy, and that was the role that he played. They even admitted to him on camera once that he's their useful idiot, and I'm not making this up.
I want you to continue to say you're a liberal because you're of great use to good values.
Well, don't worry, I'm not doing it for your use of me. I'm doing it for myself.
I'm not sure if you noticed this, but he seemingly almost had a Freudian slip and caught himself before he said, "I'm not doing this for money." Just listen.
I'm not doing it for.
So if you missed the Dave Rubin era, he started out as a progressive who talked.
Yeah, he was on TYT, guys.
Talks about news and celebrity gossip, and then he became the liberal who'd legitimize conservative views, but then he quickly became the token homosexual that argued with a straight face, pun intended, that it was actually the left that was more.
He's not performing hate. He's actively embracing it for money it gives him. Yeah, so he can live a comfortable life down in Florida, which is 10 times worse. Yeah, like if you look at Dave Rubin's home, right? He lives in a really nice home in, I think it's Palm Beach. I forget which one. I think it's West Palm Beach. But in Palm Beach, it's
intolerant, not conservatives. And he even gave Trump Jr. permission to call him the F slur.
Now we're equal. You call me whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like you could call me a fag right now. It wouldn't mean anything to me.
I mean, the secondhand embarrassment as a gay man myself.
Oh my God. What the hell?
It's almost unbearable. So that
I didn't know about. Holy shit. But it's not surprising.
Friends, is Dave Rubin for the uninitiated. He is a brainless, spineless, right-wing hack who doesn't believe in anything except for money. He's even too lazy to memorize the standard right-wing talking points that they all use. I actually think that I would do a better job at LARPing as a right-wing commentator.
Same here. Oh man, guys, I'd do such a good job at being a right winger. It would feel I would never do it because it's
if I chose to. So when I found out that he'd be debating 20 leftists on Jubilee, I was genuinely perplexed because I cannot fathom what would possess this man to think that this was a good idea. There is no universe in the multiverse
you're like
where this would go well.
You're the worst debater. Like you're one. Like you know how I said Sam Cedars one of the best debaters along with Mehdi. Probably Mehdi's a little bit better than him. Like just by a tidbit, but guys, he's like one of the worst debaters. He always looks like an idiot when he's debating other people.
For him. And after watching it, somehow it went worse than I expected. I assumed that he would be pretty incompetent, but he'd at least try to memorize a couple of talking points to feign competence, but he clearly didn't even do that. He did not prepare at all, obviously. And to make matters worse, he didn't anticipate how his opponents could easily turn debate prompts that he chose into traps he expectedly walked right into.
Oh no.
It was like watching somebody step on a fucking rake again and again and again. And to say that he lost the debate would be an understatement. Literally every single person that debated him utterly smoked him. They also trolled him to his face. There were times where the entire room erupted in laughter at some of the dumb shit that he said. And I'm so serious when I say this. He was blown the fuck out so thoroughly, it felt like I was watching a snuff film. I almost felt bad for Dave Rubin.
Oh my god.
I mean that I almost felt bad for him because you could tell how flustered and out of his depth he was. And as dim-witted as he may be, he had at least enough brain power to sense the sheer lack of respect his opponents had for him. But I mean, why would they have any respect for him when he doesn't even have respect for himself? A Republican could hock a loogie right in his fucking face, and he would thank them for it. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. So this was brutal. So much so, it almost felt borderline ableist to watch. And this was one of the many clips that demonstrates just how outmatched he was.
What is one main metric that Donald Trump has made better off since he got in office? An example would be GDP, unemployment, inflation, etc.
Right now, first off, the big beautiful.
This was hilarious. The most hilarious part, right? That I've seen so far. Oh my God. Oh man. Oops. Thank you, Gray, for the subscription. The Prime sub. You just replay the Sorry, my computer crashed, so everything crashed on it. I just forgot to redo everything. 1 second. There you go. All right.
Bill was just passed last year, and it's kicking in now, right? It's kicking in now. So we're going to now see results of that, like even the tariffs. All right, so let's do tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs?
I'm against the universal tariff. So what's the main metric that he made better off?
What?
What's the main metric?
See, like this is just like what they do, right? They just obfuscate, goalpost move, right? All these tricks that we've talked about on the stream. He's just shit at it. So
trick that he made better off: GDP, unemployment, inflation. Do you have any idea?
Yeah. Listen. Oh no. Listen. Listen what? Listen what?
Listen.
I don't think you do.
Hold on. So you're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
at the end of his administration. Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth was better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration. The inflation, 3.8% year over year since Trump got in office. We're seeing all of those economic indicators become worse off. Can you tell me anything that he's done to make it better off? You say it's broken for Democrats. It sounds like it's broken right now under Trump.
Have you looked at the stock market?
God damn. Listen, Jubilee knows what they're doing. They didn't even send in their B team to make it more fair. They sent in their A team because they know that we would watch it if we were promised a bloodbath, and that's exactly what we got. Now, Parker was responding to a debate prompt from Dave Rubin where he claimed that anyone voting for Democrats in 2026 supports broken cities, broken schools, broken borders, and whatnot. And they tore that prompt to shreds, explaining how red states are more poor on average than blue states and how blue states pay more into the federal.
I don't know why he's busted. Maybe the third time's a charm. He was working earlier, so The Dow is at 50,000. I'm going to be adding some new voices to his algorithm too. Stay tuned. Yep.
Resubscribed with Prime. They've been subscribed for 13 months. 1 minute ago, Dave Rubin was so blown out, it was like an orgy of Comcast.
Thank you, Gray Haster, for the resub, my man. It's been 13 months, 1 minute ago. Oh, man. Can't do it without you, man. I can't believe you've been subscribed for 13 months. That's crazy, man. We were just talking about how Josephus has been there almost, been here almost a year. You've been here almost longer than a year, yeah. Crazy. Congrats, man. Thank you so much for the support. Can't do it without you guys. Love you. All right, let's get back to Dave Rubin.
Than they take, and the opposite really is true for red state.
Keep it short and sweet.
They also
it's not that. It's just the software that I'm using. It's still like in beta, so on some days it works really well. On other days it's really buggy, and they're constantly like updating it. So yeah. That and Twitch, the problems with Twitch, like the titles and stuff. So it's just like when you add a lot of systems together, they don't always like work together especially when they're in beta still, right?
Brought up how red states.
Yeah. But I'd rather do it this way because it's more ethical, right? Like I'm not destroying the environment with like AI and stuff, and like it keeps everything local. So it's more private. And thirdly, like it costs a lot less money, right?
Do worse on many metrics.
Sort of like a win for everyone.
Tricks from education to healthcare. And
and because I can customize it the way I'd like I can add voices much easier to this system, right? As opposed to like having to go on a website, and if the website's down, it's just like, ugh. It's a pain in the ass.
Dave Rubin never really even made an argument to defend his position. Rather, he was on the defensive the entire fucking time during this portion, which is astonishing because he chose the subject.
Yeah.
So you'd think he would pick something that would give himself the upper hand. But he didn't stand a chance even on his own terms. Now, there's a lot that I want to talk about, but I'm going to link you to the full 1 hour, 40-minute long debate and encourage you to watch it because I just can't cover everything. And I also fear that if you don't see for yourself, you're going to accuse me of being hyperbolic because it really was that bad. Now, with that being said, I do want to talk about a few highlights, one of them being Dave's defense of conservatism as a gay man specifically. They were justifiably brutal to him. And at one point, one of them told him that he owes his rights as a gay man to the wokeists that he hates so much. And that was really satisfying to see because that's a point that I've made on the show. But I just want you to see them press him on this a little bit more because they basically made an anti-conservative argument on his behalf, which made it impossible for him to argue against. For example, they brought up how brutal the right was to his announcement that he was having kids.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like that type of like annoyance that wokeism presents to the world is a lot less dangerous than like, I don't know, the coalition that you're a part of that like condemns people for having children when they're in gay marriages, or says things like, you know, people that are of particular sexual orientations don't deserve the same equal rights. Well, would you say that that's something that's dangerous?
A coalition is going to have all sorts of people in it. So
it's like
MAGA, if we were talking
ideological
about
diversity,
yeah,
right?
if we were talking about what MAGA is, what I like about MAGA actually is that it's not a specific set of you have to believe this exact set, right?
Right.
You have to believe these exact
some people in MAGA can
things.
believe like gay couples can have kids, and others can believe like that's degeneracy and those people need to be jailed.
Just see what they said about that pedophile couple that are trafficking kids. What's her name again?
Are you talking about Dave Rubin?
Oh, Dave Rubin. That's it. Yeah, Dave Rubin. Yeah.
Gay marriage is here. It's passed. It's a just
Then
cause.
why are
I
so
believe
many
in individual
wait,
rights.
wait, you're friends with Michael Knowles, right?
Yeah.
So what's that coalition again called? I think it's like Less Equal, that's trying to actually get rid of Obergefell and overturn gay marriage rights. Does that not concern you?
Well, first off, I've never heard of that specific organization, but Michael is part of. I just don't know what you're talking about. But what
you
I
can
would
look it up right
but
now.
what I would
it's
say
called
is
Less Than,
no.
and it's Lila Rose, Michael Knowles.
Well, first off, Michael and I are friends, but there is a cap on our friendship. There
How
actually
are you
is.
friends with someone who doesn't want you to be in love, my man?
He doesn't want me to be in love. He's had dinner at my house with his wife. My husband cooked for him.
That's against God.
Yeah.
So I want to have a word with him.
No. But think about what you're saying. I get
Dave,
it. No,
quick.
think about what I'm saying.
But what I want to say is,
you are a hypocrite. I don't get it. Why are people? Oh my God! For fuck's sake! The hypocrisy is ridiculous.
Wait. Hold on, champ. You know, in your world of how
it's not even his world. It's literally like, dog, he says this and literally does this behind your back. What the fuck?
You are showing me you're actually showing a remarkable amount of intolerance, because although I don't know the group that you're talking about, Michael Knowles as a human being has been to my house and my husband has cooked him lamb.
I'm not trying to come after you. I believe that you should have the full liberty to have the family of your choice. But what I will say is I'm glad Michael treats you with respect individually when you guys are together. But when he goes in front of his platform and says that a video of two gay men having a child is the most disgusting thing that he's ever seen, which is a quote, you can look up the tweet. Michael said that child is in one of the most dangerous situations he can think of, which is crazy to think of all the abusive parents that actually live in this society, regardless of sexual orientation. And you're going to look at a happy family and say, this is disgusting. That should feel like a violation.
Okay, so I didn't see that video.
He was backed into a corner the entire time, and this was a microcosm of the entire debate. Someone would carefully explain to Rubin that he's not part of the right-wing team like he thinks he is, and they're having dinner with him to placate him and make him feel special because he's useful to them. It doesn't change the fact that they fundamentally deny his humanity. It's not a mere moral disagreement. Michael Knowles is trying to take away Dave Rubin's civil rights and is using his platform to foment hatred against families like his. And Dave Rubin had no defense. And according to him, leftists are being intolerant for pointing out the intolerance of his supposed friends. It is so damaging. And what makes this especially embarrassing for Dave Rubin is that he knows the things Republicans say about him are fucked up. Even when they defend him, they can't help but say fucked up things. For example, after Dave Rubin announced that he was having kids with his husband, Glenn Beck talked about the moral dilemma that he was facing as a religious person, since he considered Dave Rubin a friend, and he compared Dave Rubin's homosexuality to alcoholism. Because, nobody's perfect. Being gay is a sin, just like being an alcoholic. It's the same thing. And that was the defense that they offered of Dave Rubin. And if you go back to this video, Majority Report, I think I did a video about this as well, you could see the pain that caused Dave Rubin. It was all over his face. To see the scorn that his colleagues had for him for simply being himself and living his life. But he never recalibrates, ever. He knows if he's honest about the material impact their bigotry has on his life, the gravy train dries up. So he boldly proclaims that leftists are actually the real bigots because living in a mansion and being able to afford flights to Turkey for hair transplants, having nice things, that all matters more to him than his own dignity as a person. It's not cognitive dissonance. It's that he's lying about what he's saying. Now, another debater got him to actually admit that it was the right, not the left, that was more cruel to him after he announced that he was having children. And he actually did concede this point after making a million different caveats. And I'll explain why this was so astonishing for him to admit when we come back.
I remember when you posted about having your kids on Twitter, which congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
The comments were horrifying. I don't know if you remember, but it was Christian nationalists and Republicans tearing you and your husband down for having a child.
Well, you should also note there was a lot of love. There was an awful lot of love from an awful lot of conservatives and liberals and people across the board and everything else. The way the internet operates is people only focus on the negative. So was there a whole bunch of nasty
Which
comments?
Side did it
was
come
there a
from
whole
more?
bunch of nasty?
Do you guess? Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. Which side supports
for
it
that?
more?
If you're asking me about for that specific
Democrats
post, it was
and
no.
liberals.
For that specific post, it was mostly people on the right, for sure. It was.
Who are attacking him.
Yeah, I fully acknowledge that.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Now, this is devastating because it undermines his entire political project. How can you argue that the right is more tolerant when you have firsthand experience with their so-called Christian love? They called you a sinner and a pedophile and said that you should be put to death simply for having children, Dave. So how can you say wokeism is destroying the country when it's the MAGA movement you claim to be part of that poses a threat to your family? It's not leftists trying to take away your rights. It's not leftists saying you should be put to death. It's your conservative friends. But you see, if he admits this, his usefulness falls apart. See, his conservative audience will only tolerate his homosexuality insofar as he's useful to them. He knows they would turn on him immediately if he tried to humanize himself and showcased how he and his husband can actually have a loving family just like anyone else. But as fucked up as it is, he helped to foster this environment. He defended DeSantis' Don't Say Gay law and claimed that representation for LGBTQ plus people in Disney shows, for example, was actually tantamount to grooming. And it's wild to say that as a gay parent because it logically follows that being gay in the presence of children, by your logic, would also be tantamount to grooming as well, which is why his own audience attacked him after he announced that he was having children. Because to them, it was no different than him announcing that he was a groomer, because that's what he told them to believe about all LGBTQ plus people. And I can't stress this enough. This is how it went for him on every single issue during this debate. His entire conservative worldview was shattered into a million pieces again and again and again. And to show you what I mean, he introduced a different debate prompt and they dismantled it like that.
My final surrounded claim is that the modern left cares more about ideology than reality.
Let's talk about reality.
Okay.
Let's talk
What's ironic about that is that's literally MAGA, right? They care more about their own ideology than reality. What the hell? What? It's projection. What?
3 things that exist in reality: climate change, Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, and vaccines out of COVID are effective and safe. The right does not accept any of those things.
Yeah.
And of course, he spent the rest of that portion of the debate arguing against reality after saying it was the left that was against reality. Denying the 2020 election, denying the efficacy.
It's always projection, guys. Yeah, exactly.
Of vaccines, prioritizing MAGA ideology over reality, thus defeating the entire point of the prompt. But it was bound to go that way if you're attacking the left for denying reality while you support Donald Trump, the most delusional president we've ever had. But he very clearly didn't think this through when he came up with that prompt. He never considered the counter arguments to that debate prompt, never thought what they might say in response. And as much as I loathe conservatives, it is my job as a political commentator to listen to objections to my arguments from conservatives, because I can do a much better job at defending my arguments and persuading people to support my positions if I'm able to anticipate the arguments that they're going to make in response to the things that I support. But you see, that's the thing. Dave Rubin doesn't feel passionate about anything. He doesn't care about any particular policy. He couldn't care less. He lazily vomits out right-wing talking points to a camera, then shuts off his brain for the rest of the day, and that's it. He doesn't engage with any literature. He doesn't do any independent reading or research. He just blurts out things he thinks right-wingers might want to hear. And that's the extent of his political commentary. I mean, just look at some of the claims that he made about the Iran war, for example.
Allow me to make a prediction here in my prediction stuff. I'm not Polly Market. I'm not Call Sheep, but I'm pretty good at predictions. And my prediction here is that
pretty good, dog. You're one of the worst political predictors ever.
Anything that the media is now going to say about Iran's going to close the Strait of Hormuz and energy prices are going to go crazy and all these, none of this is going to come to pass. Gas prices are coming down and will continue to come down. If the United States wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, which it does, and Donald Trump said we'll escort ships through if we have to, it's going to stay open. This is the leader of the Iranian opposition. He has been in exile. His name is Reza Pahlavi. We have shown you videos of him before. He's the eldest son of the former Shah of Iran, and he likely is the next leader of Iran. This is the guy that, by all accounts, when this war ends, will go in and he will be the leader. And again, it will be different. Just remember, it sounds like the Kurds are starting to enter the country with arms to help the people take out the last vestiges of the IRGC. There's a lot of good things happening. This is Iranians, and you can hear they are chanting Bibi June, Bibi Netanyahu. In Iran, they are chanting praise for Benjamin Netanyahu.
You started without me. Damn right, girl.
And when you take out Khomeini and you take out his number 2 and his number 3 and his number 4 and his number 37 and his number 42, then suddenly the next guy's going, it's a little hot in here.
I didn't get an alert.
And then people start behaving a little bit differently.
I used my magic.
They plotted this war, this extraordinary. His number 42, then suddenly the next guy's going, it's a little hot in here. And then
oh my God,
people start behaving.
This is the laziest fucking commentary ever. Guys, it's a little hot in here. He's gonna feel the heat because, of course he is, because we're the United States of America. Do you notice, which I mean, I guess makes sense because nobody cares anymore. So, do you notice there's a lack of history? There's a lack
I'm Brian, kill me.
Reading. There's a lack of, hey, this is how things used to go, or this is how this situation went. I predict something like this, or based on the numbers and the odds and the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is only, what is it, 10, 11 miles long? Wide? It's going to be very difficult to control, right? Stuff like that. Like, that's what you should be kind of like saying as a decent political commentator. You don't hear any of that shit here.
Behaving a little bit differently. They've plotted this war, this extraordinary war that will be studied for decades, right? For decades, they will study how this incredible war took place. That we are hitting critical infrastructure. We are damaging the regime, so hopefully the people will be able to take over their countries. Now, the question is, if you're going to hit power plants and you're going to hit civilian infrastructure and things of that nature, how do you make sure it's not going to harm the people, but just the regime? And when we have a Department of War that is not looking for war, but will perform war, then we are going to do it at the maximum level of competency. I think the way you can look at this, I haven't heard anyone else say this, but this seems to me to be the war to end all wars.
The compilation speaks for itself. I mean, this is a paid political commentator who doesn't even have an elementary understanding of geopolitics or history.
Thank you. I just said that. I just said that. But this is the thing, right? Is none of that matters anymore. I've come to realize this. There are so many idiots who get so many views, especially because they just stream politics and they give their shit take or whatever. And it's like, yeah. So like, at the same time, it doesn't matter. I mean, it should matter to you guys, right? Because you're in here and
please clap.
That's why you watch and stuff. But it doesn't matter, right? Like, there's so many people who watch him, and let's not fake it. There are. God damn it. God damn it. I hate it.
Jack Slack, a 180-day stream streak. www. Suck it.
Jerk stack. That's a new one. Jack stack. Jerk stack. Glocky speaks insect, guys. I did slack Jack. Yeah, you did. That's what she said. What up, Ducky? There you are. How you been? Thank you so much, Jersey, for the 180-day stream streak. Damn. I'm working on the leaderboard for the stream streaking, the streakers in chat. We will see who makes it to the end. Love you guys. We're streaking. Oh, Gus, you make me blush. T he he. Yeah.
The biggest load that we've seen.
No, thank you so much. Wow, 180 days. I was just saying that Gray has followed me, or has he's followed me for a year now. And you've almost followed me for a year now, and so has Josephus. We're starting to get the huge. I love it, guys. Love it. Thank you so much for your support.
Of the region, and won't even bother to try to educate himself just a little bit before talking about
it.
Laney, welcome back. How you been?
During the debate, people kept bringing up how his fears about Iran getting a nuclear weapon, because that was brought up too. Those fears were addressed with Obama's JCPOA. And when Dave Rubin tried to claim that they didn't actually follow that, the debaters brought up how the International Atomic Energy Agency verified that they were, in fact, in compliance. And it was clear when they said that Dave Rubin had...
He's like, well, do you trust them? I'm like...
Rare. Never heard of the IAEA ever. So he brushed them off as untrustworthy like he would any other...
Oops. Sorry about that. I fucked it up. You can hear the music, but new guy. There it is. I'm Gaius Flavius Josephus. Yeah, he just changed his name to Doubting Josephus. Ooh, you caught a tad bulb. Sorry, I was working on the UI, so I put it back up. I added sexes to it, so. Now I'll say like female, it'll give you the IVs. Let's try this.
That Dave Rubin had never heard of the IAEA ever. So he brushed them off as untrustworthy like he would any other international agency, even though he's never heard of them. But when the debaters brought up how U.S. intelligence, including Trump's own handpicked director, Tulsi Gabbard, also verified that Iran was not a nuclear threat, you want to know what he did? He just shrunk up into a goddamn corn cob. Because how would he get out of this corner that he backed himself into, right? There's nothing you can say because you very clearly don't even know the basics about the topic you're discussing. But I mean, I can assure you, we're not even scratching the surface.
He doesn't know. No, he does not. He does not know the International Atomic.
Woo. DQ just got a 70-day stream streak. www. Boobies. 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 Bzz 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 bzz.
I know what those are. I think. Dukiki. Yeah, Dukiki. He called you Dukiki. Is that what he called you? Hold on, I'm gonna replay it real quick. Hold on.
DQ just got a 70-day stream streak.
D-Key. He called you D-Key, yeah. D-Key? That's a new one.
Because during a portion on immigration, one of the debaters challenged him on a claim that he made about Democrats supporting open
Thank
borders.
you so much, Dakuki, for the 70-day stream streak already, girl. I feel like you just found us.
And they asked him what Obama's nickname was, specifically in the context of immigration, mind you. And just look at Dave Rubin's answer. This blew my fucking mind.
When you create instability throughout the world, and then you also tell people that your country's open, then you create an actual quote-unquote border crisis. Think about this real quick.
What instability was Joe Biden causing?
What was Barack Obama's nickname?
Barry?
Deporter-in-chief.
Bro, he said Barry. How would that nickname be relevant to Obama in the context of immigration? I don't understand how someone so disinterested in politics, who's fundamentally incapable of defending any of their positions, who could barely espouse.
I think that's what kind of always pissed me off about him, is that he's so disinterested, yet he's so successful in it, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, like... There's several examples I could give, but it just feels like God, let's keep playing. I don't even know what else to say, because we already know that. Okay, good. It's working. Junk pulled out of the waterlogged boot. Yeah, I rewrote. Guys, I've added 1,000 new items to the game.
The talking points competently would agree to do this.
Like I think what pisses me off about him is it's sort of like it's a little bit like stolen valor, right? Where the guy who doesn't even pretend to care is more successful than people who do care, right? Generally people on the left, right? It's kind of sad because there's no money on the left, right? There's no like apparatus. There's no like astroturfing. It's not as much anyway. So who even watches Dave Rubin? The same people who watch Bill Maher. Who are they? I mean, he gets millions of views. It's sad. Ducky, like it's true. Boomers, yeah, like it's really sad. Because like so in an ideal world, right? Someone like Dave Rubin would get like no views. Yet, like he's bigger than probably most of these people on the stage here, right? And they're all on the left for the most part. His content is pushed. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, right? It's all astroturfed, pushed. But it's not even like Tucker Carlson or any of these other people who like are also astroturfed, but in like you can tell they care about the subject. He just is lazy about it. right? And I think that's what kind of is so like we don't live in a fair world, guys. People keep telling me that, and it's like, well, that's not fair. It's like, yeah, well, we don't live in a fair world, so meh.
It's okay if you've never heard of Obama as the deporter-in-chief.
Yeah, like you're an idiot if you haven't. I've heard that 1,000 times.
That's not your job. Dave Rubin is a political commentator. He still worked at TYT and was still pretending to be a liberal when the left was criticizing Obama for his harsh immigration policies. I don't know how he wouldn't have been privy to the discourse about Obama being the deporter-in-chief. But hey, that was a while ago, right? Not everybody is going to be super quick on their toes. Not everybody is up to the task. Some people have strengths here, weaknesses there. But Dave Rubin has none of that. So why do it? Why would you subject yourself to this? But here's where I want to put on my tinfoil hat, because I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Dave Rubin intentionally subjected himself to this humiliation specifically to become relevant again. Because over time, his relevance has noticeably faded. And
correct.
It used to be the case that he was the talk of the town. The left would have a field day dunking on every dumb thing that he said, but he kind of just faded into obscurity and nobody really notices him now. He was replaced by more nefarious, prominent right-wing figures. But, you know, if you're a washed-up political commentator and you're desperate to become relevant again, what would you do to get back your relevance, especially knowing how you got people to talk about you? You do the one thing that will get leftists to talk about you again. You take a big fat L in front of the entire country and you eat shit. You make a spectacle of your own humiliation because you know that we're not going to be able to resist. And we couldn't resist. I couldn't resist, at least. But if that's true, it may be the one time Dave Rubin actually managed to outsmart us. If this is his masterful gambit. You know, we may have played right into his fucking hand. But regardless, if this was his goal or not, I still cannot help but feel mortified to see a fellow gay man and fellow human being do all of this for money and for right-wing clout. Have some fucking self-respect, man. Think of your family. Your kids might see these videos one day, Dave. How could you defend this to them? You know, maybe you wouldn't make as much money as a liberal or a centrist commentator or, you know, just talking about pop culture and celebrities again. That's what he used to do on TYT. But at least you'd be able to live with yourself. At least you'd be able to sleep at night. That, to me, is more valuable than all the money in the world. But, I mean, that's the difference between him and I. I have respect for myself, whereas he clearly does not. So, with all of that being said, go watch the full debate if you actually want to see one of the worst beatdowns in American history. This was absolutely brutal, and you've been warned.
Ideas. Damn right.
Ideas. In recovery mode, my brain ideas. In recovery mode, my brain ideas.
All right. Gus, did you read the letter written by the Cuban soldier? I sent it to my mom and now she wants to discuss it. Oh, God. No, I haven't read it yet.
Rare.
All right. Got this.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I was just going to read it. I was going to read it on stream. I could give my reaction to it. Yep, thanks, Matt. Yep, you did.
I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's military continued its attacks on Lebanon overnight, killing at least 8 people, even after President Trump said both sides had, quote, agreed that all shooting will stop, unquote. Among the dead is James Karam, a dentist who was killed along with his daughter and son when an Israeli drone bombed their car in southern Lebanon. Another Israeli attack killed 2 people and damaged the Jabal Amel University Hospital in Tyre. Lebanon's health ministry reports Israeli strikes have killed more than 3,400 people since March 2nd. Over 10,000 have been wounded. Axios is reporting during an expletive-laden call, Trump told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, quote, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this," unquote, the president reportedly said. After the call, Trump said in a social media post that he'd had a productive phone call with Netanyahu and that, quote, "there will be no troops going to Beirut," unquote. Trump's comment came after Netanyahu and Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said they had ordered massive airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. On Capitol Hill, Michigan Democratic Congressmember Rashida Tlaib is calling on Congress to pass a Lebanon War Powers resolution this week. She wrote, quote, "Our country should not be assisting or supporting indiscriminate bombings and forced displacement anywhere, including Lebanon," unquote. Meanwhile, the United Nations Security Council held an emergency meeting Monday to discuss Lebanon. UN Assistant Secretary General Martha Poby said Israel's violating a UN Security Council resolution that was aimed at stopping Israel's invasion of Lebanon 2 decades ago.
Israel's presence north of the Blue Line is a clear violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as of Security Council Resolution 1701. Israeli forces must withdraw to south of the Blue Line.
Iranian diplomats have suspended talks with the United States after warning Israel's attacks on Lebanon and the Gaza Strip could doom ongoing ceasefire negotiations with the Trump administration. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Monday the U.S. has already violated its ceasefire with Iran when it imposed a naval siege on Iranian ports. He also said Israel's attacks on Lebanon constitute a ceasefire violation on a separate front, after headlines will go to Beirut to speak with the Associated Press. Kareem Shahaib's latest piece is headlined, "Trump says Israel and Hezbollah have agreed to dial back fighting." In Gaza, at least 3 Palestinians died in separate Israeli attacks earlier today as Palestinian monitoring groups documented 11 new ceasefire violations over the past 24 hours. Among the attacks was an Israeli drone strike on a civilian vehicle east of Deir al-Balah that injured displaced families living nearby in makeshift shelters. Israel's carried out strikes on most of the 237 days since it agreed to a U.S.-brokered Gaza ceasefire last October. Here in New York, the far-right Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, marched in the annual Israel Day parade Sunday alongside other Israeli far-right ministers and cabinet officials. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Governor Kathy Hochul, and New York State Attorney General Letitia James were among several prominent Democrats who marched in the same...
I thought Zoran was going to ban all this stuff. What? Remember when they used to be like, hey, he's not going to let you be able to do any of this stuff in the city?
Parade as Smotrich, who has been sanctioned by multiple countries for inciting settler violence against Palestinians.
Press X
the lead
doubt,
organizer
right?
of the parade told the New York Times he did not know that Smotrich and other Israeli far-right officials were planning to march. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who boycotted the event, said he was offended by the presence of Israeli officials at the parade.
You can see in the participation of the far-right Israeli minister Smotrich, as well as a number of other ministers, a vision of annihilation, a complicity in genocide, and frankly, a belief that does not have much value for even the sanctity of children in Gaza. And I am offended, as I know many New Yorkers are, by their participation.
In Ukraine, a wave of Russian strikes has killed at least 18 people and injured dozens in Kyiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhzhia, Poltava, and Kharkiv. Overnight, Russia launched 73 missiles and 656 drones at Ukraine. This is Alina. Her building was damaged by a Russian strike.
I woke up from my bed and decided to move to the corridor. I heard explosions coming closer and closer. I turned my back to the window to go to the apartment door. At that moment, there was an explosion, which threw me against the door. But I'm fine now.
Russia's latest assault once again prompted Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to ask President Trump to send Patriot interceptors, which are capable of blocking ballistic missiles. Trump has so far ignored Zelensky's pleas, despite the fact that Ukraine is running out of interceptors. President Trump is reportedly reconsidering his $1.8 billion slush fund to compensate his supporters who took part in the January 6th insurrection. This comes as the Justice Department also said it would temporarily pause the program to comply with a court order. The fund was set up as a settlement following Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against his own IRS over the leak of his tax returns. Federal Judge Kathleen Williams reopened the case last week after a bipartisan group of 35 former federal judges urged her to look more closely at the settlement. Anthropic, the AI company behind Claude, filed confidentially for an initial public offering Monday, less than a week after raising $65 billion in funding that pushed its valuation to $965 billion. Anthropic's IPO plans come as several major stock market index providers have recently changed rules excluding unprofitable companies. The changes could allow Elon Musk's private AI and rocket company SpaceX, which is about to go public, to be added to the indexes much sooner than they typically would, which means millions of Americans invested in retirement funds could end up owning a piece of SpaceX, whether they choose to or not. This comes as Vermont's independent Senator Bernie Sanders announced a new bill that would create a sovereign wealth fund by imposing a one-time 50% tax on the stock of OpenAI, Anthropic, and other AI companies. In an op-ed for the New York Times, Senator Sanders writes, the fund would, quote, give the public a direct role in determining the future of this technology and guarantee that the trillions of dollars potentially generated by AI are used to improve the lives of us all, not simply to make the richest people in the world even richer, unquote. Meanwhile, Florida became the first state to sue OpenAI and its CEO, Sam Altman, alleging they know ChatGPT is not safe, especially for children. This is Florida's Attorney General.
We're here to announce that we recently filed a monumental civil lawsuit against Sam Altman and ChatGPT for endangering our kids and deceiving parents into believing that this application is safe for use. It's clearly not. People are getting hurt, parents are getting deceived, and they need to pay for it.
The mayor of Newark, New Jersey is announcing his city's legal strategy aimed at shutting down the Delaney Hall ICE jail. The for-profit immigration detention center has been the focus of massive protests demanding justice for immigrants who've launched a hunger strike to protest inhumane conditions, medical neglect inside the jail, and demanding their freedom. On Monday, Newark Mayor Ras Baraka said his city's police department will exercise a greater span of control over the perimeter of Delaney Hall after federal agents and New Jersey State Police repeatedly attacked demonstrators outside with horses, clubs, pepper spray, and other so-called less lethal weapons. In a statement, Mayor Baraka said, quote, police tactics over this last weekend were overly aggressive, unnecessary, and in some instances unconstitutional, he said. But the mayor said a 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew would remain in effect until further notice. In Ghana, human rights groups warn a new law criminalizing LGBTQ+ activity could devastate queer communities. The sweeping legislation approved Friday makes it a crime to identify as non-binary, lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, trans, or intersex. It also imposes prison terms of up to 10 years on anyone who, quote, promotes, unquote, LGBTQ activities. It's expected to be signed into law by Ghana's president, John Mahama. This follows similar legislation recently passed in other African nations, including Senegal and Burkina Faso. In 2023, Uganda passed a law making it a crime to identify as queer, declaring all same-sex conduct to be non-consensual, and even allowing for the death penalty in certain cases. Critics have called it a kill the gays bill. This is Ugandan LGBTQ activist Hansen Fuma.
At first, it was Uganda with the harshest kill gay bill in the whole world that contains a death penalty and a life imprisonment. Apparently, we are seeing Ghana jumping onto this same running track. And all African leaders are quiet in whatever is happening.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has designated the Pentagon press office a classified space, physically barring journalists from an area that's been freely accessible to reporters across multiple administrations. In a statement, Reporters Without Borders said, quote, no matter how petulant Pete gets, journalists will continue their tenacious reporting and hold the Pentagon accountable for the money, operations, and lives they impact every day, unquote. Separately, a federal court temporarily blocked the Pentagon from discharging transgender service members while still allowing the administration to continue banning transgender people from entering the military. It's come as
your human rights professor was from Ghana.
Hegseth also struck several female and black Navy officers from a promotions list. Rhode Island Senator Jack Reed said in a recent testimony, quote, nearly 60% of the senior officers Hegseth has fired are female or black, unquote. Veteran 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley openly revolted against CBS News leadership Monday at a staff meeting meant to introduce the show's newly appointed executive producer Nick Bilton. Bilton is a tech journalist installed by CBS's editor-in-chief, Barry Weiss, after she fired the show's two top correspondents, Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega, alongside executive producer Tanya Simon. When Bilton reportedly told the staff Weiss loves CBS News and 60 Minutes, Pelley shot back, quote, she's murdering 60 Minutes. She does not love this place. She was brought in to kill it, and she's been doing exactly that, unquote. Pelley also declared that Bilton would never be welcome here, unquote. The winners of the 2026 News and Documentary Emmy Awards have been announced. This year's Outstanding Investigative Documentary Prize goes to Critical Incident, A Death at the Border, produced by HBO Documentary Films. The film examines the alleged cover-up of the murder of Anastasio Hernandez Rojas, an undocumented Mexican immigrant who died while in U.S. custody at the border. His 2010 death occurred under the watch of Rodney Scott, the man who now heads Customs and Border Protection under President Trump. The film's director, Rick Rowley, accepted the award.
Cruelty and violence have festered at the heart of U.S. immigration enforcement for so long. And part of it is because of the impunity and the secrecy that have surrounded these organizations. And so I need to thank this incredible team for pulling back the veil and exposing that organization.
To see our interview with Rick Rowley, director of Critical Incident to Death at the Border, go to democracynow.org. And voters head to the polls in several states today for primary elections. California faces a crowded field in the race to replace outgoing Governor Gavin Newsom under
We're going to cover that.
The state's jungle primary system. The two candidates who receive the most votes today will advance to the general election, regardless of party. In Los Angeles, 13 candidates are looking to unseat incumbent Mayor Karen Bass. Polls show Bass is in a close race with City Council member Nithya Raman and reality TV personality Spencer Pratt. In Iowa, Republicans and Democrats are selecting candidates to replace Republican Senator Joni Ernst, who's retiring. There are also primary elections in Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota.
A lot of elections.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
All right, now we're going to get to the California.
All right, it's primary day.
Then we'll get to the Cuba soldier letter here.
We have elections in, New Jersey, South Dakota, Montana, New Mexico, but people care about California. Half our audience out in California.
Yes, big chunk in on it.
And we have Californian Dave Dayen in the studio today. Welcome to Washington, D.C.
Thank you. How's it
Good to
going?
see you, man.
Lovely weather, right? We're treating you
doing well.
like a Californian here.
Doing all right.
Today.
Yeah.
He's got no tie on. Very California.
Very California.
Yeah.
Well,
California, my second favorite state. What's my first? If you're paying attention, you'd know.
we can allow it for a California.
Yeah.
Ties are a construct.
New Jersey? No. It's the opposite of New Jersey. Hawaii.
That's true.
God, nobody got that.
Right, so we've got the LA mayor's race, we've got the California governor's race, we've got a bunch of interesting House races among Democrats. Saga and I were just talking about how it's interesting there are virtually no Republican races. House Republican races.
There's a member-on-member race in
because they got
the Inland Empire.
Because they got forced together with the redistricting.
And King Calvert,
Got it. All right, so let's start with the gubernatorial race. So how
You guys check the Discord. I have a counter offer to the 51st state. Don't tell me it's fucking Canada. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah. 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 That one?
is it shaking out as you understand? Like Tom Steyer, like has he consolidated enough kind of progressive energy that
let's put the poll up there.
Yeah.
Talking.
I mean, I think before the weekend, the thought was, okay, Steyer's probably going to come up short, and it would be a Becerra-Hilton general election.
Right,
However,
so that's what this fits with right here,
Yeah.
from the RCP average. But this is the last average of the last.
But the more recent the polls are, the more they have Steyer catching Hilton.
Interesting.
So that, puts forward the possibility of a Becerra-Steyer general election, which would be pretty interesting.
Okay, so let's talk then.
Well, yeah. I mean, out of these candidates, unfortunately, Steyer, it would be the best, right? Even though I don't trust him. So, billionaire, Katie Porter, who's not even doing that well, so who cares? Ugh. This sucks. These are the candidates, guys. These are the people running. It's pretty sad, huh? This is the best California has to offer. Oh, you know what I remember watching? Was it last year? Oh, right. It was on Twitch. I watched the like this event on Twitch, and it was in Hawaii and Honolulu, and they showed like the city and stuff and like how everything looked, and I was just like, I want to go so bad.
question about that. So Becerra, obviously, he was HHS under Biden, kind of a California machine politician. In terms of how we know him here, it was for this viral moment where he was doing an interview and he didn't want to be interviewed. So let's take a listen and we'll get your reaction.
This is the start of our interview with Javier Becerra in Highland Park.
By the way, this is a profile piece. This is not a gotcha piece, right?
Well, look, I think these questions are fair. It's in order to learn about you as a candidate.
So long as it's about the profile.
I don't know how you define profile, but I'd like to begin the interview.
The way I describe profile is you talk about all the things that I've done, things I want to do, and along with some tough questions. But not only tough questions.
This is a man who has been in professional politics his entire life.
I just want to lay out the same ground rules for this.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
There's a profile.
Yeah, this is a profile.
Okay, good.
Right. Okay.
Tough ones.
I mean, look, I don't think this stuff matters. You were just talking, you and I before. A lot of people in California, there's not as much of a political culture. You're saying, well, particularly in Los Angeles. But I mean, it's got to have some impact, at least for among the activist base, for people who are paying attention, right?
It's been a really nutty race. So this is the first time in 20 years that we've entered a gubernatorial election without an establishment front-runner candidate from the get-go.
Okay.
And, we had Jerry Brown, then you had Gavin Newsom. And that's sort of been this sort of line of succession that we've had in California. When this race started, everyone was waiting on Kamala Harris. Is she going to run? She ends up saying no.
Yeah.
Eleni Kounalakis, who was the lieutenant governor and scion of a rich family, they thought maybe she would be the heir apparent. She was getting absolutely no traction in the governor polls. She moved to run for state treasurer. They tried to dragoon Alex Padilla in the race. That didn't work out. He didn't come in. So there was just this emptiness in terms of usually this is a very machine.
Rare. Agron.
It's like a machine state. They anoint somebody. Finally, the consultant class around Newsom, around Brown, they moved to Eric Swalwell, and that didn't work out. And then almost the day after Eric Swalwell implodes, many of those consultants say,
a chance. Yeah. It's like a little more than 50%, right?
Hey, how about Javier Becerra? He was
well, I don't like either. So.
in the race. He was kind of languishing at 4%, 5% in the polls, and they just run to him.
You got
it. So they're trying to recreate this sort of establishment, eat your peas kind of philosophy, but with someone who obviously is not a very articulate spokesman for the Democratic cause.
He's got zero juice.
Yeah, and so we had this weird story of you saw all of a sudden, as Swalwell drops out, this massive kind of social media campaign to say it's Becerra now.
I definitely saw it. Did you?
Yeah.
I noticed that in real time being extremely inorganic.
And it now appears that it certainly was inorganic.
Yeah.
It completely vanished within a week. Like there's no such thing as an organic, Becerra Mentum campaign that just all of a sudden they're like, actually, never mind. So is somebody going to go to jail for this? Like, because people in Becerra's orbit have gone to jail, right?
Well, to be honest, I mean, Steyer's paying influencers.
We'll get to that. Don't worry.
There's inorganic all the way down, right?
Right. So maybe it's illegal-ish. I mean,
it's I don't think there are any rules here on the Wild West.
So did that really did that get people to say, okay, you know what? I guess it is Becerra.
I think you can't divorce it from, frankly, the identity politics at the heart of this. That California has about 40% Latino voters, and there was kind of this dust up that happened in March that almost prefigures this. Is when Swalwell's still in the race. They said, okay, there was a USC debate, and they said, we're going to take the top vote, people top in the polls and top in fundraising, and they're going to run. And it was all the white people. And everyone who was shut out of that race was Asian, African American, or Latino. And that debate ends up getting canceled. And
cancel culture.
Yeah. And so when Becerra kind of gets anointed, I think there's this sense that, okay, we're better than having just a bunch of white people that are in the
this white
here.
Hispanic guy.
We've got this other guy. Yeah, exactly. So I do think there's an identity aspect to it.
Okay, that's well said. All right, let's get to our own Griffin, our producer, confronted Tom Steyer over the paid influencers. Let's get to it.
I think people have a problem with billionaires because they feel like that wealth should be redistributed elsewhere.
There's a new game? Oh, that's just.
But also because
we might watch that.
People feel like billionaires are a threat to our democracy. Now, some of your opponents have accused you of paying for influencer campaigns, paying influencers to promote your campaign. Are you paying influencers? And
we have never paid for an endorsement.
Okay.
We pay people for their time. They're small business people. They can put up whatever they want, but we have.
Has any of it been negative?
I don't read it. I don't follow it, honestly. Look, and it could be, and that's not the problem. We do this, and so does everybody else. It's just we do it openly, and we report everything. And so the Becerra campaign, which has been running for...
I have good luck catching these Glogimon.
From answering questions from people like you, who've been running not to talk to reporters, not to answer questions from Californians, is saying, they're trying to change the subject. The topic in California is the people of California and why it's not working for the people of California when the state as a whole is killing it. That is the question, and they're scared to talk about that.
So you don't think if someone accepts money from the campaign that they would pull questions, do softball interviews? Obviously, they're going to do positive content about you.
Look, they can do whatever they want, but we're not paying anyone for endorsements or outcomes.
But couldn't there be a bad billionaire that comes along and floods the race with influencers that are getting money from the campaign? Isn't that a dangerous precedent?
Well, let me put it this way. There have been billionaires who've run in California before, and they've always lost.
There you go. That's
that'll get used a lot if the outcome.
He did a good job, Griffin. He held his feet to the fire. Steyer's like, well, we don't pay for the endorsement. We just pay a lot of money, and then they happen to endorse us.
Yeah,
he's not wrong. Everybody does it.
I mean, certainly that was kind of a ridiculous conversation. But I mean, the kernel of truth is that Becerra doesn't really hold a lot of meetings with folks, and Steyer actually started this campaign by doing a ton of town halls. I've been to a few of them, and they are, to my knowledge, completely unscripted. In fact, I know it because I know people that ask questions, and he answers an hour and a half of questions off the top of his head. So Steyer is,
in my head. It's pronounced different in Spanish, right? So
he has afforded the ability to try to run a retail politics in California because he has $200 million. He
doesn't have to raise money.
Yeah, he's just so wealthy. He doesn't care. Right.
And the other insidious part of this is that what he's saying there and what people understand is that he's like, no, I'm not telling them what to say.
Yeah, it's different in Spanish, yeah. Portuguese, it's funny because it's like... Spanish speakers can understand or have more trouble understanding Portuguese than vice versa, right? Like Portuguese speakers can understand Spanish, but it's not so much the other way around.
I'm hiring people, unspoken part.
Kind of, right?
Who are already saying nice things about me to continue to say nice things about me. And that's the insidious part, is that it then encourages countless influencers besides the ones that he has hired to just voluntarily say nice things about Steyer with a pick-me.
Kind of a money grab.
Come pay me, come please pay me and I'll keep doing this.
Right.
So the whole thing's gross. But so let's talk about Steve Hilton for a second. So he's the Republican who's hoping, Yes, Steve Hilton.
No, he's Republican. Yeah.
So he's hoping that he's going to like crack into the top 2 here.
Right.
He's got this Chad Bianco opponent who's trailing him. Let's roll this clip from Steve Hilton, kind of encouraging Bianco supporters to get behind him.
It's a very, very tight race. 3 people competing for 2 spots in the general election. Myself, Javier Becerra, and Tom Steyer. Tom Steyer is catching up. There is absolutely no guarantee that we're going to get a Republican in the top 2. In fact, it's now looking more and more likely that we'll have 2 Democrats in the top 2. I know that many Republicans were holding on to the hope that we might have 2 Republicans in the top 2, myself and Chad, and then we're guaranteed change in California. But if that was ever possible, it's certainly not possible today. You just have to look at the math. This is not personal. It's not about me or Chad or our qualities or our record or anything like that. It's about the future of California. And if we don't get a Republican in the top 2, we have no chance for change.
So this is because of the jungle primary system. Bianco's got about 10%, as we showed a little bit earlier. If that were to combine with Hilton, then he would be the winner, or at least, he'd get to
make the top
second.
2.
So
they share a lot of words. Yeah.
Top 2.
Right. And
I mean, they're all Latin based, right? Which is why I can understand most of them, because if you know the roots in Latin and stuff, it can help you understand most Latin based languages. There's some examples. There's some like differences. Like I told you, Spanish probably has a lot of like more like German and Arabic words in it, right? French is its own thing too, right? Like it has I don't even know what else to say, but it probably has a lot of German in it too, mixed with Gaulish or like Celtic words, right? Also, it's just the accent a lot of times with French, right? French has like a very different kind of accent. So even though like the roots on paper, you can identify, the way they say it is very different. So good luck trying to find that. And Italian is not the closest to Latin, but it's pretty similar, right? I would say actually out of all of them, I would say Romanian has a lot of, as we've talked about on the stream a lot too, right? When we play GeoGuessr. Romanian has a lot of like Slavic influences, right? Like Russian, the Cyrillic languages, right? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, those are it, but I feel like Portuguese and Italian are the Romance closest. Yeah, I'd say maybe like Portuguese and Italian are the closest, correct? One of those two. Portuguese can be very nasally though, so I don't know how Roman sounded like, but it sounded like it was more because nobody speaks, but if we were to get it was probably very flowy. So it had like a flow to it. But again, I don't know enough about the subject to kind of declare it or whatnot. But what I've read is that there's really no way
Liberté
to
du
like
Canado, Tabernac, Maudit Chalice,
Yeah.
Les États-Unis.
Yeah. Du Canada. Canada? Are we doing that again? What a mistake. I'm fascinated with words and I'm not fluent in anything but English. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, me too. Like I just like the I like the like origins of that stuff. Also, like language kind of tells you a lot about culture and how people see things, right? Like there are languages around the world where there is no past tense, right? Where you don't say like, oh, she died or he died and I'm still sad about it. You would just be like, there's just no way to say that, right? Because like there is no past tense, right? They just always live in the present, which changes your view on many things. Because if you have no past tense, right, what does that do? It makes it so everything you're living in the future, in the present, consistently. I hate gendered nouns. Oh, really? I'm used to them, honestly. A lot of languages have them. Like German, German's heavily gendered. Spanish, a lot of them, right? Stop the stream. Oh!
Stop the stream. Pew or 82 just resubbed for 2 at tier 1 for a total 4 months. They are on a 0-month substreak. Live languages. English is my second language, and I find it the most confusing. Haha.
I mean, it's because it's a hodgepodge of like 12 different languages. That's why. I'm not even joking. It's like what, 12? Or no, not 12, but like 6, right? Technically. 4, really. You could argue it's definitely at least 2, right? But gracias por el sub. There you go, guys. In perfect Spanish accent. If you don't say it like that, you're a peasant. Go back to the colonies. Why speak my typos, Gloggy? English is easy to learn, tough to master. Well, it's just there's so many fucking stupid rules. Do you have like a northern Spanish accent, Patricia, or a southern? I'm not saying a word. Gracias por pagarme el escape. Like that? Is that how you would say it?
Stop the
Good
stream.
thing.
Kensai777 just resubbed for 4 at tier 1 for a total 5 months. They are on a 0-month substreak.
Thank you, Kensai!
Not substreaks. I think Gloggy hates sandwiches, not a true leftist.
Thank you, Kensai. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support.
Chuga, chew. We got a hype train chat thanks to Pure82. It ending at 6 Tav 2026 7:52 48 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Yep. Keep it going. If you want to get on the well, we can only do one more for this tier. If you want to use the Gloggy fishing emote and you don't have it, one person has to sub. Because if 2 people sub, then you'll get to the next tier, which I'm totally fine with. There you go, Ducky. Because I like these new emotes, so somebody sub if you want the fishing emote, if you don't have it. That way you can just fish with using that emote. Or just gift a sub to somebody, right? Or you can also give 100 bits. Yep, you already did it. You're already good, I think. Yep, you're good. So you don't have to do anything. Because you started the hype train. Yep. You started the hype train, that means you get it. Yep. But like if Jersey wants the yep. Yeah, so like okay. Thank you so much for the community gifted sub. Courteous 117. Interesting.
You know, there was a lot of fear from Democrats early
you
on
so
in this
much.
race that
Thank you so much, Peter. Appreciate it, girl.
Hoo hoo hoo. Pier 82 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Woo! Level 1 complete. What up? Oh, right. Now you can get in on it. So if Jersey, if you want the emote, you better get on it. A good chance to get it. A good time to get it now.
we would actually have two.
Kensai777 just got a 65-day stream streak. www. Don't see any fishing emotes. Gust X there, Gust X scream.
Oh, you'll get one. Don't worry, buddy. After this.
Z! The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Cheer 100. Wee woo, wee woo, wee dicks, 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 and ducks.
Yep.
Cheer 100.
Thank you, thank you. Josephus, you'll get one too. Yeah, because we're already at rank 2. So this is the fishing emote. Ducky, can you show the fishing emote? My thing is fucked. Ooh! There it is. That's the fishing emote. So that will trigger the game. Josephus and Kensai and everyone else. So I programmed it to... But you get it from the hype trains, right? So, like, Twitch doesn't give it out for free, unfortunately. Like, if they did, I would still keep the same emote, right? So,
Republicans, because
I'm just saying it's a new emote, so that's the way to get it.
you have
Yeah, so there you go. You got it.
pretty much 8 viable Democrats at one point that were running and 2 viable Republicans. And you do the math, and if it was an even split among the Republicans, it would be hard for Democrats to, unless they consolidate the field on their own. But when Trump endorsed Steve Hilton, that was the end of the race for the Republicans, essentially.
Nice.
Trump endorses Steve Hilton, Bianco falls down, and now there's no way to box out the Democrats.
Got it.
And at that point, it was, you know, I mean, Steve Hilton's talking about, I think it is important for other reasons that, you know, from a Republican perspective, they get in the top 2. There's a billionaire tax on the ballot in November.
Right.
And that's going to be bad for turnout. That's good. There are a lot of contested seats in the House in November. That's going to be bad for them if they have no standard bearer at the top.
That
of
is
the
a
ticket.
very important point, is that they'll have even less incentive to come out
Right.
to vote if
That's
there's not
right.
a single Republican
That's
in,
right.
in the top 2.
Absolutely. And so it is important from that perspective for the party. But there's no way that Steve Hilton wins a one-on-one matchup against Becerra
It's like a
or
kiss of
Steyer.
death.
So why hasn't Bianco dropped out and endorsed Hilton? What's going on?
I mean, Bianco's kind of in his own world.
And he's not
right?
gonna.
I
Like
mean,
today's election day. It's
well,
like,
and the thing is, they're you know, even if you dropped out now, you'd still be on the ballot.
Right.
There are 61 gubernatorial candidates on the ballot.
Oh my
It
God.
runs over 2 pages of the ballot. One of the sort of hidden things here, I think, is there's going to be a lot of ballot spoliation.
What does that mean?
It means that people are either going to vote for nobody because they can't find their candidate among the 61, or they're on 2 pages. So like, oh, I'll vote for one here and I'll vote for one over here. And there's going to be undervotes and there's going to be overvotes and there's going to be a lot of ballots thrown out. The other thing that you're going to see as the numbers come in is Democrats held their ballots. To a degree that was fairly unprecedented.
What do you mean by that?
In Democratic politics? Everybody gets a ballot from the state by mail at the beginning of the cycle 30 days ago.
I think Jersey's AFK or asleep.
Typically, they come back. Some come back early, some come back later. What we see, because we can track this, Democrats were not turning back their ballots because they wanted to wait to see where the polls were, who people were going towards, because Democrats were still scared about a top 2 that locked out Democrats that would be Republican general election, and you can't do a write-in ballot, by the way, in under the top 2 system. So they were waiting to see what was going to happen, and in the last weekend,
show off your new emote, Patricia. Choo. Oh, you didn't get the fishy. Oh man, yeah. There's a chance to not get it. You have to try again. With the next hype train. Sorry.
Twice as many ballots as in the previous.
I don't control that either.
25 days.
That's all Twitch.
Were sent in.
The emotes are great though. Like honestly, a lot of them. But that one's the most useful because we use it all the time on the phishing stuff. So.
It's now tracking higher than the 2022 election, higher than the 2018 election, which was a contested gubernatorial primary at the top. Yeah. So now we're starting to see. But however, the way the votes are going to be counted, we're going to count all those ballots that came in earlier, which were disproportionately Republican. So as votes,
and were some of them before Trump's endorsement?
Not. They actually weren't. But so when the polls close tonight, Hilton's going to be in the lead.
Got it. But how long is this going to take?
Weeks. Ridiculous.
Okay, can we get why? Why does this take so long?
They're trying to streamline it, but actually, it's a very interesting thing because the Supreme Court kind of changed the game on this. It used to be that your ballot had to be postmarked by election day, and it would count. So some of those ballots come in 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 10 days later, and you got to count them. Now, the Supreme Court ruled that actually the ballot has to show up on election day, and there was a lot of chatter in my circles among Democrats. You actually have to send. You can't send your ballot through the mail after a week ago. Send it to the vote center, send it to the ballot, go to the ballot box and then physically drop it in. So I think there's also going to be
Whoa! An epic. You have so little chance though. Ain't no way I'm catching that. That's less than a third yeah, that's a 3% chance. You have base Pokemon though. This is one of my favorites.
a lot of people who didn't learn that, and their ballot isn't going to count. So there's a lot of weird factors in this race.
What do you think this is bullish for? If you bullish for the last week?
That's a good question. I mean, I think lower information voters who don't know where to find their guy on the ballot, who don't sort of follow directions very well and are marking multiple ballots, or who don't understand you could drop it in.
Yeah, congrats. Damn, what epic. Reminder, the USPS can choose to simply not deliver ballots, and there's nothing you can do about it. First SCOTUS decision, don't trust mail anymore, hand deliver my ballots. Yeah. 100%.
Mail and it just doesn't show up and you don't get counted. I don't know who that favors necessarily, but I think lower information voters are going to be.
And want to get your sense on a couple of the California House races. First of all, for people who don't know, New Jersey, we Adam Hamaway versus Sue Altman.
Yeah.
That's kind of the biggest kind of House race being watched.
Good.
We'll actually
Montana
know
race too,
that one. Yeah, Montana.
Forstag.
Forstag has AOC's endorsement, but probably splits the
Probably not
progressive
gonna
vote
win.
and loses.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Going to be interesting. Put up E7 here. We have a whole bunch of different races, House races. You've got San Francisco. You got Shorika Chakrabarty, Scott Wiener, and Connie Chan.
Yeah.
Quickly on that one, how do you see that one?
Well, I was
playing out? AOC's former chief of staff. Connie Chan is progressive, but has Nancy Pelosi's endorsement, Schiff's endorsement, and so people are like.
I went up there and actually talked to all three of them for a piece I did a few weeks ago. That was at a time when Chan was hoping that Labor was going to drag her across the finish line to get into second place. She was being massively outspent. I think Chakrabarty has put $10 million of his own money in it. Wow. And Wiener has about $4 million plus a lot of super PAC support. But in the last few weeks, when Pelosi endorsed, that was a signal, right? Like, you guys can come in, and she's gotten. You've reported on some of the super PAC help that she's gotten. I think it's more that there's San Francisco's a city of neighborhoods, and she is big in the Richmond, the sort of more working class, somewhat more conservative, even though she's running as a progressive, and Asian American, heavily Asian American. That's hard to poll. She's kind of been neck and neck with Chakrabarty for second place. Everyone believes Wiener's going to get to the runoff. I think she has actually a pretty good shot of getting into second.
Yeah, I think so too. And we reported over the weekend that one of these super PACs backing her, that network, had gotten APAC money.
Right.
And it's created this big controversy.
It's not just her race. There are actually three races in California that have gotten money from the EDW fund.
Is the other one Randy Villegas?
One of them is Randy, where Jasmine Baines. So this is a really interesting race because there are only three people on the ballot. So two of those three are getting in. One is the incumbent, David Valadao. This is a swing seat, but it's a weird swing seat. It's not a swing
like
seat.
Bakersfield, right?
It's Central Valley. It's one of the poorest seats in the entire country. It's one of the highest concentrations of Medicaid in the entire country. Valadao famously said he would not vote for Medicaid cuts, and then did vote for Medicaid cuts. So he's in huge trouble in this race. And it's 73% Hispanic. Democrats have never run a Hispanic candidate in this race, which is crazy, right?
Because they love identity politics. What's their except here?
So Villegas is one, but he's progressive populist, endorsed by Bernie. And
so identity politics, unless you're a populist.
Right.
Yeah.
And Jasmine Baines is Indian American. She's a conservative member of the state assembly. She's voted she voted against Prop 50, which is crazy. She voted against the offset of the Texas gerrymander. But she also has voted substantively in a host of ways with corporate interests. She actually has received corporate PAC money from 53 of the same PACs that Valadao has received corporate PAC money from. So this is
and has the support of Washington Democrats, like the DCCC.
DCCC came in, put her on the Red to Blue program. That incensed locals in the district who actually had been, sort of the local Democratic clubs and stuff, had been on Villegas' side. So this is a real soul of the party race. I think it's one of the most interesting races on the ballot. Who can win in a swing seat, but a very particular kind of swing seat? Is it a progressive populist who can grow the base and who can speak to the actual depravity that is going on in the district? Or is it the usual, like find a moderate,
Republican,
find a corporate Democrat and win?
Yeah. And this is the fascinating race where Jasmine Baines had said that Israel was committing a genocide in Gaza.
Jersey, I tried to tell you to fucking get on the emote so you could do the fishing. Did you not hear me?
And then the DCCC and Democratic Majority for Israel come in to support her, and she's like, "Oh, I misheard the question. I don't mean that."
Did I
And-
say genocide?
Yeah, genocide.
I
And
forgot.
it's not as if she doesn't know what a genocide is. She, famously sponsored a resolution in California declaring the massacre of like 30 to 50,000 Sikhs in India to be a genocide.
Right. Yeah.
So that's a genocide.
Right.
Interesting.
But multiples of that. Then we've got Mark Campa-Najjar. He probably.
This is so. This race I have some connection to because I spend part of my year in Palm Springs, and in Prop 50 they changed the district. So this was Darrell Iss's district. It was based in San Diego.
Right.
So in the gerrymander, they took a little sliver and went up to Palm Springs and made that part of the district, which is a Democratic vote sink. So I was there in the last week, and I saw no evidence that there was an election going on. All of the candidates are from the San Diego part of the district. The Democrats, I was at multiple events where, people who are Democrats are all over the place, and a Democrat should be there to try to get votes in the last week before the election, and no one was there, and nothing was involved. The only person.
Yeah, they're pretty hard to catch. Look at 68%. It's a pretty good chance still. Yeah, it'll track if it's a female or male, so some of them are not gendered at all, right? They don't have any sex.
There's about half dozen Democrats running. The only one with any connection to Palm Springs, his only previous race was for lieutenant governor of Vermont. So not much connection to the Democratic part of the district. And, Campa-Najjar, it's a kind of a comical story. He's the,
every 2 years
he runs in a different way. He's the boyfriend of Sarah Jacobs. Sarah Jacobs' family, heir to the Qualcomm fortune, has put together a huge super PAC on his behalf.
That's very nice.
That's very sweet.
They're not even married in their back.
There is a very strong possibility that the top two Republicans that Democrats are fearing in the gubernatorial race, that happens in this race.
Interesting.
There are two Republicans running and about 7 or 8 Democrats. And this is one of the 5 seats that under Prop 50, Democrats thought they were going to pick up. And when ISA dropped out, they thought even more so. But Republicans found a viable alternative, a city councilor a county supervisor in San Diego named Jim Desmond. And he's going to be a tough out even if a Democrat makes the top 2. And then, there's this dynamic where they might actually split the vote and not succeed.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show.
All right. A letter circulating through Cuba and igniting pride of being Cuban. Okay. An open letter from a Cuban soldier to an American soldier. I don't know your name, your age, or if you have children or siblings. I don't know the color of your skin or your family history. But I do know one thing. You and I are soldiers. And right now, the circles of power place us on opposite sides of a threat that I didn't seek and that I presume you didn't either. I'm writing you this open letter from Cuba, my homeland, from this island you've seen on maps, in news reports, and perhaps in old movies. But you do know it. You do not know it. You do not know what it's like to wake up to the smell of coffee and call of Tokororo? Tokororo? You don't know what it's like to sweat under a sugarcane sun or mourn a grandfather who left without saying goodbye. That is what you call a military target. For me, it's home. Your government, the most powerful government of the United States, has spoken aggression. has spoken of aggression, of intervention, of restoring order, quote unquote, or liberating us, quote unquote. These words we've heard before. These are words we've heard before. Carlos Manuel Cepeda heard them when you raised his banner of freedom. The Mambises heard them in the Cuban countryside. Fidel heard them during the landing at the Coloradas aboard the yacht Granma. And we hear them every day in the form of blockades, threats, imperial attacks. But here we remain. Today is my turn, a young Cuban soldier, to defend my flag, that Bonifacio burned from exile, described the pain I now feel as my own. My flag, which I've seen amidst the bullets, and which I have seen torn into 1,000 pieces. The Cuban raises upon his shoulders of steel. The flag is not a rag. It is the blood of my great-grandparents. It is the lone star that shines without asking permission. So if one day you are ordered to come, if you cross the sea with your boots and your rifle, I want you to know something. Here you will not find a vanquished people. You will find men and women who grew up hearing the verses of the national anthem, and a verse that is not merely an embellishment. To die for the homeland is to live. It is not a slogan, it is certainty, because when all you have is your land, your dignity, and your family, then no tank can take away your courage. Antonio Macos, one of our bronze titan, said plainly, whoever tries to seize Cuba will only gather the dust of its soil-soaked blood. It is not an empty threat. It is the experience of 100 years of struggle. It is the warning that here the invader will find not flowers, but armed roots. I'm not writing to hate you. I'm writing to tell you that we could be friends in another life. That if we met on a street corner in Havana, perhaps we share coffee, you would tell me about your home in Ohio or Texas. It's always Ohio or Texas. Good call. I'm writing to ask you to reflect who wins with this war. Your people, my people, those who trade stocks and manufacture weapons. Your oath is to obey. Mine too. There's a difference. You're obeying an order to attack. I'm fulfilling my duty to defend. My mother, my sister, my girlfriend, my neighbors. You would be invading my yard. I just want you to leave before blood turns us into enemies forever. If you come, we'll meet you with the resolve of those who have no other choice. I promise you a clean and easy battlefield. I promise you that you'll pay dearly for every inch of ground. But I also promise you that if you fall, I won't celebrate your death, because I know that behind your uniform there's a family waiting for you. So soldier, heed my advice. Don't become the executioner of my country. Don't become the executioner for my country. Of my country, yeah. Don't bear the weight of an unjust war. Use your conscience before your rifle. If you can't refuse, at least remember this letter when you see our flag waving on the horizon, because that flag was Bonifacio Byrne. Byrne? Yeah, Byrne. I always forget how you pronounce that name. Will never be lowered. If you ask for my flag, I must give it. For there can be no surrender more beautiful and more sincere than to surrender it to the moment of death. That is my answer, steadfast in the trench, but with a pure heart. A soldier from Cuba, who prefers to die on his feet rather than live on his knees. Havana. Damn right. Cuba's bird. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know a lot about birds and shit, so that makes sense. No truer words written. Exactly, yeah. It's almost like, you know, what I've said before. Americans always forget. It's like other people have pride for their countries as well. Oh, what a disaster. Sorry for being late. I just woke up from my nap. Oh, welcome back, Kristen B. How you doing, girl? I understand. You're tired. Thank you for coming back. How you been? We were just reading a letter from a Cuban soldier. It's on the Discord if you want to check it out. It's very touching. Very, Oh, a Tokororo. What the fuck is this? Okay. I want to see how it looks like. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a pretty bird. Crazy. Yeah, that's unique. Wow. Look at that, guys. It almost has like the Cuban flag colors. That's crazy. Yeah, look at that. Red, white, and blue. His eyes are red. Oh, shit. I love animals, right? They're so interesting. It's not on my screen. Oh, my bad. I don't know why it's not swapping out. There you go. That's the bird. Yeah, it's gorgeous. It has like the Cuban colors, the flag of the Cuban. That makes sense. Yeah, it's pretty. Wow. It's like a mix of a canary, a blue jay, a cardinal, and a blue jay. Oh my god, it's crazy. The eyes too, like it has red eyes. Most birds have like black eyes, right? Or like white with black. Yeah, that's crazy. It doesn't look real. No, it doesn't. It looks like a fucking Pokemon. Speaking of which. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Yeah, very, very nice letter. Thank you, Jersey. I'm sure you're going to debate your mom. You're just going to be like, oh, well, he's brainwashed, so who cares? AKA dehumanizing, right? Wow, look at this. Cuba, women in the military. What's next? The world's smallest, probably, yeah. The world's smallest hummingbird. Oh my god, that is the cutest little thing. Thing is tiny. Oh, it's found in Cuba as well? That's crazy. The bee hummingbird? What the hell? It's the size of like a hand? Holy fuck. And it's found only on in Cuba, guys. That's crazy. Yep, it's only found in Cuba. Look at that, guys. Wow. Yeah, very touching letter. Not that any American will listen to it, right? Or not enough, unfortunately. I'm just being honest. They prefer to follow orders than be on the right side. All right. It's sad, but it's the truth. But if I read it, I would have been like, peace out, right? But okay. I was about to say, Patricia, use your new emote, but you didn't get it, so I'm sorry. Maybe next time. Whoops.
All right, we got to go to LA Mayor while we still have you. All right, let's do this all quickly. We can start. We have some of the closing ads from.
I tried to tell Jersey, but she didn't listen. She could have got it too, because she likes the fish, fish, fish.
The major candidates here, we've got Spencer Pratt, the online sensation. Let's take a listen.
I want to speak to those of you who are considering voting for Nithya
Oh, check out the...
Raman. But haven't yet.
Oh shit, I missed that. Damn. Damn, guys, look at that. Based grandma. First of all, you never First of all, I never listen to you. Secondly, I'm broke, and third, I was on a walk, Gus. My earbuds died. Oh. True. You don't listen, so not much difference there. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah. That's awesome. Based grandma. Ah. Based grandma.
Obviously, you.
All right, we got to go to LA Mayor while we still have you. All right, let's do this all
Abuela goes hard, abuelita.
We can start. We have some of the closing ads from the major candidates here. We've got Spencer Pratt, the online sensation. Let's take a listen.
I want to speak to those of you who are considering voting for Nithya Raman but haven't yet. Obviously, you and I are in the same place. We all agree that Karen Bass has failed the city as mayor, and we need change.
Because Karen Bass is not doing.
And for a moment, you thought Nithya would be an alternative, but since she collapsed at the debate,
I don't.
I'm not sure how to respond.
And she's run a very weak campaign. She's doing live streams with the hateful, radical anti-Semite Hassan Piker, who believes we deserve 9/11. You've accepted the reality that she's not going to advance past the runoff. At this point, voting for Nithya is a wasted vote. It's me versus Karen. It's change versus more of the same. More homeless drug addicts in front of your schools, more animals being tortured and killed on the streets and in her city shelters, more empty reservoirs when the wildfires hit, more potholes, more of your favorite restaurants going out of business, no new housing getting built. You can either vote for me to change all that insanity, or you can see Karen Bass visit more destruction on our city, and you can watch your social group erode as your friends move to Nashville or Miami or Austin. It's no longer a question about me or Nithya or Karen. Nithya has no path to victory now. She talks about the city being broken, but she's been in city leadership for 6 years and failed to do anything. She is incredibly unpopular in her own district. She's not managed to accomplish anything in city council, and she's been the chair of the Homelessness and Housing Committee for years. She's literally the one in charge of homelessness in LA. How's she doing, folks?
What's up,
around.
people?
All of us know Nithya doesn't have it in her.
Interesting, Spencer Pratt there basically trying to pitch to the leftists who would support Nithya Raman, but also going after Hassan Piker. Not really the strategy I would go with for the DSA.
That's what I don't understand. Like, huh? Why would you go after Hassan if you're gonna be on right? It's so dumb.
Crowd.
Cuz how you doing, man? Great, bro. How you been? Been a while since I've seen you. How's everything been, brother?
Try to get on the stream.
Convince. Yeah, no, exactly. He should be like, just don't vote for her because we all hate Karen Bass, and this is a message for that. So, I mean, what do you make? You live in the area.
I caught some of your stream, man. It looks like you really like shitty like movies. I do too, man. I don't really talk a lot about this, but if you've caught my other streams before, I do, yeah. I went into before I changed to politics for my major. I went to film school, right? So I learned how to script, learned how to do certain things like that. But I didn't get through the whole thing because then I changed over to politics. Nice, yeah. And I love fucking shitty movies. I watch a channel, right? They're actually the ones who got me into Star Trek too. We're definitely watch it. I don't know if you've heard of them. Red Letter Media, Best of the Worst. Some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. My God. Check them out. They're fucking so funny. I have. They are good. My gateway was Mystic. Oh, okay. Cool. I don't know who they are, but I watched Red Letter Media for a while. They're so funny. And the movies that they pick are so shit. They are shit. That they're so funny, right? So I always watch them, yeah. Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought that was a streamer or a YouTuber or something. No, I'm talking about that's kind of who got me into that thing, into movies and stuff, terrible movies, right? So it's funny. They do have a stream now. Crazy. Yeah, they play that every Thursday, or is it Saturday now? In a theater near where I live. Every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 24/7. Damn right. There's a theater where I live that you can go to and watch it. It's crazy. Oh. Just the throwback birds. Well,
the Pratt phenomenon.
Interesting. Yeah, people. Yeah, I really like movies and stuff. I like dissecting art because a lot of times, the silly stuff is just for fun, right? But the more serious stuff is interesting because it's always downstream from politics, right? Yeah, good to see you again, bro. I appreciate you being here.
The woodpecker bird likes pecking wood. The bluebird's a bird that sings pretty good. Sparrows are a bird that are pretty cool, eh? But the ibis is a bird that drinks bin juice all day. A crow is a bird with a heaps mad squawk. A cockatoo's a bird with a sick mohawk. Chicken is a bird that tastes good and lays eggs. And ibises are bin juice drinking dregs. A goose is a bird that's chilled like a duck. An ibis is a bird that's a picnic wrecking fuck. Doves are birds that represent purity. Ibises wreck picnics and disrupt the community. Penguins are birds that fall in love and mate for life. But ibises love nothing because they're dead inside. Swan is a bird that's graceful and that. And ibises aren't birds, they're feathered bin rats. Ibis, bin juice drinking gronks. Yeah, the ibis, their beaks are gross and long. It's the ibis, picnic wrecking jerks. Yeah, the ibis, they're the worst birds.
Goddamn Australians.
The condor is an awesome bird of prey. A hawk's a bird that's a cool bird, eh? The eagle bird soars through the sky as it hunts. But ibises are bin juice drinking cunts. The albatross bird lives to 60, maybe older. A parrot is a bird living on a pirate's shoulder. Parrots say cool shit like, Polly, want a cracker? But ibises just fucking come up and harass ya. A lorikeet's a bird with a colourful jacket. Ibises can fuck off back to their home planet. A seagull's a bird that scabs hot chips. And there's only one bird that's scabbier than this. It's the ibis. They're picnic wrecking irrits. It's the ibis. I hope they don't come near us. Yeah, the ibis. They're bin juice drinking jerks. It's the ibis. They're the fucking shittest birds. The ibis is a picnic-wrecking burden on humanity, a dumpster-diving bin chicken disrupting the community, annoying the general public at every opportunity, disgrace to feathered creatures bringing shame on the bird family. If there are any ibises watching this, firstly, there's no bin juice here, so you can fuck off. Secondly, get a job and fucking do something with your life. Sort it out. You're on the road to nowhere. Go migrate to that garbage island floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or some shit. I don't know. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you how to live your life. Just stop wrecking everyone's picnics. Fuck. It's the ibis. Bin juice drinking cunt. It's the ibis. That's ruining your lunch. Yeah, the ibis. Picnic wrecking. The woodpecker bird likes pecking wood. The bluebird's a bird that's...
And meanwhile, there's this bird. Speaking of birds, we've covered it on the stream before, but this thing is terrifying. Oh shit! That's a baby. It sounds like a fucking war zone going off, kid. Yeah.
Which you're saying is
it's a duck. It's a stork. It's a really tall bird. It's tall. And it sounds like a fucking machine gun going off.
entirely online. I'm inclined to believe you, but tell us about it.
I feel it's a pretty online phenomenon. Yeah. I mean, I think that Californians or Los Angelinos are definitely dissatisfied with Karen Bass. Mm-hmm. And
they are.
When the race was setting up, it looked like nobody sort of viable was going to challenge her. Pratt has sort of leveraged the online stuff, and Raman was not expected to run. She actually, it was a surprise run at the very last minute, about an hour.
Oh, I get it now. Dad joke, Raina. Damn, that's a joke I would make. I don't know why I didn't get that.
the registration closed.
Oh, man. Too funny.
She comes in and decides to run. And she's, she was the first candidate of DSA to win a city council district. She beats a sort of middle of the road guy in that district. But she is sort of broken with DSA on certain issues, particularly around housing, but other issues as well.
Interesting.
And she didn't get their endorsement that I think DSA said they'd recommend her. There is actually a DSA member who is running, a woman named Ray Huang, who Raman has, sort of behind the scenes been trying to push out of the race. She's asked her to get out of the race.
So she's refusing to do so.
Huang is still in the race. I feel like strategically there are a lot of Democrats thinking, okay, Bass, is an incumbent. She's damaged goods, but she's probably going to get into the runoff. So I'm sitting here. My choices are either Spencer Pratt or Nithya Raman, so we can have the conversation of who would be better for California and Los Angeles later, and we vote for Raman there. The latest poll actually shows it almost a three-way tie.
Interesting.
Bass at, I think, 26, Raman at 25, and Pratt at 22. That's the last.
It'd be funny if
major poll I
strategic
saw.
voting ended up pushing Bass to third.
That would be funny.
With a bunch of Bass supporters end up voting for Raman.
For Raman.
Are there any?
Could happen.
Are there Republican districts that creep into LA? Because if there's two Democrats on the on the mayor's ballot, that also just diminishes.
Los Angeles is a big. In terms of when you're thinking about it, it's not just the city itself, but actually parts of the San Fernando Valley, which are more conservative.
30% of LA voted for Trump. Like, I feel like that's totally lost in some of this discussion. They're like, oh my gosh, 30% support Trump. I'm like, yeah, there's Republicans in Los Angeles.
Right.
It's not 100%
Particularly,
Democrat.
when you talk about the San Fernando Valley, it's like basically suburban.
Right.
So that area, you do have pockets of Republican support.
That makes sense.
So if two Dems make the LA runoff, that's and also two Dems in the gubernatorial.
That's even more so for particularly for the billionaire tax in particular. That would be a major factor.
That's fascinating.
And it could very well happen. I think there's a perspective when you think about national politics that this race, I've seen it compared to the New York City mayor's race. Like you have an Indian American, Democratic socialist going up against an ossified kind of leader who hasn't been very effective. That's not how it's playing out.
If there was any Zoran of the race, it would be Spencer. However,
but yeah, I would
in terms of his
kind of
ability,
agree with that.
national profile,
in terms of his ability to get attention and things like Raman has run. She wasn't well known, particularly to the very Democratic communities on the West Side. She's from Hollywood area. And she's run a fairly dispirited race. Like I haven't seen a big groundswell of support. I've seen more of that groundswell in specific city council races where DSA is going
I
up.
did, because that's what you deserve. Junk! Damn right.
Against incumbents rather than with
fill it with more junk
with the mayor's race itself.
We have some of her last pitch. Let's take a listen.
This city is a beacon of hope and opportunity for so many around the world. But today, Angelinos are losing hope. High housing costs, job loss, tens of thousands of people living on the streets, the terror of ICE, and a complete lack of preparation for emergencies. We have a mayor who's failed to lead this city. And on the other hand, a right-wing extremist powered by MAGA is channeling people's frustrations about this city into fear and anger and hatred. They're relying on your indifference. We can bring LA back to what it really is, one of the most creative, most beautiful, most hopeful places in the world, but only if we come together and fight for it. Every single vote matters on June 2nd, because this city's future is absolutely worth fighting for. And I know, we can build that future together.
Why would they zoom out on that crowd? It's like the smallest crowd I've ever seen.
50 people.
It's like campaign 101, man. Yeah. All right. I mean, in terms of what I'm looking at right now, odds, etc., it does look like it might be Pratt, or is it Pratt Bass? But you seem to think that there's a decent enough shot of her.
I think there's a decent shot that she advances. It's a difficult race. I mean, I think Los Angeles is going through problems that are beyond the political
like
system.
Hollywood collapsing.
Yeah, this is an industry town where the industry is gone. It's basically a Rust Belt community, if you think about it in that sense.
But like in an ongoing sense.
Yeah, I mean, I know so many people. You know, I came from doing TV production. I know so many people who've just left or gotten into another job.
Then why does your real estate market keep going up?
Well, that's a different issue.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a sort of storehouse of wealth, but there isn't the sort of middle class wealth that came not just from Hollywood, but also from aerospace, which those factories have closed too.
I got your junk.
More historical and goes back 40, 50, 60 years. But more recently, runaway production and sort of the end of peak TV has made it really difficult for Los Angeles to maintain. Homeless population is actually down in Bass's 4-year term, but the Palisades fire has become this huge avatar for her. And the inability to rebuild after that has been really debilitating.
I mean, it's
I
fair.
think, for her
I think
chances.
it's fair.
Definitely a fair.
Last thing here, closing message from Karen Bash. She was doing an interview. Let's take a listen.
Well, I think for the undecided voters to understand that they have a choice to make. And that choice is a reality TV villain? Really? How did that work for us on a national level? That's one choice. The other choice is a city council person who's been in City Hall twice as long as I have. To me, that's one of the most important issues in our city is people feeling safe. You can't feel safe if there's an encampment there. It's not safe for the people in the encampment, and it's not safe for the people around. How do you do business?
Whoa, yeah, I mean, a little Prattian rhetoric there. I don't really, I don't know what's going on with this whole thing, but I don't get it, David.
I think there's I think there's a through line with Bass and Becerra, actually, and it's a certain style of political.
Bloggy weeps openly and demands a statue in the town square. God, he's so demanding.
Political leadership that you see in California, that they don't get really tested.
Watch this be a legendary too. Ooh, it's an epic. Pretty close. Tyrantrum. I always thought this was a super cool Pokemon. Oh. Fucking a T-Rex, essentially, right?
In very many races, they're kind of
Ban
anointed
immediately.
to move through
She's
the
better
system.
at it than you, girl.
And not having
She's better
being
at luck.
effective is not a hindrance to moving up through the institution.
Yeah. It's
and
a
that's
classic machine problem.
That's
It's
a
a very
real
rare
problem,
chance,
I think, in
33%.
California politics, and why I think you're seeing most Democrats, I think, just sort of underwhelmed
Ducky.
by the.
Ducky, you're not lying about your luck catching today. You caught a female Tyrantrum. Damn,
choices in front of them, and really despairing of what they have to deal with. Now, I would say that Steyer is actually speaking to some of the real issues in the state. He's talking about Prop 13 and how that has created this historical underfunding problem, particularly for local communities.
I'm working on the trading. I have 2 ideas for it. One of them will probably also be related to the battle system.
Dumps.
But we're going to have like
dumps.
a
big, massive dumps.
I'm going to see if I can make an extension. Grimer. In New Jersey. What did I tell you? That's the New Jersey background. I showed you that one, guys. Dick. Yeah. That's what you get.
So he's talking about changing the commercial property valuations. He's talking about healthcare becoming too expensive and needing to move to a single payer system. He's talking about some of the things that historically I think would help Democrats actually move into a better place. But yeah, I think there's a larger problem in California where it not knowing anything is not a development that is going to be a problem for you in politics. That's I think the larger thing that we're going to see play out today.
Yeah, people talk about breaking up California just to get some extra senators. I mean, break it up because it's kind of a failed experiment. Start over, break it up.
I like it.
Start
I like
fresh.
it, Ryan. I like this idea.
I mean, it's sad because you have the master plan of education, you have real advances.
Well, yeah, like I think Northern California could still be pretty like left wing. It's just a different kind than Southern, right? That'd be 4 seats there, right? You could easily do 3.
In the environmental sector and renewable energy, you have the fact of non-compete agreements creating a burgeoning amount of innovation from Silicon Valley. There are the elements here for really an incredible continuing series of innovation and change, and a sort of way in which California can lead the way. It's just its political system is kind of inert.
Sad. Very sad, even though it is the most, in my opinion.
All right, NDP is spiking in the polls. Gee, I wonder why.
The public is ours. It is precious, and it ought to be beautiful.
Well, I don't like to get ahead of myself, but let's get ahead of myself, as Avi Lewis's federal NDP are finally seeing some movement in the polls in a very positive direction. In fact, a massive spike, one of the largest we have seen since the last election.
Gee, I wonder why.
So in this video, I'm going to break down a couple of recent polls, give you some analysis from both myself, but also from the experts who are issuing the polls. I'm also going to get to a clip from Avi Lewis's recent speech at QP Ontario that I think gives you a good idea of what he is discussing or what he is criticizing when it comes to the Carney government, but also what he is offering as the leader of the NDP. So let's first start with the big news. This massive spike from Liaison Strategies, their poll here. Federal tracker, Liberals lead by 9 as NDP jumps. Liberals still lead nationally, but the NDP has jumped to 16%, while Mark Carney's approval slips to 57%. So, the big thing worth noting here. NDP jumping incredibly to 16%. Now, yes, it's still 16%. It's not, they're not up here with the Liberals and the Conservatives. You can't expect that in a single poll to make that kind of jump. But, I mean, out of all the spikes here we have seen since the last election,
it's the biggest.
It's even bigger than Carney's jump in early July. So, we are potentially seeing something more. Now, again, this is one poll. I'll get to another poll showing a similar trend, but we're going to have to see in the coming weeks and months how this continues, if it continues, if it simply levels off at some point to where the natural NDP support tends to be. But at the very least, I think it's clear more people who were Liberal voters are paying attention to what Mark Carney is now doing, clearly operating more as a conservative, kind of like a Stephen Harper conservative, as I've discussed in previous videos on this topic, doing things like a deal for a pipeline with Danielle Smith that was not in the campaign when he was running, eliminating climate initiatives, also not in the campaign when he was running. So he clearly ran more as somebody who was trying to appeal more to a progressive audience, and is now just a center-right at best conservative. So, and we'll get to more of that when Avi Lewis's when I play Avi Lewis's speech. But you can combine the critiques and the worry about what Mark Carney is doing and who he actually is with Avi Lewis as the leader of the NDP, speaking to a real angst that people have with what the economy is or isn't doing for them. So you have those two combinations, a fantastic leader in Avi Lewis and Mark Carney and his move to the right, I think is combining where you have the left vote leaving, or at least beginning to leave, the Liberal Party and going back to where they naturally were with the NDP. Now, will Avi Lewis be able to grow support past where they were initially, I think is a bigger question. But this gets to some analysis here. So this is just, there's some context. Polling Canada shared this on Twitter. So NDP have now moved plus 10 from where they were in the last election. So as you see here, the biggest growth out of any party since the last election is the NDP. Meanwhile, Liberals down 3 since the election, and Conservatives down by 9. And again, to be clear, that was Liaison. This is Nanos. Similar analysis here since the election. NDP up 7 in their polls. Meanwhile, Liberals down 4 and Conservatives down 8. So some analysis here from Liaison's David Valentine, writing that NDP movement matters. Albie Lewis is still not fully known to Canadians, but he's becoming better known, and his favorable number is consistently higher than his unfavorable number. So good trend there as well. He also writes the age split is also important. This is amazing. Among voters aged 18 to 34, the Liberals are at 31%. The NDP are at 30%. That is crazy to have essentially a split here with 18 to 34-year-olds with the Liberals, who right now are still enjoying a lot of popularity, a lot of support because of the wave that Mark Carney rode on, and not to mention, of course, Donald Trump being the threat. And just people just, I would argue, lowering our standards for what we should expect out of our politics when you have Trump down to the South. Because if it's very, and this applies to many issues, I've discussed this in the past before when it comes to how Canadians think about politics, because the bar is so low in the US when it comes to their political leaders, when it comes to Trump, obviously, but when it comes to things like healthcare as well, we don't expect as much here. Our bar is lowered because of how low the bar is in the US. And I think that is the case here. Now, younger voters, I believe, are a little more engaged, a little more aware, also a little more eager to move, or more aware of when things are happening, when trends are happening, when people are, Avi Lewis is giving a speech, they're going to be the first to see that. Whereas who knows if that's even going to appear in terms of where the older voter gets their news, whether that's through Facebook. For God's sake, don't get your news off Facebook. So much fake trash on Facebook. But, news networks, whatever they read, if they read anything. So, it also depends a lot on who's paying attention, right? Like, a lot of voters really don't pay close attention to politics unless there's an election called. And that's when we really begin to see where things are going to move. I mean, just look at the last election. Like, Conservatives we're going to have a clear majority up until the election was called. It was no longer Trudeau. It was Mark Carney. So Liberals had this fresh coat of paint. Combine that with, obviously, Donald Trump, and you had a massive shift in where things were, where Liberals jumped up as Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre dropped. So, polling right now, I'm kind of undercutting this whole video, almost doesn't matter, because what really matters is how things shift once an election is called, and we are years away from that, unless Liberals lose their majority, at which case, who knows at that point. But as things stand, we are years away from an election. But worth just pointing out, I'm not sure if I finished reading this, Conservatives are at 28% with that demographic, and among older voters, Liberals remain well ahead. So that is why Liberals maintain their high support. Now, analysis here from 338canada.ca, NDP bounce coming. It's too early to call it a trend, but new tracker numbers suggest Avi Lewis's NDP may finally be gaining ground at the expense of the Liberals. So, as they write here, as Philip Fournier writes, so is the NDP really making a comeback? It is still too early to tell, but if it were, one would expect the party to rebound first in places where the NDP, 1, has historically performed well, and 2, suffered its steepest losses under Jagmeet Singh, namely Ontario and British Columbia. And that is exactly what we are seeing. So they have jumped up in British Columbia, up 8. Meanwhile, Liberals down 7. So clearly the NDP are benefiting. As I was saying, a lot of that left-leaning vote from the Liberals is now moving back to the NDP. And Ontario as well, up 6 points as Liberals down 5. Now let me get to a few clips here from Avi Lewis's speech in front of CUPE Ontario.
We are a drag, sorry,
fantastic.
world.
Gives you a good overview, a good summary of what he's criticizing when it comes to the current government, and also what he is fighting for as the leader of the NDP.
The Prime Minister is musing about privatizing airports and ports, going all in on corporate generative AI, announcing subsidized data centers from Toronto to Vancouver for TELUS, Bell, and other big players, proposing $500 billion of investment in a decade on weapons and war to increase our arms exports by 50%, dismantling every single climate measure in the entire country in order to get Danielle Smith her pipeline. And oh yeah, is doing a review of the Canada Labor Code that could attack the very right to strike in this country. That's what's going on. 6 banks in this country made $70 billion in profit last year. Big oil is riding a tidal wave of cash, an expected $90 billion in profit, wartime profit, this year alone. Meanwhile, 1 in 4 Canadian parents is skipping a meal or cutting back on portions to put food on the table for their kids. Friends, there is a name for this situation that we are living in. It is called market failure. The market is failing to provide the basics of a dignified life at a price that Canadians can afford on the never-endingly low salaries that we make. And when the market fails, we expect the government to step up and actually govern. And that's what the NDP is proposing.
Wow, Canada, can we have him instead?
Public options in every sector.
You don't need him. You have Mark Carney.
Where the private markets are failing. Public ownership is the tool we need to turn this economy around. We're calling for a public option for groceries to lower the cost of food by 30 to 45%. A public options for cell phones and the internet to break up the telecom monopoly.
That's what I've been saying for months on this stream. Finally, some politician who is like at least in the same ballpark, right? In that realistic to put, right? Because we're not getting to post scarcity, not anytime in our lifetime, I don't think, right? We're not anywhere near it. But like this is a remedy in the right direction, right? Is what I'm saying. Because like we went over this, right? But cell phone bills in Canada are ridiculous, right? They're some of the highest cell phone rates in the world. And without a cell phone today, guys, you're kind of cooked, right? Nice. Like Canadians in chat, how much do you pay for like a cell phone bill over there? I'm kind of curious.
A public solution to the housing mess that the market has created. That means a public developer hiring public construction companies to build non-market housing, cooperative housing, supportive housing, and rental housing geared to income. The public is ours. It is precious, and it ought to be beautiful. And lest you believe the Globe and Mail, let alone the National Post headlines.
Yeah, how much are they, Patricia? Like, how much is your cell phone bill? I actually use Freedom. I paid $35 for 225 gigabits, unlimited calling and text. Oh, that's low. Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty. God, Costa Rica had better plans than that. God damn, dude. Jesus. I remember in Costa Rica, right? I got 2 plans because I stayed there for more than a month. So I was like, let me start off with the prepaid, and then I went for the paid, like the monthly paid. And like I just showed them my passport, my American passport, and I got in, and it was really easy. Like they literally 15 minutes and I was already out the door. How much did I get? I got like 100 gigabytes for $35, maybe like $30, something like that. It was a lot. It was more than I ever like could use in a thing, and I was constantly on my phone like doing stuff. Yeah, so there you go. Like when you're being out competed by like, yeah, that is not good. But there you go, guys. Right? I pay $84 a month, which features 180 gigabytes of data uncapped, 5G speeds, and unlimited standard national 84 a month, 180. That's still pretty bad. Yeah. That's still pretty bad. That's really bad, actually. Compared that to like, hold on. I don't know. Let's see, right? I'm just trying to compare different countries, right? Like, I already know my countries, so like, why would I get unlimited for, like, I get unlimited, but I'm on an old plan. I get unlimited for everything, 3 lines for $100. Like, completely unlimited. Right, so let's see. Hold on. The only other country that I can kind of like declaratively say this is prepaid. Imagine that. Look at that. What is that? Like, I'm trying to remember how much it was. Yep. There you go. Patricia, look at this. So, and remember, the dollar is a lot weaker than it was when I went a few years ago because Trump, obviously, right? The dollar has really fallen. So for less than $100, guys, you get unlimited. Unlimited everything. Everything. And when I went, it was probably like 80, right, for this. And I got a better deal, so. You're getting unlimited junk! Well, that's the vibe. So, yeah, this is what I mean about Canada. This is why when they say about Canada and, like, I guess Australia, right? I wouldn't imagine Australia being on that list, but it seems like it's on the list. It does not have competitive plans, right? In comparison, because here's a country much smaller than yours, right? And look, it has plans that are way more affordable, right? That's crazy. And this is the most expensive. I'd imagine if you went with the, hold on. If you went with the government option, which I always went with over there. I actually swapped around to try them out. I thought the government option was the best one. There's all these guides that teach you how to do it and stuff. It's called. This was even cheaper. Let's see. Freedom is the best option in the metro. Yeah, that's another problem, right? Let's see. So for 30 bucks, oh my God, that's crazy. Easy. I guess they got rid of this one, maybe. I don't know. According to that. So just going off my sources, right? Real quick. That's still a better deal than what you got there. Yeah. With no coverage. Yeah, well that's.
Let me remind you that these are.
But this is why it's good to have these government options. Right? The reason I said that, right, guys, and I'm giving you like a direct comparison, is countries like Costa Rica have a government-run cell phone service. All right? And they're not nearly as wealthy as Canada or the United States or even Australia. And they're the most reliable sources of, in my opinion, right? I went there and I was like, yeah, that one worked the best. Right? So I'm taking direct things from other countries and I'm being like, yeah, do this, but with an even bigger budget, right? Imagine what we could do here or Canada could do with the budgets that we have. It would be incredible, right? And that's what he's trying to say, right? With this stuff.
Public options for.
Because this stuff also lowers prices, as you saw in Costa Rica, right? Like the reason the prices are lower is, I would argue, that's a huge point of it, right? There's more competition.
For cell phones and the internet to break up the telecom monopoly.
But how will we pay for it? The way everyone pays for it. By hopping on it.
Public solution to the housing mess that the market has created. That means a public developer hiring public construction companies to build non-market housing, cooperative housing, supportive housing, and rental housing geared to income.
Well, that's what he's saying, right? Gray, the new carriers have too much of a barrier. Over there, they don't, clearly, right? And not only that, if you don't like your service, you just go to the government one. It's cheaper. They literally work out in the mountains. I remember, like, I remember I went to this little like lodge, right? It was in the middle of fuck nowhere. Like, you looked out and there was literally nothing. The night skies were like pitch black. It was a giant mountaintop. It was crazy, right? And like, I had just signed up for the government's plan. That worked. But my other one that was already expiring didn't work at all the entire trip. So like in the middle of a fucking mountain, it worked. Right? But this one didn't. The private one didn't. See? And listen, does that mean that public is always best? Of course not, right? I'm sure there's some areas where it doesn't, but that's the point, is that they're competing with one another, they're active, there's an option for that cheaper, right? And that's what he's arguing here. And I completely agree. This is how you shit on neoliberalism, right? More stuff like this. And again, it's not even the best example, because Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, even Britain have bigger budgets by far, right? They have much richer tax bases. They have much bigger places to get. Like, it's just, there's no comparison, right? Like, you're not dealing with the country that is. So it can be done. It's just, you have to have leaders like this who actually have a vision and push you in that path, right? Gloggy, are there mountains in Costa Rica? Gus ain't lying. Costa Rica got mad mountains, volcano vibes, peaks. Like the goblin trekking through the political. Oh my god, guys! If I show you a picture of this, I took pictures, but hold on. Literally, it was like in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of nice to go away from the city for like a few days, but. This one here. So like, yeah, this is where I stayed, right? That's how it looked like. Imagine going and that's what you see. You wake up and you see this. Like out in the middle, there's nothing out here, guys. Right? It's a giant, like, preserve, essentially. Not on the screen. God damn it, why does it keep doing that? Fuck's sake. Look how huge that is. Like, what? We're just looking at your pretty face. God damn it. Sorry about that. I still think the solution is to take back network, having spectrum auctions. Yeah. Exactly. Then no network is better. It's all the same. It comes down to price and customer. Well, we also need a government option, right? I think that's going to generally... Government options tend to make... See, the reason private corporations, Gray, don't like government options is because they have to compete with corporations that don't make any money. That's why they don't like government options. Oh, this is the... Yep. Like, imagine that. It's huge. This mountain's huge, by the way. That's a beautiful photo. Yeah, this is where I stayed. Again, you don't see any... You don't see anything out here, right? Like, I think I see one tower there, and whatever the fuck this is down here. It's literally in the middle of nowhere, right? And I had cell service. It's the only one that had cell service out of all of them. Yeah, thanks, Kristen B. I took pictures while I was there. They're very similar to this, but I don't have them. This is when it exploded in 2006. Shit. Yeah. Like, see? Crazy, right? I get your point, but also competition is key. If there is no barrier to entry for companies, at the moment, no one can build a new network to compete. Yeah, well, exactly, right? It's both. I think both of those things are 100% true. Which is, it's just expensive to build infrastructure, right? Rare. So you got to make it cheap. You got to make it cheap to build infrastructure. Spectrum, like, have auctions that are fair and not just, right? No. There's multiple solutions, and it's not like I'm not giving you the best example because I don't know off the top of my head what the best example is, right? I'm just giving you an example that I saw work in real life, for at least for the most part, right? And if we could scale that up, it would be even better, right? Plus, add a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of other features like what Gray said from other countries, right? Jesus. It kind of looks like Hawaii, right? It does kind of look like Hawaii. I agree with you guys. I hear this little thing called government. It does. Right? Maybe that's why I like it. Oh, man.
public is ours.
Best state. Never even been there, and I think it's the best state.
It is precious, and it.
I know way too much about it. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Say if you did build a bunch of infrastructure, like that's it would lower prices. The problem is that over time, all services monopolize, right? You're seeing it here in the United States as well. So, like, yeah, Sprint bought a bunch of spectrum, right? And they built a bunch of stuff, right? And but then what happened? Oh, T-Mobile bought them out, and now prices are going up a little bit, right? Every year they're going up a little bit. Like, I had to go yell at T-Mobile the other day because I was like, "Yo, what the fuck? You raised my bill by like $40? Fuck that." Gus will be wearing a grass skirt next time we see him. Yeah. I'll be hooling. Hold on. I'll be doing this, guys. Oh man. Yeah. Who wants the hula? My middle name is Hula. 2-story. I'd pay to see that.
Whoa, legendary!
Ooh! Damn, 2 in a stream! What up? Fucking stole Jersey's luck. Am I right? Oh god, I found so many, guys. This will be me when I go to Hawaii, guys. 2-story. Damn right. see Gus doing it. Damn right. Was this shot? Yeah, it was. It's 3 years ago, so it makes sense. Hawaii is really beautiful. I mean, after all the fires, yeah, we covered them. I haven't really got much news. I wish I had like a viewer from Hawaii. That'd be pretty cool. Just to get that information. But we covered those. It wasn't in, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, it's crazy how, like it just, there aren't that many like people from Hawaii that view, right, on Twitch. I've noticed. You would think it's a pretty big state. I don't know, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. And like we can look it up, but like that's so it doesn't. It's not the same, right? Because I want like on the ground news on it, right? But damn right, I'm doing this, guys. All of it.
Beautiful.
I feel like
and lest you believe
yeah, right, Ducky.
The Globe and Mail, let alone the National Post headlines. Let me remind you that these are not.
There was the island. Yep, exactly. We covered that too, Gray. Remember we also like delved into that conspiracy theory that it was like the government doing this stuff and like there was like an alien spacecraft and all this crap, right? It was kind of like far out, but I was like, remember that? Dr. Phil joining ICE. Oh God, Oxpecker. Oh no. Not this motherfucker.
You can't expect to keep this country clean by simply being TV's most qualified therapist.
I'm gay.
No, you are a terrorist, and I will kill you. That is why I have joined the ICE people and have been vigorously trained to be a federal hero.
You're hired. I don't got a ton of time with these guys. So if there's one thing they could leave with is the idea everything's a gun. You see someone holding a cell phone. It's in the hand. That's a handgun.
He's holding a gun!
Pepper spray, gun. Hairspray, gun.
Drop that gun!
You see two protesters holding hands. They're both guns for the other person.
Two guns!
And if there's three protesters and they're both holding hands, just the center person is the gun.
Nice try!
I know that's a little confusing.
Of course, out on the field, it's much more dangerous. Are you Mexican? Yeah. Show me your papers, alien!
I just woke up from surgery!
Resistance! Stop interfering! And now, technology is so advanced. I've even been using AI to help me solve shit.
All right, talk to me. What am I snipping here?
I see what you got there. That's definitely a bomb. I'd say cut the green wire. Wow, that worked.
Why don't you show me your papers?
Here's all the papers you need to see.
All right. Why you just lost baby privileges?
No, my baby.
Get out of that car or this kid's getting displaced to somewhere he can concentrate.
Concentrate on this, you hack.
All right, then this thing's getting vaccinated, darling.
You motherfucker!
Pick you a number, sweetheart.
This one.
Damn it, I figured. Is this person illegal?
Wow, amazing observation. There isn't a way to tell simply by looking at them. However, if you're looking for a good old-fashioned racial profiling, I'd say yes, they definitely look illegal.
All right, you're going to Browntown, Pedro. Dr. Phil Life matters.
You hired me to clean your gutters last year. There it is. You felt human empathy. That's a no-no in this job.
How did someone's piss get in my pants?
You know what I'm gonna miss most? When you folks are gone to them chimichangas.
I'm Cuban.
Yeah, and I'm a doctor.
I wish there was a country we could send transies
I'm
back
Cuban,
to.
yeah, and I'm a doctor.
I don't know why people think I hate immigrants. I love immigrants when they're on their land or under mine. Where are your papers? If I didn't like immigrants, could I do this? I was born here.
I have shot a lot of trees that look like Mexicans.
If I didn't love immigrants, how can I do this? How am I doing that? How is this possible? I love immigrants. I love them so much.
Wow. Oh no. Oh no.
You think I would have done this?
I wish you never did this.
Dr.
You
Phil.
don't even look at me anymore.
I only look at things that are legal.
I like you better when you were straight.
Well, I don't mean to brag, but Phil was always a
We need more rich people's voices in politics. I hope a lot of these illegals get to meet them before they, head back to a country not of their own origin.
Damn right. Base.
Aren't radical ideas. BC.
Box office hit right there. Summer hit.
In Manitoba still have public auto insurance. Saskatchewan still
Didn't
has its
expect
public
that
telephone
turn. Always a turn here on the God Sex broadcast.
company. Hell, Alberta has a public
Billions
bank.
We went from Hobby Lewis
and billions and billions and billions and
to hula
billions
dancing
and billions and billions and billions
Dr.
and
Phil.
billions
What
and
up?
billions and 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 billions.
Bank and a public option for food. I want to tell you that the U.S. Armed Forces Commissary, yeah, that little socialist affinity group, has been selling public groceries to 8 million service members and their families for decades. This country is awash in wealth, and you know it's workers who created it. It is time to balance the scales in this country, to build an economy
right.
based on care for the earth, and care for one another. Because when we fight back, we win.
So the combination here of Avi Lewis understanding the issue with Mark Carney's politics, how it's not delivering for your average person, in combination with what he is offering under the NDP, very clear, specific examples of investing back into the public, something that the NDP moved away from in recent years and clearly has now gone
Lurk,
back
damn
to.
it.
So is this enough?
How dare you
to
shower?
Bring people over
How
and
insulting.
begin to get them a little more engaged in what is going on, and potentially, it's not necessarily just about the NDP federal support. It's also about unions and activists.
I was about to say I didn't stop it.
Precious, and it ought to be non-market housing, cooperative housing, a public solution to the housing mess that the market has created. That means a public developer hiring public construction companies to build non-market housing, cooperative housing, supportive housing, and rental housing geared to income. The public is ours.
W.
It is precious, and it ought to be beautiful. And lest you believe the Globe and Mail, let alone the National Post headlines, let me remind you that these are not radical ideas. BC and Manitoba still have public auto insurance. Saskatchewan still has a public telephone company. Hell, Alberta has a public bank and a public option for food. I want to tell you that the U.S. Armed Forces Commissary, yeah, that little socialist affinity group, has been selling public groceries to 8 million service members and their families for decades. This country is awash in wealth, and you know it's workers who created it. It is time to balance the scales in this country, to build an economy based on care, care for the earth, and care for one another. Because when we fight back, we win.
So the combination here of Avi Lewis understanding the issue with Mark Carney's politics, how it's not delivering for your average person, in combination with what he is offering under the NDP, very clear, specific examples of investing back into the public, something that the NDP moved away from in recent years and clearly has now gone back to. So is this enough to bring people over and begin to get them a little more engaged in what is going on? And potentially, you know, it's not necessarily just about the NDP federal support. It's also about unions and activists and their engagement in this process as well. And Avi Lewis has been reaching out to various groups, whether it's, you know, unions, whether it's various activist groups, to include them in the conversation and ensure that there really is a voice for them on the national stage. So, look, it's no secret. I love what Avi Lewis has done with the party so far. I like this trend. That's why I'm jumping on it. Seeing one poll or two polls, I am happy to see that there is some potential here. But I also have to be honest. We don't know where this is going. It could flatten off next week. It could, you know, go back down. Like, things move, things shift. A lot of it depends on the news cycle, what's being covered, what's being talked about. So all that matters. But it is worth pointing out that there is a leader at the federal level that is speaking to these issues and actually cares about the average person. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
All right, Steve Kornacki time.
It is primary
time to get nerdy.
Day in 6 states, with millions of voters from New Jersey to Iowa to California casting their ballots today. Some of the most closely watched contests are in the Golden State, the crowded field of candidates running to succeed Gavin Newsom as governor. The top 2 candidates, regardless of party, will move on to November's general election. That race was roiled by sexual assault allegations against one of the frontrunners, former Congressman Eric Swalwell, who dropped out of the race in April. In Iowa, meanwhile, Democrats will decide between moderate Josh Turek and progressive Zach Walz as they try to flip retiring Senator Joni Ernst's seat. On the Republican side, President Trump has endorsed Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, who is facing former state Senator Jim Carlin. So for more on how to watch tonight's results in California and elsewhere, I'm joined now by NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board. Well, where he'll be spending much of tonight. Steve, thank you so much for joining us here. Let's start in New Jersey, where a congressman who's been out of sight for months will be on the ballot tonight. Why don't you walk us through what to expect tonight?
Yeah, this is the 7th district here in New Jersey, and on the Republican side here, you mentioned it is Tom Kean Jr. unopposed for the Republican nomination here. But of course, Kean has not been seen now in some time publicly. Questions about his health. He has promised to have some disclosure here in the near future. We'll see what awaits after this primary. But meanwhile, on the Democratic side, this is the race in that district. Rebecca Bennett, a former Navy helicopter pilot, actually a biography there on the surface, similar a bit to Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey now, who previously was a congresswoman from the nearby 11th district. You see the opponents here for Bennett. The polling has put Bennett in the lead right here. The county organizations in this district, the Democratic organizations in New Jersey, they've been weakened in recent years. They used to have a ton of clout in these primaries. They still have some clout, and most of them have endorsed Bennett here. So Bennett, I think, goes into tonight as the favorite. If she does emerge, or whoever emerges, this obviously a very closely watched race in November. This is a district. Take a look at this. Donald Trump carried the district by a single point in 2024. And in that governor's race last November, Mikey Sherrill running as the Democratic candidate, she won this district. She won it narrowly, only by 2 points. So Trump won it by 1. Sherrill won it by 2. Kean, there's the question surrounding him as the Republican candidate. It's going to be very closely watched. after tonight, certainly tonight and after tonight, all the way to November.
Well, Steve, there's a lot to watch really across the country. Let's turn now to California. Several key races will be following there. Everybody seems to be looking at what's happening out west.
Yeah, start there with the governor's race here. So a couple, I think, two main questions tonight as we await the results here in California. 11 o'clock Eastern, polls close. These are the three candidates: Tom Steyer, a Democrat; Javier Becerra, a Democrat; and Steve Hilton, a Republican, who tend to be 1, 2, 3 in the polling here. Excuse me, I'm sorry for that. A little bit of water here. They tend to be 1, 2, 3, but the question is, what order, if they do finish 1, 2, 3, will it be? Because remember, California, top 2 primary. So the top 2 advance to the general election. Becerra, Steyer, if they go 1, 2, Republicans would be locked out here. And the second piece of suspense here, Gabe, pardon me, with this race is, again, I apologize here. Second piece of suspense with this race is, will we even know tonight? Because California can be a slow vote counting state. The initial vote, the first half, will come in very quickly. But after that, if this is not resolved tonight, could be days, could be even up to a week.
Somebody get that man some water. Steve Kornacki, it's going to be a busy night for you. If you got enough juice in you, we can turn to Iowa. But if you need us to let you go to grab a drink of water, all good.
Happy to do Iowa. The cough just helped. So here in Iowa, look, if Democrats, the backdrop for this is if Democrats are going to get control of the Senate, it's a very uphill fight, but they're going to have to do it, among other things, winning at least 2 states that Trump carried by double digits. Iowa is one of those states that Democrats would like to put in play, but it's a tall order. Trump carried it, as you can see here, by 13 points in 2024, nearly 10 back in 2020 as he lost nationally. Here's the dynamic. Josh Turek, he's a state legislator from the western part of the state, Potawatomi County out by Council Bluffs. His district that he represents actually voted for Trump. National Democrats, Chuck Schumer, for instance, want Turek as their candidate here. They feel he gives them a chance in a very, pro-Trump state. Zach Walz is his opponent, is running against Chuck Schumer, it seems sometimes as much as Turek, saying he doesn't want Chuck Schumer to continue as the Senate leader. Now, he is a state senator who represents part of Johnson County. It's where the University of Iowa is. It's actually literally the most liberal, most democratic state Senate district in Iowa. So quite a contrast.
Oh, this is an interesting race.
There in terms of the districts these candidates come from. Again, national Democrats, they think a candidate like Turek puts it more in play, but Walz has been pitching his message at that Democratic base. If he wins, the question after tonight would be, can he win a statewide? He has not won in a district like that. We'll put it that way.
Oh, Steve Kornacki, thank you for breaking it all down for us.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
So we will attempt to shorten what would normally be a second round and keep it to 2 minutes per member, if that's okay with you, Ms. Ming?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, in that case, I recognize myself for 2 minutes.
Is this a nursing home?
Let me ask you, General, about the surge operations that the department has conducted on cities across the United States. Our state and local partners have mixed feelings about the success of that program. Can you share the impact these operations have had on officer
I was going to say he is alive. Yeah, I think it's a nursing home.
In large cities with historically high...
This must be a documentary filmed in a nursing home, guys.
...high crime rates. And is the department planning to continue these efforts? And if so, what resources are needed to continue those efforts?
So the surges have been
terrible.
extraordinarily successful. From August 25, from August of last year to April of this year, we directed almost $44 million and over 1,100 agents to these
Fuck
surge
you,
efforts.
Todd Blanche. There you go.
And in D.C. and in Memphis,
It sure
you
sounds
see
like
a
one,
remarkable
right?
reduction in crime, but you also see a community that's appreciative. In this city, we work very well with local leadership, and including the mayor,
Oh my
because
God.
the results of
This
the
is
surge
live,
is
by the
exactly
way.
what you expect it to
Oh
be,
my
which
God.
is we're taking bad guys off the streets, we're letting people feel comfortable walking around, and that's the same thing we did in D.C. and in Memphis. We expect to spend another $100 million doing that over the next fiscal year because it's working, because it's a good thing to do in this country. And so we sending a lot of law enforcement into a crime-ridden area works.
Ms. Ming?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, I want to thank you for verbally committing to not moving forward with the so-called anti-weaponization fund. I just want to make sure, are you going to issue a new memo in writing, rescinding that May 18th memo?
I'm not committing to putting anything in writing. I'm going to say it today
Nothing in
over and
writing.
over again. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of putting something in writing. I'm telling you what we're doing. Meaning, like, why do I need to put something in writing if I'm telling you what we're doing?
Well, you
Yeah,
started it,
motherfucker.
you established it in writing, so.
You're a
it just makes
lawyer.
sense to
You know
rescind
this
it
is
in writing.
true. Oh my God. You know that you should do this. You're a fucking lawyer. That's your profession. Oh my
I think
God.
a lot of Americans, both
Fucking
sides
hell.
of the aisle, are
Do you hear this? Do you hear this, chat?
concerned about it, and it would restore a lot of trust about this issue.
My God.
Okay, I'm not committing to doing anything in writing.
Yeah, because you'd be fucked, right? Then you can use something against them.
Okay.
I mean, I'll
Oh
take
my
it under
God.
advisement.
I'm just concerned because you're not under oath, and I want to trust you, and I want to believe you.
Ice-T got a message for so-called journalists. This answer is not set up to diss anybody who starts at pop, or for the rappers who started at hardcore and now making weak-ass dance music because they couldn't stay down with the hardcore. I just got a question for you. How does it feel to wake up every morning and look in the mirror and realise that you're a fucking hoe?
Putting it in writing would
Fucking fascist fleshlight.
I have 1 minute left. I still want to ask in writing, but every year the committee reports and the joint explanatory statement accompanying the Appropriations Act direct the department to provide to the Appropriations Committee various reports on various subjects. These reports assist the committee's work and help ensure transparency and accountability. Numerous reports from your department have not yet been sent to us and are now overdue. Are you aware of this issue, and will you please work to deliver these reports to both the House and Senate Appropriations Committees?
I will.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Judge Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This settlement that you was entered into, that started off to be a lot of conversation about. Everybody who was involved as a litigant, were represented by competent lawyers?
Yes, sir.
So this wasn't just one lawyer doing this thing. This was
Lawyer.
There's a whole bunch of lawyers doing this thing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you have a lawsuit for anything and you decide to settle it, you want to make sure nobody's coming back on the facts that lawsuit was based on and trying to go forward again. So that's why you have to put something like what the lady read into the agreement and say, if they want to break the law past that set of facts and do it again, they're not covered and protected by that.
I'm losing my mind.
They're only protected if that's what your lawsuit was about.
Correct.
And all the lawyers signed off on it, and all the lawyers agreed, all the litigants that were involved in that case.
100%. That's correct.
So nobody was forcing anybody without a lawyer to make a settlement. They all had a lawyer. They all probably had good lawyers. Cost a lot of money, and they settled for the facts that we have before us. You're stating that you're not going to continue the the way to pay it
Correct.
at this time or at any time, for that matter.
Correct.
In your knowledge.
Correct.
Why is Grandpa?
I don't see where the fault is.
For real.
Mr.
And then, you know, like if he was asking questions that were critical or whatever, right? Or that were like valid and he was doing his job eloquently, I wouldn't have a problem with that, right? Nobody makes fun of Bernie. It's when you're old, sound like you need a cough drop, you're in a nursing home environment, and you're the laziest motherfucker on the panel by just sucking off Todd Blanche. That's when I have a fucking problem with it, right? I just want to make that perfectly clear with you guys.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to run through some questionable transactions. Mr. Secretary, President received a luxury jet from the Qatari government valued at hundreds of millions of dollars in apparent violation of the emoluments clause of the Constitution. Jared Kushner's real estate and financial deals with the Saudi royal family raised serious questions related to kickbacks and bribery that could be in violation of federal bribery laws and the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. White House advisor Peter Navarro, a friend of Donald Trump Jr., got the Pentagon to loan more than $600 million to Vulcan Elements, a small North Carolina startup founded just 2 years earlier. And Donald Trump Jr.'s venture capital firm has a stake in this company. Estimates of the company's valuation grew tenfold after the deal was announced. AAFS Infrastructure and Energy, which is on the cusp of securing a $1 billion contract to build and operate a pipeline across the Balkans, has ties to former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and the lawyer Jesse Banal that defended the president and Donald Trump Jr. against a lawsuit that sought to hold them responsible for January 6th. This company would be allowed to ship fossil gas from the United States to replace Russian fuels. My question is, and we know that the administration, you gutted the public integrity section for the last 50 years, investigated, prosecuted crime related to government integrity, and they prosecuted both Democrats and Republicans. Simple yes or no question. What I've just mentioned, do you believe that what I've talked about is enough here for the next Attorney General to open a criminal investigation? Yes or no?
No, you just read a bunch of random, unsourced news articles and reports. No, that's not the basis to open a criminal investigation. I mean, you're looking around, but it's not.
This is not the basis on which
it is not. Just reading something that's just a hypothetical off a news article, it's not.
Hypothetical. It is real.
They have
Did
sources,
the president
motherfucker.
get a Qatari? What? Did you read
this? This is facts.
Are you knowledgeable?
Not the same press you do.
Apparently not, my
Apparently
friend.
not, motherfucker.
Apparently not. Did the president receive a luxury jet from the Qatari government valued at hundreds of millions of dollars, which is
The
a
United States of
violation
America did.
of the emoluments clause of the
That he's
Constitution?
taking control of.
Not.
Wow, you do
I
not
want to see
belong
this
in
motherfucker
job,
in jail.
Mr. Acting Attorney General. You should always and recuse yourself from these issues because you are the president's lawyer. You are not the lawyer for the United.
Lawyer.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Acting Attorney General, I'm sorry to hear that the weaponization fund is not moving forward. You would have my full support. When our government is weaponized so as to steal money from innocent law-abiding citizens, whether by making the process into the penalty or forcing citizens to spend their resources on legal fees for their defense, or by actually seizing their bank accounts through civil asset forfeiture when there is no criminal prosecution, it is only right and fair to make these citizens whole. And as a victim myself, for which every solitary member on this committee who is 8 years or more in Congress voted for the bill that has my name on it, the federal law that has my name on it, against the IRS, people need to be made whole when the government has been weaponized against them. But what I'd like to talk to you about, other than that, is in 1873, Congress enacted the Comstock Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 1461, which prohibits the mailing of abortion-inducing materials in the United States. Although the statute has been amended numerous times, including as recently as 1994, Congress has never repealed these criminal prohibitions. And as Justice Thomas recently noted, the Comstock Act remains valid federal law and is fully enforceable. So my question to you is, how will the Department of Justice ensure that this federal law prohibiting the mailing of abortion-inducing drugs is properly enforced? And I wish I had more time to really go through this, because we in the state of Georgia have a heartbeat bill, and we prohibit this type of drug, all right, inducing abortions, and yet it can come across from other states, all right, and kill innocent unborn children. How will the Department of Justice ensure that this federal law is enforced?
So that's an important law and an important question, and I will tell you that there's a lot of effort within the department, and it's not just at the Department of Justice, it's other agencies in the federal government into how the best way is to make sure that we're protecting the rights of individual Georgians and other individual states, but also the rights of every American. And that you're right. I wish we had more time to discuss that, because it's a complicated issue. On the first question that you asked, I could not agree with you more that this Department of Justice was weaponized, unfortunately, against many, many Americans, and we're trying every day to fix it. And we've made a lot of progress, but we have a lot more to do.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I had an apology from Mr. Lewis, the ranking member of that subcommittee. Y'all remember him? All right. He said, I want to apologize to you for what a piece of my government, what the IRS did to you. I wish you well. I thank you, and I yield.
Mr. Ivey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you, it's a follow-up actually to a letter that I think 57 of my colleagues and I sent. This is about the shootings of Alex Pretty and Ms. Good in Minneapolis. The issue there is the Attorney General for the state, and I think some local prosecutors have said they haven't been able to get access to the evidence related to those shootings so they can make their own independent judgments about whether they should move forward with cases or not. The letter we sent, I don't think has been answered, but are you going to be committing to sharing that information immediately to these state and local prosecutors? Why not?
No, that's not what we do in criminal investigations.
I disagree.
Well, I'm right, you're wrong.
Well, let me say this. Your predecessor, Rod Rosenstein, and I, when he was U.S. Attorney in Maryland, I was the state prosecutor.
Ducky caught a mail. Yeah, she did, right? She also got an Agron. That's funny. All right, Ducky. You got to do a play date.
Shared evidence in these kinds of cases all the time, and then we made a determination about which would go forward. But the refusal to share evidence is...
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say I refuse to share evidence, sir. You said, do I...
I mean immediately.
Right, that's what I said no to.
We shared the evidence immediately.
No, you didn't.
And then yes, we did.
No, that's
yes, we
not...
did.
Look, it's...
On to the next thing. You mentioned that it's important to make sure that bad guys don't just get arrested, but they pay back their victims. And that struck me as ironic, given the number of pardons that this president has issued with respect to, I'll come back to you later. Devin Archer, Sioux Nation, $60 million, $43 million in restitution was wiped away by the pardon. Carlos Watson, $36.7 million was wiped away by the restitution. The Chrisleys, $21 million was wiped away by the restitution. Mr. Schwartz, I don't remember what that number was in his particular case, but over and over again, victims have been of fraud. So if they personally lost the money, it was taken out of their pockets. Issue a pardon, they don't get paid, they don't get made whole. Will you commit to trying to find a way to make those people whole who've been denied this access to the
yeah. That's what I was like. I know in the other you can pick, but it makes it more like random if you have to be strategic about them, right? Like it's based on luck and stuff. So yeah.
Earlier, sir, the Constitution of our United States gives the president the power to pardon. That is not a decision for me to make or you to make. It's a decision for the president of the United States to make.
Could I have just one more question, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
With respect to civil liability for these people, which they're not pardoned for, would you, and the Department of Justice can pursue civil remedies in cases that involve fraud?
Depends on the case, right. It depends on the case.
Well, if they've been convicted for criminal liability already, certainly they can be convicted or
I mean, it
pursued
depends
civil.
on what the crime they were convicted of.
Well, I just read them off to you. They were fraud convictions.
You didn't read off the crimes. No, I mean, it just depends. I appreciate what you're saying, and you're right that a pardon doesn't cover civil liability.
Will you pursue civil liability in these cases
I'm not
where
going
these
to commit
people
to
have been
pursuing
loved?
civil liability right here, no.
Time of this gentleman has expired. Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Blanche, the National Children's Advocacy Center located in my district was the original model for the CAC
Ducky,
approach nationwide and continues to play a leading role in training and best practices. How does the DOJ view the role of the National Center in strengthening child advocacy centers' capacity across the country?
Yeah, look, it's extraordinarily important. The work that they're doing and they've done for, at least many years now is key to the partnership and the future success of making sure that they're on the right path. So, look, the DOJ plays a small role in that. It doesn't play as important a role maybe as others, but that type of education and work is important.
I understand that the Victims of Child Abuse Act funded programs include the training and technical assistance for child abuse professionals. Grants are coming up for competition this year. How does the DOJ, thinking about ensuring continuity so that the training pipelines and services are not disruptive? That goes through your department.
That's what our grant folks do very well, and they'll continue to do so. And I definitely will happy to have my folks work with you to make sure that there's continuity there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the second round. I did want to explain what I held up here.
Okay.
For the viewing public, what you do as a member of Congress is you go in, you release your phone, you release anything that would have electronics, and you go in and you attempt to capture some redacted material. So I took a look at this email from Jack Goldberger, Wednesday, October 14th, 2009. The subject is Trump. It is to Jeffrey Epstein, and the language here that is not redacted reads, spoke to Alan Garten, Trump's attorney. Garten arranged a 20-minute phone conference with Trump and Brad in lieu of a deposition. Following was discussed. Blacked out box is what was discussed, a regurgitation of that. I'll read to you what I was able to see underneath. It's, as I say, it's shorthanded, it's clipped as a regurgitation of what took place. J.E. never expelled from Mar-a-Lago. No, he was not a member. May have been a guest. Never asked to leave. Mark Epstein said Trump on J.E. plane. Is that true? Answer. I've been on a lot of planes. May have been on his plane. No young girls on plane. What do you know about allegations against J.E.? Only what I read in the paper. Trump ever at J.E. house? I may have been there with my wife. Any young girls there? No. May have been some children of guests, but that's it. Trump specifically asked Garten to advise us of the interview. Brad had also talked to manager of Mar-a-Lago, Bert Lemke. Lemke confirmed J.E. never asked to leave Mar-a-Lago. I say that to say what a silly exercise that members of Congress have to go through to find out what actual conversations were taking place with the president in lieu of a deposition. This has nothing to do with redacting victims' names. I don't have a question for you. My only point is you are gravely conflicted. It is so obvious you are gravely conflicted. These survivors deserve prosecutions. They deserved them years ago, and now it's in your lap, as Pam Bondi told us. They need an independent prosecutor. I hope you will do that.
So, may I briefly respond? The Epstein Transparency Act requires us to redact victims. We also have other laws that apply that require us to apply other redactions. That's not my law, that's your law. And what was just read, the reason why that was redacted is because that's a privileged communication between counsel. So the fact that it was read is fine, but that wasn't redacted because there were victims' names. That was redacted for another purpose, which we're legally obligated to do.
No, you're
I
not.
need you to take a
This is a lie.
look at the Epstein transparency
That
law.
concludes today's hearing.
Thank God. Coming up. Fucking hate him.
Look at this graph of cancer rates across the U.S. They're gradually falling. But look closer and you'll find a mystery.
We have the fastest rate of new cancer of anywhere in the history of human civilization.
Iowa?
Iowa.
I and all but one of my brothers had prostate cancer. My sister had a radical form of breast cancer.
In Iowa, cancer is on the rise. And like any mystery, there is a list of suspects and theories about why.
People are dying from cancer due to alcohol.
But Iowa isn't the only state with binge drinking.
Cancer caused by smoking has reached an all-time high.
Iowa isn't the only state that has smoking.
So what's really causing Iowa's cancer crisis? I spent the last few months trying to answer this question.
Iowa, am I right?
We don't want to know the answer to the question because it would indict our system.
Some are taking a lot of money from the industry. They're getting paid a lot of money to keep their mouth shut and not talk about it.
It's a conspiracy that connects to some of the biggest corporations in America.
Koch Enterprises, Monsanto, now Bayer.
How did I know they were going to show up? It's always Monsanto. God damn it.
We went to Iowa as this crisis is reaching a boiling point. And what happens in the next few months will determine whether it continues or if there's a way out of it.
All right, let her rip.
Let her rip.
Hey, reel it in.
Reel it in.
It's a big catch.
Oh.
This is Jody and Terry.
Speaking of
in
big
Cass
catches.
County, the part of the state with the highest cancer rates. They founded the Nishnabotna Water Defenders after a massive fertilizer spill in their local river.
15 miles
Man.
from here,
Thank you. I was waiting for someone.
265,000 gallons of nitrogen fertilizer spilled into the river and ended up killing 50 miles of the river, 800,000 fish. That case was sitting on the Attorney General of Iowa's desk for 1 year with no response. It was kind of swept under the rug.
So Jody and Terry took matters into their own hands and started testing the water themselves.
So I'll set your timer whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Jesus.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
1,000, start.
They're looking for nitrates, a chemical that comes from fertilizer and manure and is increasingly being linked to Iowa's rising cancer rates.
Yep.
In a healthy river, the nitrate levels should be around 1 part per million. But we were seeing levels way higher than that.
This is why a lot of times when you go and buy like sausage or bacon or any sort of like meats, deli meats, they will advertise them as nitrate free, right? And the reason is because of this. Yeah.
Okay, I would say that's 10.
10.
Shit, might be darker than 10.
10.
Because obviously it's not like one thing of like sausage is gonna kill you, right? But over the period of your life, if you're eating stuff with a ton of nitrates, this is what ends up happening, right? Is you build up a load to it. Your body loads it up. And not in the nice way. Oh. Monsanto is a fucking evil corporate. I mean, they're one of the most evil, yeah.
What's going
I thought it was the most evil, and then it's like Peter Thiel was like, move alongside. I got this, motherfuckers. I don't know whose is more. I know, we covered that, Jersey, remember?
What's going on with Iowa's water is a lot bigger than just a fertilizer
They made Agent Orange.
spill.
Smell the shit?
I do.
Yeah. It's everywhere.
What that is?
Yeah.
Northwest Iowa is the heart of one of the state's biggest and most polluting industries.
Peter Thiel was like, yeah, hold my beer, I got this.
Hog production. It's an industry that's
He did, yeah, we covered that too. He pissed off to Argentina.
Of growth after the 1980s, according to Art Cullen, the editor of the Storm Lake Times pilot.
When I was growing up, there'd be a family on 160 acres of farmland. They'd have pigs and chickens and cattle and dairy cows. The old McDonald's farm. That farm doesn't exist anymore. Wall Street noticed that Iowa farmers were making too much money. And so in 1998, they drove sow prices down to near zero and drove all the independent pork producers out of the business.
Now, just a handful of corporate giants dominate Iowa's hog industry. Instead of family farms, hogs are raised in concentrated animal feeding operations, or CAFOs. And that brings another problem.
A research scientist named Chris Jones has estimated that the amount of manure produced by hogs in Iowa is equivalent to 125 million people. 125 million people's worth of crap. And it's got to go somewhere.
That somewhere is on farm fields, because hog manure is high in nitrates, which makes it an excellent fertilizer source. Half of Iowa's farmland is used to grow corn, mainly to feed hogs and produce ethanol. And corn uses the most fertilizer, either manure or synthetic nitrogen, of any crop. So there's a lot of fertilizer going into Iowa's soil, and it doesn't stay there.
Fertilizer that is applied to these fields drains into the river. It's a drainage ditch. It's not a river, whether people will admit it or not.
And that's a problem, because water contaminated with nitrates is getting into people's homes.
And so this is out of the tap.
Argentina, home to a statistically improbable amount of German people and descendants of the Confederates who left America after the Civil War.
Yep. One of my friends said that his grandfather was a Nazi. Jesus, crazy.
It's already pretty.
Although, you know, he's like super left wing, so I guess his grandfather's taking the L there.
Dark.
Yeah.
Do you drink your tap water here?
No.
No way.
Shortly.
But remember, guys, it's not just the Nazis that went to Argentina, right? Like,
After
Argentina has a lot of German people. That's why they went there to begin with. Right? So, like, I think it's like about 10% of the population, 15%, anywhere like that. Right? It's not all Nazis. Like, there were plenty of people who came from like from Germany to Argentina because they accepted anybody who wanted to. Like, they have an open borders constitution, right? Right? So, like, look. Yeah. Right? Like, even down to, like, some of their buildings being influenced by German architecture. So it was naturally, like, see, back in 1919, 5% of the population was German. 1920, 5%, 5%, 5%, all the way up. Let's see, Hitler was after 19. So basically, right, after 1945, it was still around there were over 1 million Germans, 1.5 million Germans, right? So, like, I always kind of laugh because people are like, it's because all the Nazis went there. And it's like, guys, no, you're simplifying it a little too much, right? Yeah, a lot of Nazis went there. That isn't the reason why a lot of people have German names and stuff, right? Sure, some of them do, but, right? It's not. Like, this guy was born in 1944, right? This was before World War II even concluded, so you'll just find a lot of this shit. So yeah, it's a mixed bag, right? But I would say the vast majority of them did not come from the Nazis, right? If they are of German descent. Suck it, Jers. Gluggy, give her junk for the rest of the time she plays the game. There, the command's been registered. Also, remember, Argentina has a huge Jewish population, right? I think it's like over 200,000. And a lot of Jews obviously come from Germany, right? Or came from Germany. So it's an interesting subject. What another subject I kind of researched too was, hold on, where is it? Yeah, Swedes. There was a pretty significant Swedish population too. I did a project on this.
Golden, uncommon.
Nice. Congrats.
Now scientists started testing nitrate levels in rivers, they started measuring the levels in their home.
Right. So what do you think?
It's somewhere between 5 and 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 6, 7.
Yeah.
6, 7?
So that's out of the tap. We know that nitrates are a carcinogen. It is settled science that it causes cancer.
What are people doing here for water?
We take 5.
Did you hear that, guys? Settled science that it causes cancer. So I don't want to hear about, oh, well, it doesn't really cause cancer. It doesn't, right? Yeah.
Gallon water jugs to a grocery store 15 miles from here.
I told you. Gluggy, give her junk for the rest of the stream.
How it's even legal to have cancer-causing levels of nitrates in your home, I was too.
It's important to recognize that the standard doesn't necessarily mean safe.
This is Chris Jones, a research scientist who has spent his career studying water quality. The standard he's referring to is the EPA legal limit of 10 parts per million for nitrates in drinking water.
So the standard of 10 was established in 1974. That standard was intended to be protective of infants. Infants are vulnerable to blue baby syndrome if they consume high nitrate.
The standard hasn't changed since 1974, but the science has.
Since that time, we've seen research that show consuming water below 10 down to about 3 parts per million nitrate is associated with these various cancers. We have about 1 million people in Iowa drinking water with nitrate above the levels that are safe. And so the chickens are kind of coming home to roost now.
This is when I started to wonder, are we all just drinking water with high nitrate levels? I decided to run an experiment.
You love drinking water from my cups.
I asked my coworkers in 4 states plus Washington, D.C. to test their water for nitrates.
Oh, Jesus.
You see on the side how it has this little color legend? That's what we're gonna use to interpret our results. Okay, you're gonna dip it in for 1 second, and then I'll time us for 30 seconds, and then we'll look at the results.
The chickens are coming home to roost, guys. You know what that means.
Fuck. Maybe a 1?
I think I'm like a 2.
I might have to put that as a sound effect. I fucking love that sound effect.
I think it looks like 2.
I want it to be 1, but it's
Chicken head, damn right.
Solidly 2. It looks like 0, actually. None of my coworkers had levels anywhere near as high as what I saw in Iowa. So if Iowa's water is this bad, why hasn't anyone done anything about it? The answer is they've tried. It just didn't work.
They just gave up.
2015, the Des Moines Water Works sued 3 northwest Iowa counties over nitrate pollution of the Raccoon River.
Des Moines Water Utility was spending $10,000.
Ooh, a tad bulb. You like that little environment I made? It's a power plant. You can kind of see it. It's at night.
$1,000 per day.
Because some of them hang out in power plants, right?
To treat the city's water. They wanted more regulations over pollution coming from farms. But these rural counties had help to defend themselves.
We went to them and said, how are you going to pay for this? Legal defense. And they said, we have friends. And we said, who are your friends? And they said, it's none of your business. That's when we said, okay, let's find out who their friends are. And their friends are the Agribusiness Association of Iowa, the Farm Bureau, Koch Enterprises, Monsanto, now Bayer, and various other businesses associated with the seed, chemical, and fertilizer industries.
These groups spent roughly $1 million helping the counties fight this lawsuit and prevent regulations.
And so that's what kind of influence money buys.
What is the Iowa legislature doing right now to address the water quality issues in Iowa?
Nothing meaningful from Democrats or Republicans. I'm a registered Republican. I see nothing. Nothing.
Well,
Matt
there's
Borman
your problem
is a corn
there.
and soy farmer just north of Des Moines.
Am I right?
If agriculture is a huge part of Iowa's cancer crisis, I wanted to know what could be done on farms to make it better.
The way things work in Iowa, it's voluntary conservation.
That's in large part thanks to the Farm Bureau, a group that spent $1.8 million on lobbying against regulations over the past decade. The Farm Bureau was the architect behind the state's voluntary nitrate reduction strategy, which encourages farmers to use less fertilizer, but has no real consequences if they don't.
I was in the Iowa Farm Bureau. No regrets about being a part of it. But what happened to me is that let's put Matt Borman in a YouTube video and we'll show what he's doing on the farm.
Some farmers, like Matt, are planting cover crops and grass in their fields to absorb nitrates and slow runoff.
Well, meanwhile, there's nobody else in the area doing this. So I guess I was starting to feel used.
Increasingly, evidence is showing that relying on a voluntary approach isn't doing enough to improve Iowa's water quality. But the Farm Bureau doesn't want people pointing that out.
I had a blog at the University of Iowa, just honest assessments of what was going on with Iowa agriculture and water quality.
At the time, Chris worked on the state's network of nitrate sensors, which provided real-time water quality data to the public.
People in the legislature were complaining about me to my bosses, and there were some implicit threats about funding and other things.
In 2023, Republican lawmakers quietly cut $500,000 from the program that funded these sensors, effectively shutting them down. That blew my mind. Why wouldn't lawmakers want a way to monitor nitrates, something that could seriously harm their constituents?
When the data doesn't align with what your worldview is, the objective isn't to change your worldview, it's to try to eliminate the data or hide the data.
Again, you got to follow the money. And where's the money coming from? It's coming from corporate agribusiness. And that's what funds political campaigns in Iowa. And it's big money.
Dan Zumba, the state senator who led the charge to defund the sensors, got $18,500 from the Farm Bureau in 2024.
Wow, what a cheap ass, huh?
Now it's getting to the...
Can you imagine that only taking to... That's the only amount of money that you would need to do all this stuff? It's chump change, right? In comparison to the billions.
Point where people are beginning to demand answers. So the conversation is changing. The political conversation is changing despite the funding.
Well, the time has come, I think. I think people in Iowa are fed up. We deserve to have clean water.
Chris Jones is running for Iowa's Secretary of Agriculture against the incumbent, former Monsanto lobbyist Mike Nag.
Why are we doing this corn, soy, CAFO, ethanol system? Who is getting the outcomes that they want? It's these big multinational agribusiness corporations. They always get the outcomes that they want.
He's pushing for more regulations on agriculture, and it's resonating with people here.
When you look at someone like Chris Jones, I mean, what do you think of his platform?
Well, he's the first Secretary of Agriculture candidate that's really calling a lot of the water quality stuff out. I'm seeing a guy that actually wants to do something. I don't know for sure what I think on the cancer thing, but I know that there's farming practices that we can do better. I'm a part of the problem, and I'm trying to do something about it.
Matt is advocating for very simple solutions.
But line will go down and we will lose money.
Things like incentives for farmers to apply less fertilizer. But solving the water crisis means reckoning with a hard truth. Corporations have turned agriculture into a profit engine instead of what it used to be, a way to produce food for people.
Right.
Iowa has like the most wonderful soil. You can grow anything here. We don't, but we do import 95% of the food.
Wow.
Isn't that shocking?
Yes, it is shocking. So even though Iowa is like the farm capital of the U.S.,
Right.
you're importing food from other places to
95%.
We need a greater assemblage of
See,
crops.
guys?
We need crops like oats. We need vegetable crops. We need to return cattle to pasture.
Less bigger structures and more smaller farms.
We know what the solutions are. We know how to correct this. The problem is the politics is so terrible. We know it's a risk. We know that drinking high nitrate water is a risk. And so if we can reduce that risk through policy, we should do that.
It does not have to be this way. There's always a choice. There's always an option to choose the healthier path.
If only we had a party with some fucking cojones. Oh, I read that like as a party. Rock out with your cock out. What up?
But a lot of times that's not financially productive for just a few people.
That's how I roll.
And that's all this system is getting us. It's getting an extrapolation of wealth in one direction and everyone else having to suffer the consequences for it.
The corporations that built this system have spent decades making sure no one in power would threaten it. And for a long time, it worked. But something is
Super
shifting
itchy
in Iowa.
today.
Farmers, environmentalists, and scientists are looking at the water quality and the cancer rates and arriving at the same conclusion. Something has to change. There's no doubt that big ag will fight hard against any changes to this system. But for the first time in a long time, it doesn't feel inevitable that they'll win.
All right.
I must say, I am slowly but surely losing my goddamn mind for the simple reason that the media sucks. Like, they're horrible at their job. I feel like the Democrats suck at messaging. They suck at their job. And oftentimes, since my job is to follow the news and share the news with you guys,
who's talking.
I'll see some shit and I'm like, wait a second, this can't be right. I haven't heard anybody talk about this. I haven't heard anybody report on this. I haven't heard this blow up on social media. And like I said, I'm losing my mind because things that should be a big deal are no longer treated as a big deal. In fact, they're barely mentioned if they're mentioned at all. I mean, one great example of this is the genocide in Gaza. There was more bombing that just happened yesterday. Nobody talked about it. Lebanon. What Israel is doing in Lebanon. They're trying to do to Lebanon what they did to Gaza. They're in the midst of doing that right now. They're carpet bombing a bunch of apartment buildings packed full of civilians. 700,000 people are trying to evacuate to save their lives. Hospitals have been attacked. A fucking resort was attacked. All that's going on, barely fucking mentioned. Barely mentioned. It was only mentioned in the context of Iran saying to the U.S., we are not going to negotiate with you at all until Israel stops, right? So shit like this happens all the time. No mention. Well, here's another great example. Southcom said the following. On May 29th, at the direction of Southcom, Commander General Francis L. Donovan, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting along known narco trafficking. So here's a video. Let's take a look at this, okay? Here's a video. Boom. The United States just vaporized a boat in the Caribbean.
Wow.
They just vaporized a boat in the Caribbean. There was no trial. There was no due process. There was no evidence presented. There was no nothing. It was, there's a boat, let's blow it up. So as Michael Gallant says, Hegseth has now murdered over 200 people in the Caribbean and Pacific without public evidence or trial. Yes, this is extrajudicial murder. This is what's known as a terrorist attack. If anybody else did it, we'd be very clear-eyed about that. We would be, not mincing any words when it comes to describing it. Okay? That's what's happening. So now they've killed over 200 people. Last I checked, it was about 180 or 183 people who were killed while on boats. Now it's over 200 people. They're still murdering people on the high seas for no fucking reason. By the way, let's be clear. They say these are narco traffickers. Number one, there's no evidence of that. Number two, even if they were narco traffickers, you know what you do? You board the boat, you seize what they got on there, you arrest them, and they stand trial. That's how you handle that. That's how a civilized country handles that. A country that believes in a constitution, that believes in due process, that believes in fucking Magna Carta. That's what they would do. No, they're just blowing them up. And by the way, most of these people they murdered, let's be clear, are not...
Oh my God. And who's going to pay for this, right?
Even drug traffickers. They're a bunch of fishermen. How do I know that? We've had the family members of said fishermen come out from other countries and go, that was my brother, and he wasn't a criminal. He was just working. That's what he does. It's happened time and time and time again. There's even lawsuits over that fact. And the media, again, is barely fucking talking about this, if they talk about it at all. We have people from Venezuela who were murdered, from Trinidad and Tobago who were murdered. And again, it's not treated seriously. So now, let me show you this. Trump gets devastating news after fatal boat strike. Shout out to Midas Touch, because they're one of the few outlets that actually is covering this. Here we go.
Southern Command is releasing video showing a strike on an alleged drug boat in the Eastern Pacific, killing 3 people last night. The vessel was described as being operated by designated terrorist organizations. The 3 suspected narco-terrorists who were on board were all killed. No U.S. military forces were harmed, according to Southcom. So on Wednesday, NBC News reported that Southcom struck 2 other alleged drug boats in the Eastern Pacific.
The drugs coming in by sea are down 94%.
It's reported yesterday that the Trump administration targeted yet another alleged drug boat in the Pacific, killing 3 men in the 4th attack this week, putting the death toll at 205. U.S. Southern Command announced at the strike with its usual language that the vessel was, quote, engaged in narco-trafficking operations and operated by a designated terrorist organization, before then providing no further evidence for the allegation. It's the latest in a months-long campaign against these alleged drug boats traversing the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific. And where we pick up this video is with the latter part of the government's oversight, right? That any news source with a platform should call into question is this administration's so-called war on drug boats has reached a very uncomfortable point, because the administration is still blowing up boats.
For everybody listening to this audio podcast style, which, by the way, if you prefer, all you out there, you can listen to the show audio podcast style. Just go to whatever platform you like and watch, or listen. This is from New York Times. Blowing up boats hasn't slowed cocaine traffic to U.S., experts say. Despite the rising body count off the South American coast, researchers say cocaine is as easy to get in many parts of the United States as it was before the strikes began. You hear that, Joe Rogan? Do you guys remember when Joe Rogan went on his show and actually said that, the drug deaths have plummeted because Trump is murdering people on the ocean? Remember that?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, a bunch of people ran out there to point out, hey,
that.
Joe, you idiot. The numbers started going down under Biden, not under Trump. And it was because of a Biden policy to give naloxone out to first responders so that they can reverse overdoses. That's what that had to do with. It had nothing to do with Trump whatsoever. And now we know, no, there's not fucking overdose deaths. Or excuse me, there's no slowdown in the cocaine trafficking. That's still happening like it was before, because they're not blowing up actual traffickers. They're blowing up random people. This is what you need to understand, guys. These are a bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of incompetents, and they're a bunch of terrorists in our government. Like, do you think Pete Kegsbreath has the IQ to even manage a fucking Denny's? No, of course not. And he's supposed to be, controlling our military? Are you mental? Are you out of your minds? The Secretary of Defense? Really? What a sick joke.
Killing people, calling them narco-terrorists, and releasing dramatic videos claiming they are making America safer, but they're providing no evidence that you would at least expect for such fatal encounters.
And so the consequences that you're talking about are incredibly dire. But I also just want to step back for a second and look at the justifications that they're even using. They're saying that these are narco-terrorists, et cetera. And that's the Republican line. But then Trump comes out and goes, it's for the oil. I mean, when we did our illegal invasion of Iraq and killed hundreds of thousands of people there, at least the Bush administration had the humility to pretend and go to the United Nations and say, oh, we're going to do this through the regular channels. I mean, this brazen bully,
you go, Emma.
Illegal administration doesn't even go through that pretense.
My girl, Emma.
think that should scare everybody because their foreign policy is might makes right, and that's all that matters.
So I'm not scared. I don't think any American is scared about the consequences.
I care about the world, not just Americans.
No, I know, but you're also, in this instance, caring about a
lurking off to Bushkinder
terrorist group.
Oh no! Somebody explain to this idiot how it works. Somebody please tell him that they need to provide evidence of such things. And again, even if it was narco traffickers, which it's not, you arrest them. That's what civilized countries do. You don't do extrajudicial murder. You don't blow up innocent people. You don't vaporize them instantly because you think maybe they have some weed on the boat. Are you mental? What a little regime fucking sycophant and hack.
No evidence provided.
There's been no evidence showing that they're not actually drug boats that are being sent out.
Oh my God, that's not how it works. You can't prove a negative, you man-child. Get this guy the fuck off my TV. Who is this? Who invited this loser?
How this works.
Especially as new reporting from the New York Times has claimed that this strategy has actually failed to slow the flow of cocaine into the United States. According to the New York Times and the Associated Press, this latest attack was the fourth strike in a single week, and the total death toll from the campaign has now reached 205. And the military are saying that these vessels are operated by narco-trafficking groups, right? But in this latest case, they never follow up with specific evidence showing who was on board, what exactly was being carried out, and why lethal force was necessary instead of, interdiction. Something that numerous lawmakers on both sides of the political aisle have called into question. And with the New York Times' latest reporting, it makes this even more damning in a way, because after months of these strikes, experts have said that the actual drug market has barely moved in the U.S.
The Armed Services Committee have indicated their displeasure of the type of information that's being provided to the Armed Services Committee. And if you look in the National Defense Authorization Act, what's about ready to be passed, there are provisions that are heightening the requirements on the Pentagon for the level of information that's going to be required by law as a result of the failure to provide information. And in this instance, of course, what's also so concerning here is, as you know and as you guys have reported, this activity that's happening in the Caribbean where they're hitting these boats, these individuals, if they were captured and tried and convicted, they would be guilty, if they were found guilty, of criminal activity for which they're not subject to capital punishment. They would be put in jail. They wouldn't be subject to capital punishment.
That's such a great point, is like, even if you were to arrest them and bring them to court, and even if they're guilty, even if they're found guilty, the punishment is not fucking death. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is what I mean. The Trump regime has taken a bulldozer, not only to like norms and civility and class and shit like that. They've also done it to the rule of law. Like, he actually governs like King Joffrey, bro. That's where we're at now. And I feel like everybody's just sort of, I don't know, doing an out of sight, out of mind thing, sweeping it under the rug. Like, I will deal with that later. But, like, on a daily basis, he becomes more unhinged and more violent and more extreme. And, like, this needs to be dealt with. This guy, he needs to end up in prison. If he doesn't end up in prison, we no longer have a country. I'm not sure the world has ever seen a crime spree this absurd and this obvious. And we're all just supposed to act like this is normal or this is okay or this, like, oh, yeah, we can have an election and the next person gets in there and then they'll just continue on. Like, I'm sorry. No Democrat better pull the Obama, we look forward, we don't look backwards. No Democrat better pull that. Because if you do, you are just green-lighting the Republican Party to do whatever the fuck they want whenever they get power from now until the end of time. And make no mistake about it, they will get to the point where they feel bold enough to, like, eliminate Congress and eliminate the Senate. They're already functionally acting like those don't count. Like, he's legislating without Congress, which has the power of the purse. That's what all the Doge shit was. Right? But they'll go further. If you don't fucking stop them and you don't stop them ASAP, then we're in trouble, bro. This whole country is a failed experiment. We only made it 250 years. That's kind of embarrassing.
So the concerning of whether or not the intelligence is accurate, whether we actually know what's happening, who these people are, is very, very concerning when you have the highest bar of the capital punishment is being executed here.
In this sense, it looks to me like they're trying to pin the blame on somebody else and not them. There's a very distinct statement that was said on Sunday. Secretary Hegseth said he had no knowledge of this and it did not happen. It was fake news. It didn't happen. And then the next day from the podium with the White House, they're saying it did happen. So either he was lying to us on Sunday or he's incompetent and didn't know it had happened. Do we think there's any chance that on Sunday the Secretary of the Defense did not know there had been a second strike?
Border cocaine seizures have not collapsed in a way that would suggest that supply has been seriously disrupted. And the scale of this campaign is not small either, right? The New York Times described this as roughly a $4.7 billion operation, one of the largest U.S. military deployments in Latin America in decades. Dozens of these boats have been hit, as we've reported on here, with more than 200 killed without any sort of due process, right? Which is why critics across the political spectrum have called these strikes extrajudicial killings.
Start with you, Senator Paul. What do you need to hear in a briefing? What questions do you have?
You know, it's not so much about a briefing, but we haven't had a briefing. To be clear, we've got no information. I've been invited to no briefing. But a briefing is not enough to overcome the Constitution. The Constitution says that when you go to war, Congress has to vote on it. And during a war, then, there's a lower rules for engagement. And people do sometimes get killed without due process. But the drug war or the crime war has typically been something we do through law enforcement. And so far, they have alleged that these people are drug dealers. Ooh. No one said their name. No one said what evidence. No one said whether they're armed. And we've had no evidence presented. So at this point, I would call them extrajudicial killings. And this is akin to what China does, to Iran does with drug dealers. They summarily execute people without presenting evidence to the public. So it's wrong.
And the thing is, of course, the MAGA contingent love to frame any such questions as anti-patriotic or defending criminals. But as this administration have proven time and time again, what they often tell the public and expect everyone to believe verbatim, with little to no evidence provided to back it up, is often contrary to what independent reporting has stated happened. For instance, the attack on a U.S. base in Iran, which Hegseth was grilled over.
Everything shook, and it's something like what you see in the movies. You know, everything, your ears are ringing. You know, there's dust and smoke everywhere.
This soldier was part of a crew of about 60 troops stationed at the military post in Kuwait hit by the strike. He says his unit's leadership ordered them there despite intelligence showing it was a potential drone target.
We moved closer to Iran, to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target.
So what was the reason that you were told for why you needed to be there?
I don't think there was a good reason ever articulated.
The attack killed 6 American soldiers and injured dozens more. Were these deaths preventable?
In my opinion, absolutely yes.
The next day, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called the Iranian drone a squirter that got through the Army's air defenses.
It happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons.
What fortifications existed there?
I mean, I would put it in the none category from a drone defense capability.
None. There were no fortifications.
None.
But what we've been told by this administration is that they're criminals, but they're not bringing them before a judge or not presenting any sort of evidence in court, not allowing lawyers, witnesses, or any process. I mean, legal experts and human rights advocates have argued that the suspected drug smuggling is ordinarily a law enforcement matter, not a battlefield justification for summary execution. Now, the Trump administration's defense is that they are not ordinary smugglers. They call them narco-terrorists. But that should be met with the question, then where's the public evidence about the individuals killed, the cargo, the cartel affiliation, or the immediacy of the threat? Again, those questions become even more prominent when it appears that the strategy is ineffective on its own terms. But as we've just become somewhat immune to at this point, is that this is just normal operating procedure.
Here's the thing, though, and, you know, people need to understand this. Even if the strategy was effective, right, it's still illegal, it's still unconstitutional. This is why the whole concept of human rights exists. Like, you know, even if they killed all the right people, it's like, okay, at what cost are you reducing the number of drugs coming into the country? You're reducing the number of drugs coming in the country at the cost of the entire Constitution, everybody's civil liberties, everybody's human rights. Now you've given the government the green light. You've laid the precedent that the government can assassinate whoever the fuck they want. And then they get to turn around and say, well, it's okay because they're terrorists or they're bad guys or they're narco-terrorists or whatever the fuck. So, like, they could use that on any of us. How do people not understand that? It just drives me crazy. Like, the question of is it effective or not just totally misses the point that rights are supposed to be off the table and protected no matter what. And that's what this regime is doing, is they're taking away everybody's rights in the same way that the ICE Gestapo thugs don't give people due process and don't actually get warrants before they search shit and they arrest people. Like, this is a rogue criminal regime. They are the criminals. Ironically, as they say they're going after criminals.
Covered extensively in its early stages as military leaders overseeing these maritime attacks resigned all of a sudden. And
yeah, that's a point that a lot of people didn't really digest in the moment. But the admiral who oversaw that region resigned at the beginning of this because, presumably because he's like, there is no legal justification for what we're doing here. If you were to be in front of a court and to try to defend yourself on this front, you have nothing. Nobody has anything. They can't actually, they won't actually be able to defend themselves because it's so obviously unacceptable.
The coverage now is nowhere near at the level that this type of story deserves, really.
Well,
Hey,
you know,
Rogue
in
Weeds,
combination
welcome
with the
back.
whole Russian 28-point plan, in combination with the lethal strikes on drug
How you doing, man?
boats carrying cocaine in the Caribbean, what the world is seeing is that the Trump administration is purely performative, right? It doesn't matter what really happens, so long as in the
I don't know why, but it's like my allergies are bad today.
moment when you're very mad at Mark Kelly, you threaten to court-martial him. Now, you know, Mark Kelly will never be court-martialed because, as you point out, what he said was perfectly consistent with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and what every officer knows is true. And by the way, if you ever did have a court-martial and Mark Kelly's defense attorney said, now, is there any context at all in which one might be worried that Donald Trump might issue an illegal order? Well, let's look back let's run the tape. Donald Trump suggested that maybe the United States military could train in America's cities. You know, Donald Trump has undertaken attacks on cocaine boats in the Caribbean on the flimsiest of legal rationales. So, I mean, it's a little bit like the Comey case. It's a little bit like the Letitia James case. It's purely performative. And at the end of the day, it's going nowhere. But in the meantime, my colleagues are getting death threats and are very much at risk because of the rhetoric of this performative president.
It's just devastating, man. It's just devastating. And, you know, shout out Midas Touch. They covered this. You got a couple articles here and there saying that, you know, the same amount of cocaine is coming into the country as was before. But we're just not, this is not getting the coverage that it needs and it deserves. And there's something about that that's just soul-sucking to me, that really the president just extrajudicially murdering random people on boats is not like one of the most important things to everybody.
Yep.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy, but we got to get these people out of there and we got to fucking lock them up for all these crimes. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And
so naive. That ain't happening. We didn't even lock him up when he tried to overthrow the government, right? God damn it. Boy, oh boy. Hey, Blue Room. Gustocrats, what up? I like that name. Funny. God damn it, God. Oh, great. I heard about this.
You know, I feel like it's a daily occurrence now that I look at the news and I have to double take because I'm like, wait, hold on. Did I read that right? That can't be right.
You read it right.
Is the world that backwards, that this is a true story that's actually happening? So take a look at this. Breaking, Governor Ivey just voided the May 19th primary results and called a special election for Alabama State Senate Districts 25 and 26. So, yes, you heard that correctly. There was already primary votes underway, and the governor of Alabama voided the results and canceled the election in order to redistrict and make a map more favorable to Republicans. You could not make this shit up if you tried. First of all, this bitch looks ancient. Can we be honest here?
Facts.
Governor Ivey is like, what, 117 years old. She looks like
she was around when slavery was still... Jesus. Oh my God. For fuck's sake, guys. Jesus.
Descended from a family of fucking plantation slave owners. Okay?
Bingo.
And now we got Republicans canceling elections. And this is, I believe, the second time this happened, where there was another state, I'm blanking on it, put in the comment section if you remember, there was another state where the same thing happened. You had like some primary votes that were already underway, and they were just like, yeah, we're going to just throw those out and go ahead and cancel it. Why? Because the Supreme Court is now allowing us to, you know, redistrict, and so we're going to cancel this election, redistrict, and then redo the election with a map that's more favorable that's going to help Republicans more. You literally can't make this stuff up. If I had written a fictional novel and said that the Republicans did this, you would say, Kyle, your anti-Republican bias is so extreme that you're making them sound cartoonishly evil. You're making them do something they wouldn't even do in real life because you just have such a low opinion of them. And the fact of the matter is, if anything, my opinion is not low enough of them, because this is the sort of shit that they do. They say Ivy calls special primary for Alabama State Senate Districts 25 and 26. This is Alabama Daily News. Governor Kay Ivey voided primary results and called a special election for 2 Alabama State Senate districts Friday morning after a Thursday court decision allowed the state to revert a previously struck down map. The special election for Montgomery area Senate District 25 and 26 will take place on August 11th, the same date as the special primary for 4 of Alabama's congressional districts. The affected districts span Montgomery, Elmore, and Crenshaw counties. Ivey applauded the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals Thursday decision in a new release announcing the primary. Alabama continues winning fair and square in our redistricting battle, and I'm proud to celebrate.
We thought that
victory
living
for
in Boston
Alabama.
meant that you would be immune to allergies. Gus Deck's broadcast is so stuffed up right now, he needs to get his nasals blown out like Dave Rubin got his pipes cleaned by Comcast. Please support Comcast and make sure your grandparents will be able to retire instead of continuing running for Congress. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Oh, shit. Someone needs to get blown out. I am very stuffy today. No, Boston's one of the worst cities for allergies. When I went to California, it was pretty good. But if you're like allergic, because there's so many like pollinating plants around here, right? And remember, like any city that has a temperate climate, like deciduous trees, right? Where like the trees also pollinate. That's like what I'm the most allergic to. Tree pollen.
Golden, uncommon.
Cali has no plants. Yep, it doesn't. It quite literally doesn't. Come get blown out, chat. Get your pipes cleaned.
Alabamians.
Thank you, Gray. That was amazing.
And our elections, Ivy said. By the way, let me just pause to point out, this is the shit that drives me crazy, and this is the shit that drives every single Democrat, liberal, and leftist crazy. Every single red state, gerrymanders, redistricts, there's court cases over it, they end up winning. They end up upholding their redistricting, right? And then in Virginia, not only did we counter gerrymander and counter redistrict, but there was a direct vote by the people as to whether or not we should do that, right? The people won. The Democrats won. The correct position won. And we were going to in fact, I voted in the election. We're going to redistrict or gerrymander, counter gerrymander in Virginia. Then it got to a state court in Virginia and they slapped it down. So if you're following along, Republicans are allowed to gerrymander. They're allowed to redistrict. They're allowed to cheat. But blue states are not allowed to counter cheat and counter gerrymander to make it more even, to make it more fair. Well, again, I reiterate, how can a country continue with such blatant double standards? And I mean that sincerely. How is this country supposed to continue when at every turn Democrats are slapped down and handcuffed, and at every turn Republicans are incentivized to be the worst version of themselves possible and, rig the system 1,000 ways to Sunday? So they get the Electoral College, which biases it in favor of them now. They get to win these court decisions for redistricting, which biases it in favor of them now. And now we're at the point where they're literally canceling elections after votes have been cast to get their way. Again, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. These people are straight up evil. They don't give a shit about democracy. They don't give a shit about freedom. They don't give a shit about the right to vote. All they care about is raw power. That's it. That's all they care about. So they say the special election proclamation is the latest step in Alabama's redistricting battle, which has been rife with legal appeals. The Alabama legislature empowered Ivey to call special primaries in case courts allowed the state to change its maps during a special session earlier this month. Ivey said in the release that she remains hopeful the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Alabama in the state's pending appeal about its congressional map. I can tell you this, Alabama is not tired of winning, Ivey said in the release. Senate President Pro Tem Garland Gudger from Cullman also celebrated the ruling in a release. He said the decision means that elections can be held using fairly drawn maps that are firmly rooted in common sense and prioritize reason over race. So understand what they're saying here, because they're lying there. They're lying there because what they mean is, hey, if you allow black people to have some sort of representation, then you're race obsessed. So in other words, by countering racism, they say you're race obsessed. The only way to not be race obsessed is to just be racist and take away black people's ability to have any representation.
Yes,
that's
Kyle.
what's actually happening here.
100.
And so, can we just call it what it is?
You're racist for pointing out racism.
The Confederacy was treated way too soft, way too kindly.
Of course
it's a sick joke how much we let them get away with. We should have been much more aggressive. We should have cracked down much in a much harsher way. We should have stripped them of more power and more control, because clearly they are not reasonable with said power. They're not reasonable with it. They will immediately strip black voting rights. The second the Supreme Court was like, yeah, fuck the Voting Rights Act, all of them instantly were like, word up, fuck all black people's voting rights, and we're going to crack down, and we're going to make sure we gerrymander the shit out of our states, and we make sure we take away as much black power as humanly possible. So these states were treated with kid gloves, and that never should have fucking happened. That never should have fucking happened. It's absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely grotesque what we're looking at here. And understand what we're looking at, right? What we're looking at is now it's not only at the federal level. Do you have Trump trying to rig the midterms, rig 2028, come up with all these tricks, right, in order to get his way? But now that's bled into the rest of the Republican Party, where at the state level everywhere too, they're working on it. They know they can't win fair and square. They know their ideas suck ass. They know that all they're good for is endless war and tax cuts for the Epstein class. They know that working people despise them, and that's why they're panicking. And so all they can do is try to rig it, try to cheat, right? And so now add this to the long list of Republican election rigging moves. Like, for example, Trump seizing the ballots in Georgia and Arizona. Him trying to steal the 2020 election. Let's just start with that one. The fake elector slate trying to steal the election in 2020. Of course, doing January 6th and all that stuff. Now paying the criminals who assaulted people, who assaulted cops. But they already did the dry run. They seized the ballots in Georgia, seized the ballots in Arizona. Trump did that executive order trying to ban vote by mail. They're stealing voter roll data state by state, and they're trying to do ballot purging and ballot spoiling. They're potentially going to send in the National Guard or ICE to seize the ballots on election day if there's another red mirage type scenario and Republicans are leading and then Democrats come back and take the lead. We already know that Trump is trying to make Maduro lie for him and say that he stole the election for Biden. We already know that. Trump said on the first day of the Iran war that Iran interfered in the election. Trump said China interfered in the election. The Save America Act, they tried to get that shit through. Thankfully, that failed miserably, as it should. But they're trying, bro. They're trying 1,000 ways to Sunday. And these other Republicans at the state level, don't get it twisted. They're all just as fucking bad as Trump. And they all instantly could not wait to strip away black people's rights the second they were given an opening.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right, a piece by ProPublica that I wanted to watch called Toxic Ground. Be interesting.
We're just having a regular Saturday, and my youngest daughter came running in.
And I was like, why is it so red? After that, brown stuff came out of the wall.
Which emote? Yeah, I said if you would have donated a gifted sub or a 100 biddies, you could get one too, so you could use it to play instead of having to type fish. But you didn't listen. God damn it. Of course. It's a good emote. Plus it's useful, right? Can confirm, yeah.
I
was there.
Water and dark stuff coming out of the bathroom. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Where is this coming from? Finally, Mom said, "This is oil."
U.S. oil production just hit an all-time record, 13.6 million barrels a day. there are approximately 4 million abandoned oil and gas wells in the United States. What exactly is in this water?
This is a huge environmental and public health crisis beneath our feet.
We're on the verge of bankruptcy.
We can't just go buy a new house.
Next thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. Texas tea. Black gold.
Don't have drinking water. Their cattle are dying. My husband, he had a heart attack.
Texas tea.
They knew it was
Of course it's Texas.
a problem, but they weren't
The
willing
opposite of fucking Hawaii.
to buck the system.
Yeah, that's crazy seeing the dead cows. Nah, but next time, girl, you can get the emote. And the hype trains. It's like it's a new emote they added for the hype trains.
We lived in our little house for 12 years to save up to even build a house. We had worked so hard to have a place of our own. We assumed we were getting a perfect house.
Are you getting soaking wet? Wow. Look at me. What are you doing?
I'm holding.
Yeah, you are.
I'll take you back there. It was just flowing out everywhere.
And it was kind of like this stuff with this oily sheen.
It was just black.
Yeah, we really do need to move away from oil.
I've begged for the help to contain and divert it, and nothing.
No one's helping you.
Nothing.
I report on oil and gas in Oklahoma.
Yeah, and just being in the house, like you're breathing that shit in, and you're fucked, right? Like that's gonna stain your floors. That's gonna permanently have like if you think you can clean it up with like some dish soap, you're in no. It's not gonna happen. Right? Like oil, that kind of oil, it stains and like it lingers. It's very difficult to get rid of.
If you get outside of Tulsa,
You'll never get the smell out. Right, and that smell is toxic, right? Like, you shouldn't be breathing that shit in. So this is the kind of shit that happens that people just kind of brush aside. It's like, well, just clean it up. It's like you need some specialized equipment. You can't just clean it up with a mop. Like it doesn't work that way.
in really any direction, you'll start seeing pump jacks and tank batteries and drilling rigs. It's pretty omnipresent here. Assume. We're gonna go try to find some orphan wells on Turkey Mountain.
I'm actually kind of interested. Hold on. What do you use to clean up oil spills? Yeah, exactly. Apply an absorbent, right? Grind the absorbent into the oil and pull the liquid out. Sweep away the soiled clumps. Oh, and this is water and natural environments. Okay. Cleaning. Okay. Containment booms. Floating barriers that deploy coral. Okay. Skimmers. Right, because oil rises to the top, so that's not probably the best example, but yeah. You need to buy this stuff, essentially, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, just go in there with a mop, right? You have to... It's more complicated than that, right? go. Oil spreads 100 times faster in rain. Jesus. So it sounds like you need these like absorbent technologies made of like some sort of material or clay, right? And if you don't, you're essentially cooked. Like it's gonna be really hard to get out. Can't use dish soap apparently. They lied about the ducky. And I don't mean the cookie. Right? Dawn always has that fucking commercial with the duck. That they wash the fucking oil. They pour fucking oil on the duck. And they wash the duck with the Dawn soap or whatever. Now I'm starting to question that, chat. Is that true? Bullshit. You've all seen that, right?
Then you take me by the hand.
Bullshit.
I feel better again.
This thing is fucking dead.
Oh, I feel better now.
That's a different duck. Wait, they poured it on the duck? Yeah, they literally poured it on the duck. I was like, that can't be true. This is... See, I'm skeptical of everything, so I literally am like... Huh? Man.
Then you take me by the hand. I feel better again. Oh, I feel better now.
Click on my link, Gus, please. No! What do you think this is? A stream? God damn it. Sick of this shit.
This hairdresser is using leftover hair to help fight oil spills. Let me tell you how. Meet Phil McRory. He noticed that when he spilled oil in his salon, it stuck to the hair on the floor, and that gave him an idea. He grabbed a bunch of hair, filled his wife's stockings with it, and made a mat of hair to see if it soaked up more oil. When he discovered the idea worked, he partnered with a charity called Matter of Trust to scale up the operation. Now, people can send in human hair, pet hair, or even feathers, and they'll be woven into a mat that can soak up oil and help protect marine life. The hair can also be woven into a long sausage, which can contain oil spills, preventing them from spreading and causing more damage. This could be a far more environmentally friendly option than current cleanup methods, which usually involve spraying chemicals onto the ocean surface or just setting it on fire. Thousands of spills happen every year, and hair could be the perfect way of removing them from our oceans. If you'd like to send hair, check out Matter of Trust, the link's in my bio, tap like Mat of Hair to see if it's...
That's a lot of hair. That's a lot of hair.
In this video, we will describe the process of bioremediation and how it was used in the 1989
Yeah. Or you could just use Dawn soap, guys. Just clean it off with some Dawn soap. Done.
Son Valdez oil.
Haven't you watched the fucking ad? It's got stuff that fights oil. Just like electrolytes.
Bill. Bioremediation is the use of microbes to remediate contaminated soils and groundwater, according to the EPA.
I could have cleaned up the Exxon. I know. I should have just shaved my head. Put all that fucking hair to good use for once. Pour it directly into the ocean. Yeah. Duh.
Microbes have specific enzymes that can degrade certain contaminants, such as oil and other petroleum products, some pesticides and solvents to water, carbon dioxide, and ethane, while using these compounds as a carbon and energy source. In some cases, the contaminant is neither a carbon nor an energy source. Instead, the contaminant is degraded in a side reaction. Bioremediation was used in the 1989 Exxon Valdez oil spill in Prince William Sound, Alaska. Oil had washed ashore, contaminating sediments along a 2,100-kilometer coastline. This oil spill was catastrophic in the sense that it caused tremendous harm to a sensitive ecosystem and led to the death of several animals, including 300 harbor seals and 250 bald eagles. Preliminary lab and field experiments conducted by the EPA and Exxon scientists indicated that bioremediation of oil in soils was feasible, as the rates of degradation of hydrocarbons were in some cases 5 times that of controls. Almost 50,000 kilograms of nitrogen in fertilizers was applied to numerous sites from 1989 to 1991. This is thought to be one of the largest applications of bioremediation to date. The act of adding nutrients to soils to enable local microbes degrade contaminants more effectively is called biostimulation. By summer 1992, only about 1.3% of the shoreline still had a significant amount of oil left on it, because most of the oil had been remediated. The U.S. Coast Guard and Alaska state government subsequently declared that the cleanup was complete. Certain conditions must exist for microbes to perform at their best during the remediation process, such as the right temperature and concentration of nutrients and food.
Not anymore.
In the Exxon
Nope.
Valdez
Just
example,
ended.
addition of nitrogen was necessary to obtain optimal results. In cases where the temperature of the soil is not optimal, such as the winter season, or the proper mixing of amendments, such as fertilizer, is not possible, soils can be excavated and added to tanks where heating, addition of nutrients, and shaking can lead to more effective contaminant degradation.
Congrats.
The advantage of using bioremediation is that it is cheap, as it often does not require expensive equipment, labor, or energy, unlike other remediation techniques. According to the EPA, bioremediation is being used in over 100 Superfund sites. All links to the documents used to make this video are in the description below. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and return next week for more engaging videos. I post videos just like this every Thursday for environmental scientists and engineers, and for anyone who's interested in the environment. Thanks for watching. Cheers.
God, Jersey, what is this, a competition? Yeah, it is. All right.
Orphan wells are old wells that have been abandoned by the industry and not properly plugged or cleaned up.
It says we're either right on top of it or nearby.
About 2 years ago, I started looking into oil field wastewater coming up through old orphan wells. The more I looked, the more I found. The US now produces more oil and gas than any country in the history of the world. And one byproduct of that is trillions of gallons of toxic wastewater. Oklahoma crams tens of billions of gallons of oil field wastewater underground every year. Over time, that space fills up and below ground pressure builds. If you put this wastewater deep at significant volumes, you get earthquakes, and you get a lot of them. And if you put it at shallow depths, at high pressures, the force can also crack the rock. The wastewater is spreading widely, it's polluting groundwater, and it's purging to the surface and blasting out of old wells. This is a huge problem in West Texas, but in Oklahoma, some of these pollution events are happening near where people live.
Wow, I didn't know about this.
I've seen salt scars on farmland that has made it unusable. I've talked to ranchers whose cattle drink purge water, and their cattle die. Oklahoma is a sort of cautionary tale for the oil and gas industry in America as a whole.
Put them in jail.
In most
yeah,
of the country's state
they're not going to
agencies
jail.
oversee oil and gas.
The only thing they're getting is a promotion and more money. Welcome to America.
Injection. In Oklahoma, that agency is the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, or the OCC. There are 3 elected commissioners, and they are habitually elected with a significant amount of industry funding.
I'm sure it only affects cattle.
Employees
Yeah.
have spent years documenting these purges and other problems with oil and gas injection. They had reams of evidence that the way these wells were injecting were causing really serious pollution.
We've had to move away from town. All the kids they played with.
We were just trying to trust that they would do their job. Then it was just like run around after run around after run around.
About whether it's even oil.
Yeah. The methane gas has been documented to be very high.
So the gas levels have reached the point of like, you light a cigarette in there.
This place could blow up.
We have a lot of neighbors. It's just sitting there at nearly explosive levels.
I went and got my own testing bottles from a lab, and so I was coming home and I thought, you know what, I need to make some calls.
I'm looking at that house bathroom sample that you sent in.
Yes.
It's absolutely oil.
See, OCC will not say a word. They will not say that they believe it's oil.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Gee, I wonder why.
Mr. Roger.
You guys keep on acting like you don't know and you don't have a clue.
What do you think it is, Mitch?
I know what it is. You guys know what it is. You don't want to say it. We know that's oil, and you have failed. I'm out of a house, I have 3 kids out of a house, and I'm tired of the damn games.
Damn
So
right.
what has the Corporation Commission told you about next steps?
The director, he drove from the Capitol to my house. He said, well, there's check marks to say if it's an oil well. Every check mark is marked off, but finding the well bore. He said, I do believe it's right here. It's not outside. He said, it's under this house.
The collision of new construction on old oil fields is, I mean, it's not just you guys, it's happening all over.
Yeah.
All over the state, there are new residential areas being put up on top of old oil fields. I've been compiling a map of orphans all over the state. There's a cluster right near an REI. Here's one that's in the river.
An REI.
The state list of orphan wells is about 20,000 wells long. Federal researchers from the Department of Energy think that that true number is more like 300,000 orphan wells. State records show that in 1946, there was an oil well drilled about 400 feet northwest of where the Meredith's house sits today. But records from 80 years ago are often inaccurate. This is the Meredith's neighborhood in the 1930s, before the well was drilled. And here's the Meredith's neighborhood in 1952, after the drilling took place. And you can see the ground here is different, is almost exactly where the Meredith's house now stands. And so it seems likely that their house was built on top of an old, poorly plugged well. Orphan wells can wake up unexpectedly and leak methane and toxic fluids. That seems to be what happened to the Merediths. But current injection practices in Oklahoma are also triggering purges. When I first started looking into this purge problem, I met a former OCC employee. He had been a pretty high-ranking manager within the oil division, and he'd really been brought on to help address the purge crisis.
I became a field engineer in 1983 and never did want to give it up. I always enjoyed working on the wells. I went to work at the commission because I really believed that I could help them. But it turns out the commission really didn't want the help. So I left, but I'm still trying to help other people. So now we're going to have to walk a little ways down the road here to find the well. There are tons of wells in Oklahoma that have not been plugged properly.
Jesus.
The operators were allowed to walk off and leave them, and left it for the taxpayers to plug the well. This was a well that was drilled back in 1916. There's an injection well 150 feet away. And what it's doing, it's pressuring up the water and pushing it right over to here. You can see the salt out on the ground out there. There's nothing growing there. It's too salty. I would give Oklahoma a D- on well control. Almost all of the cases that I dealt with, there was too much pressure. The solution to that
and over
is
in Alberta, yeah, that makes sense.
This water is approximately 5 to 10 times as salty as the ocean. One of the most worrisome toxic materials is called benzene. It is a carcinogen. We want to prevent people from drinking that kind of water.
We built the house in 2022 and we planted bushes and plants all along here and out around the trees and the rock areas. Over time, they started dying and we had no idea why they were dying. It took about another year to realize that it was the salt content in our water that was killing everything around.
What did it taste like?
You're drinking ocean water.
That's when we were like, something's not right.
The Oklahoma Corporation Commission came out to investigate and tested our water multiple times. And we learned that we had barium in our water. Our chlorides were very high.
So this is the OCC showing you over a Teams meeting that your water well is right in the middle of a cloud of pollution.
So the concentrations range, I think, between 3,000 and 5,000 parts per million, but 11,000, and right here, 36,000.
That's now 72 times more concentrated than the EPA's recommendation for drinking water.
Yet we were drinking it.
The Bormans live outside of a small town called Arcadia, and their home sits on top of what was, in the 1940s, a large oil and gas field that helped make Oklahoma one of the world leaders in oil and gas production.
Rare!
In the first half of 2024, Tammy was communicating with the commission,
Congrats,
but she got the
Blue
sense
Room.
that they weren't telling her everything. And so she put in an open records request and got a bunch of documents. And what she learned is the commission thought that one potential source of her pollution was nearby active oil and gas operations. And when they finally did run tests on those wells, they found problems. The conclusion of that report was that this is likely oil and gas pollution and that there's more testing that the OCC could do to try to identify the source of that pollution. But internally, the OCC was expressing concern about the cost of these tests to a nearby oil and gas company. They said these tests would cost the operator too
I
much.
planted one this year.
What makes this troubling is that the OCC knows the consequences. Once oil field pollution gets into groundwater, it's almost impossible to unmix. It's essentially permanent.
Good luck.
We went to grandma's, and then we went to a lake house. Then we moved to the Donna's house, and then we moved to here. It was like it was a vacation, but not a really fun vacation.
Hello, my man.
Good. The house we're in now is like small though. I sleep right here, and my sister sleeps right here.
It's a drink. You should be drinking it, not eating it.
I am drinking it, but this is the only thing I could find to mix.
She's like littler than me, so like she don't understand it as much as me. It makes her sad, so I've just been trying to comfort.
The house that we're living in now is the
I've got
house
that
Mitch
hoodie.
and I first lived in when we got married.
Girl has style. She's like 12 and has style, guys. The fuck?
They're sad, so I've just been trying to comfort.
The house that we're living in now is the house that Mitch and I first lived in when we got married. Just a small little 900 square foot, 2-bedroom farmhouse. And it really was a God thing that this house was even available. Having to move multiple times while having a newborn baby is not ideal. How many of those do you think you're gonna eat?
Probably 2.
All right.
God, the third redhead is on the way. God damn it. What a
You're
breeder.
good to go, girl. She really is such a strong kid. With type 1 diabetes, it's just an awful disease for someone to have to live with, and it's 24/7 care. We always think of kids as just being resilient, but they still feel things just like we do. And they're kids, so they don't quite understand how, like, we can't just go buy a new house. Then I don't know who we're supposed to call to get someone to take accountability. You would think,
The
okay,
Ghostbusters,
well,
clearly.
the governor, he's the top guy, like, get in touch with him. But I have called his office so many times. Like, what is he there for if he's not going to help the people of Oklahoma?
We're on the verge of bankruptcy because there's
But
no
I got
way
you
out
on the
of
other
this
monitor.
loan.
All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support.
There's no way out of the house, and it's worth nothing.
With basically all natural resource-based industries, you have to make these companies set aside money for
Underneath all the
cleanup
silly
when they're actually productive. And Oklahoma hasn't really done that. The number of purges has continued to climb in the past few years. And I got my hands on an internal memo from the OCC's oil division that laid out how...
This is terrible. I watched this movie recently and I really liked it.
Weasels. Yes, I find I have a special gift for the work.
All right, you mugs, fall out.
Did you find the rabbit?
Don't worry, Judge. We got the formants all over the city. We'll find them.
Thanks for the great content. Thank you, Blue Room.
You wouldn't have any idea where the rabbit might be, Mr. Valiant?
No tune can resist the old shave
tried
and
well,
haircut
well?
joke. Shave and a haircut. Shave and a haircut.
Damn right. I love it.
Cucamonga? I hear Kokomo's very nice this time of the year. I'm surprised you're not more cooperative, Mr. Valiant. A human has been murdered by a tune. Don't you appreciate the magnitude of that? Since I've had Toontown under my jurisdiction, my goal has been to rein in the insanity. And the only way to do that is to make tunes respect the law.
Wow, he's genociding them. He's putting them into concentration camps, guys.
Judge. Spread a bunch of Somalians around Toontown a couple years back. Bought the election.
What's that?
Remember how we always thought there wasn't a way to kill a tune? Well, Doom found the way. Turpentine, acetone, benzene. He calls it the dip.
I'll catch the rabbit, Mr. Valiant. Then I'll
You
try
don't
him,
donate,
convict him,
you don't matter.
and execute him.
Thank you, Ducky.
Last one day, too. Hey, boss.
They're not kid gloves, Mr. Valiant. But this is how we handle things down in Toontown. I'd think you of all people would appreciate that.
I remember my little cousin freaking out on Jessica Rabbit and yelled out that in the movie theater, she's got big boobies. Well, she does. She does. Facts. I love how she had to yell that out to the fucking kids are so honest. I love it.
could
Yeah,
never
what a perv.
be me.
What a perv. Jersey did that too. She's too shy to tell us in chat. I had a nightshirt with a Roger Rabbit's mugshot. That's like the perfect nightshirt. I like that. It's not her fault. She's just drawn that way. God. Boobs exist, guys. They're real things. Okay?
Cartoon antics, the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit is really about a real-life conspiracy to destroy electric rail in the United States.
This is a very political movie. That's why somebody told me to watch it, and I was like, wow, this is great. And it's done in like a fun, clever way, right? That's what I mean, guys. Like art and politics are always downstream from one another, right?
Specifically in the greater Los Angeles area.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, in the Los Angeles area, that's what happened, right? We went over that whole series of events. Like Ford Motor Company and all these they basically bought out the electric railway systems and they just destroyed them. They piled them up on top of one another. So then you have to drive, right? And now look, we have states like New Jersey where you can't even walk anywhere. Disgusting.
Now, really early in the movie, there's a punchline where Eddie essentially says it would be absurd to own a car in the city of Los Angeles.
Hey, mister, ain't you got a car?
Who needs a car in L.A.? We got the best public transportation system in the world.
That line is supposed to be really funny to a modern audience because Los Angeles has a notoriously terrible public transportation system. Like, it's gotten a little better recently, but it's still awful. You need a car to do basically anything in Los Angeles and have for a really long time.
Just like New Jersey.
But that wasn't always the case. There was a point
you
when
can't even take a dump in New Jersey without getting in your car.
LA had one of the best, if not the best, public rail system in the world. It was fast, it was efficient, it was cheap. In fact, most cities in the United States, sort of mid-sized cities, had a rail network at one point.
First they buy the red car, then they want to get their hands on Toontown.
The movie references a real-life conspiracy led by General Motors that included oil companies, the predecessors to Exxon and Chevron. It included Firestone Tire. It included Mack Truck and Greyhound buses. They all got together and they bought up all of these rail systems all over the country. St. Louis, Baltimore, Oakland, and Los Angeles. And then they systematically made them less efficient and then eventually dismantled them completely.
And piled them on top of one.
The villain in Roger Rabbit is a character named Judge Doom. And in addition to traumatizing every child who saw this movie, he is sort of the embodiment of this General Motors conspiracy.
Nobody's gonna drive this lousy freeway when they can take the red car for a nickel.
Oh, they'll drive. They'll have to. You see, I bought the red car so I could dismantle it.
The plan was to replace the rail networks with bus service that was purposely designed to be unreliable. It's slow, gets caught in traffic, really annoying. That forces people to buy cars. If they want to get to work on time, they have to own their own car, right? If you can get the whole populace of Los Angeles to have to buy a massive luxury item and go into debt to do so, that benefits all the companies involved in this conspiracy.
Correct.
There's a widespread belief that the transition from a public transit system to an extremely car-centric society in the US was inevitable, but that's not true. It was purposely destroyed. It was purposely defunded. The thing about public transit is that it needs public investment on the local level, on the state level, and on the federal level. But all of that began shifting into highways, partially because of the highway lobby, which General Motors was also involved in. In the movie, Judge Doom is going to destroy Toontown to make way for a massive highway expansion. But in real life, those highway expansions often went through Black and Latino neighborhoods. So making way for the 101 and other highways, it razed those communities to the ground. But in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, there are no people of color in the movie at all. The writers were clearly trying to comment on that racist history of Los Angeles. But in using cartoons as metaphors, they sort of ended up erasing it, which is more than a little ironic.
No. I disagree.
As metaphors, they sort of ended up...
I disagree entirely, right? I got that reference right away. You don't have to have people of color to be on the nose about it. It's called allegory, guys, right? An allegory is You don't make it so much like real life that it's 100% on the nose, right? You kind of allude to it. You make the cartoons, the toons, right? Second-class citizens. You treat them like discriminated people. You treat, right? So you make it fake, but you're like, yeah, this is kind of how we treat African Americans. And that's more effective, right? And the reason I say that's more effective is because creatively, that's more effective. The audience will be like, yeah, that's actually pretty similar, right? And at the same time, it's just better writing, right? Because you're establishing the whole point of this movie was the toons. If you added like African Americans and all this other stuff to it, it just wouldn't make sense to it, right? Like it would take away from the theme of the movie, right? Movies have themes, so when you write them, you have to write them a specific way. And a good writer, that's why this movie was so good, because it clearly was commenting on all that stuff, right? Another thing that does this really well, and that we've talked about in the past, is Star Trek, right? Instead of like using African Americans to justify or to show that like racism is wrong or something like that, what happens? They use some like alien race, and that's just like a metaphor for Nazis, right? Or like Jews, right? So like that's how you get Cardassians and the Bajorans, right? So like it's the same concept, and that's why it's a good book, or it's a good movie, because this is what we call allegory, right? You're making a story out of it, and then in the allegory, you're directly relating that back to reality, right? Because you can tell through the allegory, that's what they're really commenting on, right? Now, you don't always have to do it this way, but it does make it more creative, more interesting to watch, right? So this is what I will say. I disagree entirely with that last part. And I've said that. I think the problem with a lot of media today, and this is what conservatives don't understand, is that the reason movies and TV shows feel different today is not because they're woke or they're too like diverse or whatever, because people don't really have a problem with that. Even some conservatives, right? There are conservatives who will care about that. The reason is because it's shit writing. And shit writing generally happens. One symptom of shit writing is it's too on the nose. You can't always do stuff on the nose. Yeah, 100% shit writing. Because again, Star Trek is super woke. It's always been super woke, right? Like Eleni sent us that video of the two black men like talking about how like shit it was because it's super woke. Motherfucker, it's always been woke. It's just they're complaining about it being too on the nose. And that is a valid criticism. That's just bad writing. And guys, look this up, because remember, I talked to you guys earlier about this. Like, look up like how good scripts are created, good stories. There's structure to them, and you can't do it this way that he's saying, because you're leaning into bad structure. Now, if you want to make a movie that is about like how African Americans did this and this and this, right? And then this is like a symptom of racism or whatever, that you can do that, but not in a fucking movie that's meant for kids in cartoon land. You have to do it in a different way, right? And good writers know this shit, right? That's why these two examples work really well. And that's why this movie is very left-wing, right? They're critiquing the corporate system. They're critiquing discrimination. They're just doing it through allegory. And that's really important to know. And I always tell that to like people who are really against like being who are against like woke shit and stuff. It's like you're not actually really against it for the most part, right? I loved Alien Nation. Yeah, there's a bunch of examples we could give of really good like writing versus like not so good writing, right? And it doesn't mean you can't talk about African American or like brown people's struggles and stuff. You just have to do it in a different way. And you don't do it in a movie about a fucking cartoon rabbit and a girl with red hair who got boobies. And everyone comments it on the theater, apparently. God, Jersey. What a tell.
Erasing it, which is more than a little ironic.
Yeah, no. So, good video.
They were going to
Thank you very much.
respond to these purges.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn this way.
Employees
exactly.
sounded the alarm, and
Great movie.
none of that was made public.
In fact, guys, I never do this. I only own a few movies. I like that movie so much because it was so political, and I could see like all the tones they were. I understood all this right away, right? That I bought it on Blu-ray because I liked it that much, right? I like supporting movies like that. More movies like that, please. Not shit.
One thing that it said is that the agency could pursue contempt cases in court against oil companies for failure to prevent pollution. But I found out that they haven't filed a contempt case in the past 5 years, and they haven't fined any oil company for a purge during that time. So I went to the agency office in Oklahoma City. I was told that the agency's goal is not to punish oil and gas companies, but it's just to bring them back in line.
We have two key underlying principles in our approach to regulation that may be different from the past. One of them is to do the next right thing. And the other one is to lead with a handshake instead of a hammer.
Do you think that companies are at all scared of enforcement from the state?
No, that's a big problem. Some of them take it very serious and they don't want to get into trouble. But there are just enough few out there that's causing a lot of the problems. The Corporation Commission is catering to the oil industry and not to the citizens.
I started looking at each of the commissioners and how much money that they had accepted campaign funds from the industry they regulate. It was more than 50%, some 70%. This is harming people right now. You should look at that. And they refused.
I'm bleeding money here, trying to get decent water so we can live, and you guys are worried about the gentleman that's making money off his oil well over here. So who are you guys working for?
Speaking of all the money you guys have spent on this problem, could you show me the RO system?
Sure.
Yeah. It's a reverse osmosis system, and it takes our water coming into the house and it filters it, cleans it, takes out all the chlorides, all the contaminants, the barium, bromide, and strontium that we have in our water. It's affording us to being able to stay in this house. We had barium at 3 times the EPA limit in our water.
What are the health impacts of barium?
Potential cardiovascular issues. Chris had a heart attack in late 2024. Do we know that our water was the cause of that? No, but at the very minimum, the stress level that we're living in, not knowing if you're going to be able to stay in your home or not, it's been a challenge.
Has the OCC ever found a culprit for the pollution?
No, and they closed our case.
If you don't look for the cause, I guess you'll never find it, and that's where we're at.
The mission and vision of the Oklahoma Corporation Commission is to protect citizens of Oklahoma, and the Merediths are a perfect example of them failing. I learned about the Meredith family through a mutual friend, and I was in disbelief.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this either.
So we're headed to the OCC's community town hall meeting, I guess. Interestingly enough, they put this together and didn't even let us know about it.
This all came, we were 7 months out. Silence. After finally pressing and pressing and pressing them, like, for not helping us, because we are still just, I mean, this is still just flowing out of the ground. And we did finally have to start blowing it up.
Jesus.
Dear Heavenly Father, God, we just come to you today, and we just ask that you be with us in this meeting, God. We already know that you're fighting for us. God, we just continue to pray that you will put a heavy conviction on these people's hearts and that they would do the right thing. Lord, we love you.
Gas specialists. So let's start tonight. I'm going to hand it over to the Director of Administration.
This is the approximate location of where the Meredith property is located.
I've never heard of the OCC doing something like this for a single pollution case that's affecting one family.
Fluoride concentrations were obviously elevated in the samples that we got from OSU.
We don't have the authority to buy the property, to remove the foundation in order to determine if there's a well.
What emergency action has been taken?
Emergency action? None for...
It's an environmental risk, correct? There's water running off. You state in your 1085 that
That's personal property, personal residence. I'm a regulatory body.
Is not the authority of the Corporation Commission to remedy pollution.
That's a broader statement that I would agree with.
Would you live there?
See, you're not going to answer.
So you're saying that you don't want to answer the question whether you would actually live in that house?
That's a hypothetical one.
No, it's not. If it was your family, would you live in that house?
Okay, hold on.
What is your suggestion at the best course of action for the Merediths to get this resolved?
I filed a claim for damages with their insurance company.
How can we protect it? There's 61,000 undocumented wells. As a citizen, how do we protect ourselves in this state?
I'm in the same boat that you're in.
I think you had an honest heart, but you got blocked when you got back to the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
You told them what it was.
You are correct.
Okay, you told them what it was.
It's just amazing when your people show up for you, and our people did that tonight.
And it does no good to have legislation if you've got an agency that refuses to take jurisdiction, that basically tried to portray that it had zero to do with oil and gas. That's what we've dealt with for 214 days now. So them trying to act like, well, they came back. I'm an insurance agent. But to do insurance for a living, and then you finally need your own help and you just don't get it, was very disheartening. They just automatically denied my claim.
Mr. Meredith, we have investigated. We have looked at the claim.
You've been to my house?
We have not been to your house.
I do not understand how you can deny a claim without doing a thorough investigation. A big claim without doing a thorough. It sounds like you're skirting to me.
How likely is it that the solution here is that you have to tear down the house?
Right now, that's became the only solution. That's been hard to swallow.
Something that you worked so hard for, and that is the home to your family. Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. It's going to be so hard to watch that happen.
I can take anything, but your babies.
I really miss just the house in general. Every day it's a new part of it that I just miss more. Can I go home? Can I go home? Can I go home? I miss my house. I say that all the time.
Ugh.
The Corporation Commission, they care more about protecting oil and gas companies more than they do helping the people, protecting them from the oil and gas.
I happen to know that we can produce oil and protect the environment at the same time. We're not going to put the state out of business. The state is not going to go broke. Oklahoma can't live in the direction that we're headed right now. The residents in that town get up and they're going to have salt water running out their tap water. And then it's too late.
It's fucking Oklahoma. God, what did I say? Another ginger. What are you, Jersey? Could never be. Probably could, actually. Oh. All right, guys. Here, we got this too. Yep, I'm on York County. By data centers. Interesting. Are there a lot of people showing up to that, Kristen B? I'm kind of curious. All right. This was pretty interesting too. Too bad Trump's too much of a pussy to do anything about it. Not really.
To Lebanon.
Sad. What do you got? What do you got against gingers? God, Gus.
Now, in what appears
well, according to South Park, they have no souls.
to be a huge disagreement between the leaders of Israel and the United States. In a phone call on Monday,
then we have our ginger friend here telling us that they have souls.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that it really irritates me. South Park would say that red-haired people don't have souls, okay? Because we do. We do have souls, alright?
No, they don't.
And lately I've been
Raina.
being called a ginger. A fat ginger. By everybody at school. And it really hurts my feelings. I act like it doesn't, but it does really bad. Gingers have souls! I go to church. I'm a Christian. You don't know me. You're not God. You're not God. You don't know who has a soul and who doesn't. Alright? I'm a Christian. So if you think I don't have a soul, you tell me. Otherwise, fuck you. Bitches, you... For real. I'm getting sick and tired of everyone making fun of red-haired people.
Damn right.
Like, ah, he's a ginger. Ah, he's a ginger. Ah. Really, that's funny. Yeah. Okay. I'm being called a ginger every single day at school. Every day of my life.
I feel kind of bad for this kid.
Contemplated suicide, all sorts of things. It pisses me off. Ginger people do have souls, all right? I'm red hair. I have red hair. I got red hair, and I'm proud of it. All right? I consider ginger a very slanderous word, demeaning word, and I'm tired of it. Tired of it.
I mean, he's probably like 16, right? Just my soul. Yeah. No, Jersey has a family that's ginger haired. I know.
You know, everybody else gets respect. I mean, black people, white people, Mexicans, everyone.
Damn right.
Gingers. Why do gingers have to be put down so much? Like, really, what's so different about them besides their hair color?
Black people.
Really? What is so freaking different? Tell me!
Look, I look into those eyes and I don't see a soul. Just like Raina's sister.
God! Because I don't really see much of a difference, okay? I'm redheaded, and I'm proud of it.
Damn right.
All right?
Redheads unite.
Everyone else, I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you. But, you know... I mean... I'm proud of me. I'm proud of myself, you know? I'm proud I got freckles, you know? It's who I am. God made me that way, and I have a soul.
I tell Jersey that.
So,
be proud of your ginger kids.
Don't freaking be like that, okay? I have a soul. Ginger and proud of it.
Wow, that kid got made way too much fun of. Oh, he got made fun of way too much, I mean. Right? We don't know souls exist. Yeah. My mom's almost a ginger. She has auburn hair. Well, almost it's white now. Yeah. See, Raina? That's what I have against gingers.
U.S. President Donald Trump apparently told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to stop attacking the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Now, the U.S. News website Axios.
I have soul in my nalgas? Oh. Well, those turn red, too. Oh!
Yes, quoted sources close to the president as saying that Trump called Netanyahu crazy during the phone call, saying that he was putting peace talks with Iran at risk. Trump reportedly claimed that Netanyahu would be in prison without his support, a reference there to the Israeli leader's corruption trial. Well, today, Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon, they continue, and Israel says it will hit Beirut if Hezbollah continues to attack.
Israel carried out a number of strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon on Tuesday, killing several people. The attacks came just hours after US President Donald Trump announced that both Israel and Hezbollah had agreed to dial back fighting. As part of that agreement, Israel promised not to target Beirut, rolling back a previous announcement it was planning to strike Hezbollah units in the city. The cancellation was welcomed by people in the capital, many of whom had prepared to flee. Some praised the US president for stepping in to negotiate.
Yesterday, Trump intervened to stop the strikes on the southern suburbs and southern Lebanon. I hope the attacks on the south will stop and that the war will end.
Others believe that Trump was only reacting to pressure coming from Iran, a close ally of Hezbollah.
President Trump didn't want to stop the strikes. There was pressure from Iran and Yemen.
The partial ceasefire was announced after a phone call between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump reportedly warned that Israel's actions in Lebanon were jeopardizing Tehran's talks with the US. But Israel's defense minister has warned that whatever agreement was made, it fully depends on Hezbollah not attacking Israel.
We will not accept firing on Israeli communities and will act accordingly. And this was also the message in Prime Minister Netanyahu's conversation yesterday with the US president.
So far, skirmishes have been limited to southern Lebanon.
Only if you slap them hard enough.
And there is cautious optimism that Israel and Lebanon will be able to hammer out a more comprehensive ceasefire deal during talks in
Chad's getting spicy with the red nalgas talk. Yeah,
Washington.
For real.
Well, I'm joined now by Alan Ayer. He spent 4 decades in the U.S. Foreign Service. He was a key member of the U.S. nuclear negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA nuclear agreement with Iran. He is now a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute. Mr. Ayer, it's good to have you with us. Axios and ABC are reporting that President Trump erupted at Benjamin Netanyahu over Israel's escalation in Lebanon, reportedly screaming, and I'm quoting here, "What the F are you doing?" Was this President Trump restraining an ally, or was this an admission that Netanyahu has been driving events all along?
Well, Brent, I would take anything coming out of this administration with a grain of salt. I don't necessarily believe that's what happened, but certainly President Trump has a vested interest in showing that he's seeking to reestablish some type of ceasefire in Lebanon. But the underlying facts are that we've reached the point where there's a bifurcation of interests in the region between Israel and the United States. The United States wants to cut its losses and get out of there as quickly as it can. Israel still wants to topple the Islamic Republic of Iran and also disarm Hezbollah. So that's the key event, not so much profanity or shouting, the fact that there's a fork in the road now and Israel's going one way and the U.S. is going the other.
And where is Iran going? I mean, it seems that Iran has made a Lebanese ceasefire. They've made it part of any wider understanding with the United States. And haven't they also successfully turned the Hezbollah front into leverage over President Trump's entire Iran policy?
Well, they see Lebanon and the support to its proxy Hezbollah as part of an ongoing battle between the U.S. and Israel on one side and Iran on the other. So support for Lebanon is not a chip, or for Hezbollah is not a chip that they're willing to deal away later. They realize that regardless of what happens in terms of the current hostilities, Israel will seek trying to topple the Islamic Republic, and they want to preserve an asset that's spent decades building up, Hezbollah. So they see Hezbollah as an indivisible part of what it's trying to do with strategic deterrence in the region.
I know that you argued earlier this year that Iran may be too weak, not too strong, to accept American demands on its nuclear program. With that in mind, I'd like for us to listen to what the U.S. Secretary of State said earlier today before a congressional committee. Take a listen to what he said about Iran, diplomacy, and that nuclear program.
Now, we are in talks, and I say talks because talks with Iran are not like talks with Switzerland, okay? They're very different. They require the use of intermediaries, unfortunately. But there is the prospect before us, which could happen today, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week, that for the first time, certainly in my memory, they have agreed to negotiate aspects of their nuclear program that just a month ago, just a year ago, they were refusing to even mention, much less enter into discussions about.
Now, Mr. Ayer, you helped negotiate the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. When Marco Rubio there says that Iran is now willing to talk about things that it wasn't ever willing to talk about before, what in the world could that be? I mean, do you believe the Secretary of State?
No, I don't believe the Secretary of State. I believe the situation is, as it's always been, Iran is willing to talk about accepting constraints on its nuclear program in exchange for concessions from the West. That's always been the case. Additionally, the red lines that Iran has had haven't changed at all. They will never give up what they see as their right for indigenous enrichment on Iranian soil. They're not going to dismantle their existing nuclear facilities. They might be willing to export some of their highly enriched uranium, or all of it, perhaps to a third country. And they could well be willing, as we saw before the war started, to accept suspension of enrichment on Iranian soil. But no, I don't believe Secretary Rubio, when he says Iran, due to U.S. pressure, is now more conciliatory about its nuclear program. If anything, they're less conciliatory because they have more leverage over the U.S. than they did before the war.
Let me, if you would, play devil's advocate for a moment. Trump's supporters, they could say that former JCPOA negotiators, such as yourself, have a professional stake in proving that the president's approach was doomed from the start. Is there some truth to that?
Well, I don't think so. But then again, if I were like that, I would admit to it. But here's the reality. What President Trump calls the deep state is what I call a professional bureaucracy. I've worked for the U.S. government since Reagan was president, Republicans and Democrats. And I and my colleagues in the State Department and the intelligence community, we're professionals. We work regardless of our own personal political beliefs. Paradoxically, President Trump is the first president to try to politicize what up until now has been an apolitical foreign policy apparatus. And that's one of the many reasons why today's foreign policy apparatus in the U.S. is far less effective than it's ever been, because he's driven out expertise and instead replaced it with ideological loyalty and personal fealty.
Let me pull it back to Lebanon just for a moment. If Israel believes that Hezbollah is using any ceasefire or any pause to regroup, and Iran believes that Israel is using negotiations as cover to keep striking Lebanon, why should either side trust an American brokered arrangement that appears unable to survive even 24 hours?
Yeah, trust doesn't exist anywhere in relation to anybody. any agreement that is fashioned
It's crafty. I don't know why people hate on him so much.
Last only as long as all parties who are a party to it derive benefit from it. Okay? There is zero trust between any of these two countries, U.S. and Iran, Israel and Iran, sometimes perhaps Israel and the U.S., because the relationship is transactional. So what's key is, do all sides of an agreement derive benefit? If that's the case, people will likely stay in it.
As a diplomat yourself, for Lebanese civilians who have heard repeated announcements of ceasefires, and yet they've still been the victims of drone attacks, is there any reason tonight to believe that diplomacy is actually protecting them?
No, it's the exact opposite. It's providing a cover for them to be slaughtered. Like the Kenyan saying, when elephants fight, it's the grass that loses. And there's a lot of trampled grass in the Middle East, in Lebanon, in Iran, in the GCC countries. So no, diplomacy hasn't really been given a chance by any country so far. That's one of the problems.
And before I let you go, do you think that President Trump, because of what is happening right now with Lebanon and with the Iran talks, do you think that a change in strategy, in policy, could come sooner rather than later?
I think President Trump desperately wants to disentangle himself from the morass he's created with the Iran war. Even though we've had tremendous military victory, it hasn't translated into any strategic success. And so now he wants to cut his losses and leave. Unfortunately, he has to get the Strait of Hormuz open first. And the only way that's going to happen is with Iranian sufferance. And that's the problem he faces. He's got to put something on the table that is enough for Iran to be willing to try to reopen the strait.
Alan Ayer, Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute. Mr. Ayer, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us and sharing your insights on this developing story. Thank you.
And we are joined now by Dalia Schindlin. She is political analyst and fellow at the Century Foundation. She's joining us now from Tel Aviv. So we have these reports here of some very strong language that Trump used with Netanyahu on his call. Do you think that this is a sign of a structural break in U.S.-Israeli alignment or just temporary friction between these two leaders?
I would be very cautious about assuming any one incident is a structural break. There have obviously been tensions and even divergence of both opinion between the two leaders and even policy aims for months. And in many ways, even before Trump took office, it was basically President Trump, for example, who pressured or forced Netanyahu into two different ceasefire arrangements in Gaza. And
I'm doing
they
some
have
fishing
taken
before
different
I head
positions
out.
sometimes. We also know they had,
God damn it, Patricia.
frankly, different interests in how the war in Iran would be.
What's the fishing leaderboard even look like? Let's see. I don't know who's on top anymore. I used to know. It's still Patricia. Look at that. Getting more competitive. I'm working on the Glogimon leaderboard too, guys. So that should be fun.
Waged. And so these kinds of things happen and they are still very much coordinating. So I don't think that one incident, as expletive laden as it was, is the beginning of a structural breakdown, but rather that they've had some very significant difficulties over the last phase. And this is one more example. I don't think this is necessarily a tipping point, but I think we're seeing a long, slow, and drawn out change in the nature of the U.S.-Israel relationship that will probably outlast both Trump and Netanyahu.
I want to pick up on one specific point in the call and ask you how you think Trump's explicit references to Netanyahu's legal issues influences or might potentially alter the power dynamic now between Washington and Jerusalem.
I don't think he said anything that Netanyahu wasn't aware of in terms of the dynamics between their relationship. I also think that if that particular report is correct, it's probably overstating Trump's actual power. I mean, Trump certainly it would be in character to say that I'm the one keeping you out of jail, but it bears very little on the actual reality. I mean, I went to the courthouse today. Netanyahu is sitting there on trial giving testimony. Yes, of course, he's trying to get out of it. He's always asking the justices to defer or shorten any given hearing, but Trump has, frankly, no influence on that process. So if that's actually what was said, it sounds a lot more like Trumpian bluster. I don't think Netanyahu would be particularly rattled by it. And we have also denials from the prime minister's office about the nature of the conversation and whether that particular part was actually said.
No matter which way you look at it, we do know that Netanyahu is under pressure at home ahead of an election that shows him, not doing well, in fact, losing in the polls. How do you think his, this defiant public stance that he has can be reconciled with his reported compliance during private calls with Trump?
I think that the image that these calls are very defiant is something Netanyahu would gain from if people believe them. Certainly his base wants to see him taking a tough line in terms of Israel's freedom of action on the front with Hezbollah. That is a very sore point right now in Israel because people in the north are suffering from Hezbollah's fire and drone fire, and soldiers are dying. And, needless to say, Israel is doing grave damage in Lebanon. But from the Israeli perspective, there is a strong concern that Netanyahu is constraining its military action there because of Trump's pressure. So if it gets reported in a way that he was tough with the American president and was defiant somehow, that would probably play well for him, except that I think that it's going to be harder to convince Israelis, including his supporters, and especially those who live in the north, where he had lots of supporters in the past. It was a very strong area for right-wing voting. It's going to be hard to convince them that he was really so defiant because they're looking a lot more at actions right now. Again,
Cloggy names it, then immediately forgets the name.
Especially people who live in the north, or anybody who is, feels very close or in solidarity with what's going on in the north. That Netanyahu is, maybe is talking defiantly in his public portrayal of that call, but ultimately he backed down. He and the defense minister backed down from their statement yesterday morning that they were going to start bombing targets near Beirut, and they just didn't do it. So I think people are going to be watching that
it's got a
in way
ability.
more than his actions. And he is under a tremendous amount of pressure. We don't know where any of this is going yet. As you pointed out, he's not doing well in polls, but he's also not doing too poorly. We should be cautious about assuming that he's not doing well in polls because, in fact, he's doing about as well as he really ever was after the 2022 elections. But he's doing as well as he was before October 7th. He doesn't need to do that much better to win. He needs to win back, a single-digit percentage of voters. And so I think that's who's in play right now, and those are the people he's trying to so-called impress.
Hope you catch it. Oh, you caught it.
It could very well be that they cannot be won back.
Nice.
Partly because of how these things are playing out in the sense that he has given up control over Israel's sovereign actions and freedom of action.
I mean, the White House, for its part, it clearly views the Israel-Lebanon border clashes as a direct threat to the broader U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Remind us, if you will, what's at stake for both the U.S. and also for Israel.
Well, I think this touches on the diverging goals of the war. There's very little question, or at least there seems to be a consensus among anybody who understands Trump, that he did not want the U.S. to get embroiled in a long war in Iran, that he had the Venezuela model in his mind, get in, get out, show a stunning success. He may have been convinced, or he may have come to believe, partly because of Netanyahu's urging, that the regime would fall quickly. And that certainly seems to be what he wanted, and he seems very reluctant to have this war continue. Netanyahu's aim reflects a lifelong commitment to toppling the Iranian regime, a lifelong commitment to complete destruction of Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missile program and its support for proxies. These are enormous goals that apparently could not be won through a short war. Therefore, Netanyahu doesn't look like...
Well, and Trump is the useful idiot, right? Because he wins either way, meaning Netanyahu, right? And we've talked about this. Because he wins at weakening U.S. power in the region, getting people demoralized, all the stuff you can think of, right, that we've talked about. And he wins because he can't do it by himself, as she said. they don't have the capacity to hit a huge country like Iran. But if any country in the world does, it's technically would be the U.S. And even technically we don't, right?
He was particularly,
but he'd never win my heart like you did.
really happy about the ceasefire, which was probably essentially also imposed on him
Welcome
back
to
in
the
April.
stream. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
And public opinion, I should say, in Israel was very disappointed in the ceasefire because those goals hadn't been achieved. And so it seems like what America really wants, especially given how many times President Trump has extended this ceasefire, is to get to an agreement. And Israel was never happy about the emerging outlines of the agreement.
Because all he ever gets is junk.
As it's being reported, if we have anything like the basic ideas that are out there for the ceasefire that will move apparently into some sort of a longer term deal with Iran and the US over Iran's nuclear program, the basic understanding of people both in Israel and even among, Iran hawks in the US is that it's not that different from the basic framework of the JCPOA, the deal signed by Barack Obama and the other great powers back in 2015 to limit Iran's nuclear program, which Israel loathed, and Netanyahu led the charge against it at the time. So they obviously have somewhat diverging interests here.
Dalia Schindlin joining us from the Century Foundation from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much.
We end today's show with journalist, author, scholar Stephen Thrasher, formerly the inaugural chair of social justice in reporting at the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern University in Chicago. But in 2024, after students set up a Palestine solidarity encampment to protest the Gaza genocide, Thrasher linked arms with other faculty to stop police from violently evicting the students. He ended up brutalized himself. The university then filed criminal charges against Thrasher, which were later dismissed. But the next 2 years of Thrasher's classes were canceled, and he was denied tenure. He told Democracy Now! At the time, "What they don't like is that I'm now applying the same social justice journalism principles that I've applied to race, and that I've applied to LGBTQ people, to COVID and HIV, that I was now applying those to Palestine," he said. Stephen Thrasher is the author of the award-winning book, The Viral Underclass: The Human Toll When Inequality and Disease Collide. He's now out with a new book titled The Overseer Class, a Manifesto, in which he explores, quote, a phenomenon in which people from marginalized populations amass power not by uplifting people from the communities they come from, but by collectively cracking the skulls of their own. Stephen Thrasher's here in New York to present a film series he programmed, inspired by his book called Black Cops, Spies, and Overseers. The series will play at the Bamrose Cinemas in Brooklyn starting June 5th. Stephen Thrasher, welcome to Democracy Now! How does your own experience link to your new book?
I have been reporting on police violence for many years. The first time I was on Democracy Now! I was talking about the NYPD. And I saw, when I was reporting in Ferguson, a dynamic that I have seen many times of a white police officer either beating or killing a black person. And I noticed that as America grew more structurally critical of policing, that I was seeing a figure of black cops over and over again, that black cops were appearing in movies, that I was seeing them as talking heads on CNN and MSNBC, and of course running for many political offices. Joe Biden choosing 2 black women prosecutors as on his final list before choosing Kamala Harris. And so I started thinking about the ways that black cops are kind of rehabilitating police departments, as are women cops and LGBTQ cops. As
they're running water for them.
Americans were more critical of.
When I resort to the other, when I get too much junk, oof.
What policing did and how violent it inherently is, the more often these people were dispatched. And those are the people who I call overseers, the ones who rule between the ruling class and the working class.
But Steve, isn't this essentially a historical problem that has existed not just in the U.S. but in other countries? I think of apartheid South Africa, when many of the troops of the South African minority white regime were themselves black and were put to repress their own people, or even in many parts of Nazi-occupied Germany, where the actual people delivering the repression in these various countries were from those countries, even though the Nazis were the occupiers?
Well, that's really an important point, Juan. And I got to travel through Africa, through South Africa and Uganda in the fall. And it was interesting hearing people say, why do you in America even think that there would be an alliance between black cops and black people? Because everybody here is black. And so they don't think of a racial container of solidarity that we often think about here. In South Africa, when I was visiting Prison 4, which is where Mandela was briefly kept before going to Robben Island, Gandhi was also kept there. The tour guide did explain to me that the white guards would walk along the top of the perimeter, but it would be black guards who would be sent onto the yard to do the more intimate policing. And you're right to bring up the case of capos in the concentration camps, who were people who collaborated with the Nazis. And I'm thinking historically too on this. I'm thinking back to when overseers were literally the people who worked on plantations and made sure that enslaved workers worked as hard as they possibly could on behalf of the master. That person was usually white, but they were sometimes black. And the white overseers often had...
But yeah, you could call it the pro-strat too. Nice, giggleless.
Had black drivers who worked with him. And those were the people that the master exploited, the close kinship, the relationship, to try to get a more intimate level of surveillance and to try to get more work and more value out of what they were doing.
And you posted during the Gaza campus protests at Columbia University, you said going to see Columbia University's first Arab president work with New York City's black cop mayor, Eric Adams, and with the NYPD's first Latino chief, Edward Caban, to arrest as many diverse students as possible. You talk about this first narrative and this individualistic view of how achievement occurs in America. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so what I found in college campuses was that we diversified the disciplinarian apparatus and nothing else. So I saw that at Columbia. When I was beaten up at Northwestern, it was the black chief of police who manhandled me personally. And then I started thinking about how I'd seen black cops, chief cops at the University of Chicago, at Northwestern, at NYU, at Columbia. I looked at 22 schools I'd reported on. 19 had a black chief of police.
Well, and look at this, guys. Eric Adams was elected on that. I'm a black cop. Remember, we watched this whole, like a huge thing on this with Olay, based content creator, right?
Just looking at those 19 schools to create sort of a control for the variable, they had 100% black cops at those 19 schools. They only had about 5% black students, 6% black faculty. So what I saw was that often chiefs of police, deans, middle managers, people with positions of some power, they're often diversified in this way, and those are the people dispatched as overseers. But they're not there to help, people like them. They're really there to crack their skulls. And I certainly saw that's an exploitation of identity. It's Gay Pride Month right now. I could have an affinity with someone like Karine Jean-Pierre, who hailed herself as the first LGBTQ press secretary. But she was also the face of the genocide of Gaza. And she's been going out on kind of a press rehabilitation tour right now, trying to get back in people's good graces. Instead of, the overseer dynamic makes it so that we are supposed to feel an affinity with someone like her because she's the first to do this. But we could have a sense of affinity with LGBTQ people in Gaza, with LGBTQ people in Iran, with LGBTQ people in any of the countries that have been bombed by the United States.
Right.
And people in those positions try to elide and obscure the horizontal connection we have to people we could feel solidarity with.
The overseer had the right to get ill, and if you fought back, the overseer had the right to kill. The officer has the right to arrest. And if you fight back, they put a hole in your chest.
Damn right. Bam, bam.
want us to feel it for this first person who's often suppressing the group that we're from.
We just have a minute, then we're going to do a post show, Stephen Thrasher. But you, in fact, applied to be a New York police officer back in 2003. Can you talk about what led you to consider that and your motivations to write this book?
I'm prepared to get canceled for that. But I also want to show people that you can change over time. The reason I applied was because I needed a job. You know, I'd gone to film school. I had a lot of student debt. I wasn't getting media work. I previously applied to be a teaching fellow. I didn't get that. And so I applied for this job. And I think when we are critical of the fact that a majority of ICE agents are Latino, we also have to wrestle with the fact that ICE is the major hiring program of the federal government right now. And so we need to give people options for things they can do for a living and not just rely on individual moral decisions for how to deal with these systemic problems.
And in the last 10 seconds, DEI, the Trump administration's attack on it, and your thoughts on it?
I make a critique of DEI that's different from the Trump administration's. I think DEI doesn't go far enough. What the Trump administration is doing is racist.
We're continuing our conversation with Stephen Thrasher, author of the new book, The Overseer Class, a Manifesto. Stephen will be presenting Black Cops, Spies, and Overseers, a film series he programmed inspired by his book at the Bam Rose Cinema in Brooklyn from June 5th to June 11th. He's also the author of the award-winning book, The Viral Underclass, that in a sense really went viral. The Viral Underclass, the human toll when inequality and disease collide. Stephen Thrasher was suspended from teaching in 2024 and denied tenure at the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern University in Chicago after standing in solidarity with his students who were protesting genocide in Gaza. In part two of this discussion, we ended part one, Stephen Thrasher, talking about DEI, about President Trump's attack on DEI and the erasure of Black history. And you have...
We're going to pause this because apparently Steve Kornacki's on. Let's see what he's talking about. It's an election time, guys.
Let's go over here. Okay. So if we just
got
Union
not New Jersey.
In 7.
Oh!
Okay, let's go.
God damn it. The first thing come on.
This is a big one. All right, there. Okay.
Steve. Like, rub me a little bit first, right? Like, tickle me. Like, take off your shirt first. You know, just don't push right New Jersey. It's like going balls deep first. God damn it. Always this crap.
Union is like a third of
New Jersey, the first thing we see
of the primary vote in this district. Now, again, this is just 1/9 of the vote. But again, it's absolutely everything we've been seeing. Again, Rahway is here. This is the biggest population center in the district. And what more is there to say? Bennett crushing it there. Bennett crushing it with half the vote in Somerset County. Bennett crushing it in Hunterdon County. Even in Morris County, from what we've seen, crushing it. It leaves two component counties here, Warren County and Sussex County, where it might look a little bit different because those county organizations have actually backed Varela here. But those are...
But when the first thing you see is a giant New Jersey, it's going to fucking freak you out. Okay? God, put some clothes on first. Striptease. Do a little something, right? God damn it.
Small compared to what we just got in, okay? So yeah, about 30% of the vote, Union. About 20% of the vote is going to come next door from Somerset. And then about 20% of the vote as well is going to come from Hunterdon County. So between these counties, you're looking at like 70% of the vote. So where 70% of the vote is in this district, you're looking at Bennett running at, 51% in Union, 45% in Somerset, and 51% in Hunterdon.
How exaggerated.
Union in 12.
And we just, now Union just flipped
the smaller portion.
Just came in the 12th district. So this is where the city of Plainfield is. Now remember, Adrian Mapp is the name of the candidate here. Is this going to be Mapp? Did he win? And he did. Okay. So again, this is Plainfield's a good-sized city, but this is the only part of Union County in the district. So again, this is going to be like 5-6% of all the votes cast in this district. This is the mayor of Plainfield, Adrian Mapp, and he
His
is,
state is
again, with
tiny.
that early slice of the vote that just came in there. He's putting up big numbers here over Hamwi. But here's the problem,
Massachusetts
right?
is
Like,
pretty small.
to win your home city, you got to do that. You got to win it big. Maybe you want to win it, probably want to win it bigger than that. But go to Somerset County, where there's a lot of votes. Now, where do we find Adrian Mapp here? We got to keep going. Look at that. He's at 2% here,
Jesus.
right? So this, that's the concern for Mapp. And I think that was sort of the sense going in. Was Mapp going to sort of have his home city?
I smell smoke.
But it wasn't going to extend across city-county lines. And I mean, look at that. You go down to Somerset County, and you can see he's not going to be able to do much with 43% of the vote out of Union County if he's getting 2% in the other counties.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, take a look inside Union County right there, and who's coming in second? It's Adam Hamwi, 18% of the vote. Chanel Robinson, again, who we already saw in her home county, she's running so far in the vote. Her home county, she's running behind Hamwi here. And
Trenton,
then you go into
New
Union
Jersey.
County, and Hamwi's running ahead of her here. Again, if you just sort of cede this to Mapp. So in a way, that is actually what you just got out of the city of Plainfield is better news for Hamwi than for anyone else. Because if Mapp's limited by just his home city, then the question is who's coming in second. And he's coming in second so far over Robinson, and so far he's leading her in her home county. So what that translates to district-wide, that's what it looks like right now. We've yet to hear from the two biggest pieces of the puzzle, however. Again, 40% of the vote in Middlesex County, and Middlesex County is backing, find him on here, Brad Cohen, okay, who's currently at 4%. Okay, so his county is going to have to come through for him in a massive, massive way. And remember, we say the county organization is supporting him in New Jersey. They used to have the thing called the line. If you're watching this, you might know what the line is, but the line really puts a muscle behind those county organization endorsements. It doesn't really exist anymore. So you could say, you're the candidate of the county party. You could put a slogan on the ballot that sort of says that, but it probably doesn't have the juice that it used to have. But we'll see what Middlesex can deliver here.
There's no juice out of the squeeze.
Again, what Middlesex can deliver for Cohen, but he's going to need something. He's going to need something very big out of there, I think. Then Mercer County, again, about 30% of the vote is from here. Again, the city of Trenton's here. Princeton is here. So if you Ewing Township, if you know New Jersey, is here. That's another big one. West Windsor. But again, the question too, again, if Cohen were to do well in Middlesex, is it a bit of like the situation we just showed you with Mapp in Plainfield? Is it not going to?
I tried.
Is it not going to spread
It
elsewhere?
didn't work.
For Mapp, it's such a small part of the district. That's, if Cohen were to get something really big out of Middlesex, that's 40% of the district. That could change these numbers a bit. But let's see when that comes in. So that's the big thing here. Middlesex County. We are waiting on Middlesex and Mercer, and those are going to be very important to see when they come in. But zooming out, that's what it looks like. Did we get anything new in 7? No, I think we're where we were in 7, right? Were we at 23%?
Nothing new.
Nothing new in the bigger sense of it. Okay, so I'm going to shout if we get any more in 12. Yep. Right? Okay. Middlesex, Mercer is what we're kind of looking for there. But I wanted to give folks a sense of what else we're going to be doing tonight, because about a half an hour from now, things are going to expand a bit. And where they are going to expand is going to be in Iowa. So, sorry, you think I would know how to do this by now. The Senate race in Iowa. So start here on the Republican side. Ashley Hinson, is a congresswoman running with Trump's endorsement, is widely expected to win this primary easily tonight. This is the U.S. Senate seat that Jody Ernst is not seeking re-election to. Again, and this is in Iowa, a state that Donald Trump carried by double digits in 2024. But it is one that Democrats are hoping to put in play this year. They're hoping that with the national climate, if the national climate does move solidly against the Republicans, this is the kind of seat that they could put in play. And so that's the backdrop for this primary for the U.S. Senate in Iowa. So it's a very interesting contrast here between these two candidates, right? They represent very different things, sort of ideologically, geographically, demographically. Josh Turek, okay, National Democrats are backing him here. He's from Pottawatomie County. It's where Council Bluffs is. It's out by Omaha. And he actually he's a state legislator, and he represents a district that voted for Donald Trump. So he actually, of all the state legislators in Iowa who are Democrats, he represents the most Republican, the most pro-Trump district. He's been able to win in that district. Calls himself a moderate. He's running on electability. You see why folks like Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader.
All right, so Josh is not our guy. Thank you, Steve.
Possibility to sort of export that out of his district statewide. Now, Zach Walz, meanwhile, is from here. He's from Johnson County. This is where Iowa City is, the University of Iowa. He's a state senator. I saw a Republican consultant call this the People's Republic of Johnson County. This is as blue as it gets in Iowa. And not just Johnson County being blue, but the district in particular that Walz represents, the three sort of communities that make up his state Senate district, the three of them gave Kamala Harris her 3 highest shares of the vote of any community in Iowa. The top 3 are all in his district.
Too bad they're surrounded by the rest of Iowa. Oh.
The Democrat who represents the most Republican district in Iowa state legislature, represented by a Democrat on the one hand, versus the most Democratic legislative district in Iowa on the other hand. And Walz has been running. Look, you say the National Democrats are behind Turek. Walz has been, sort of trying to harness that to his benefit. He's been saying, that Chuck Schumer is not a popular figure in polling with Democrats. So not just with Democrats, but inside the party. He's been trying to take that frustration with party leaders,
Two in a row,
with party leaders in general, and says, hey, send me. I'll vote against Schumer. I'll vote against these leaders. So he's been trying to turn that to his advantage. It's going to be interesting to see this come in here. Anything new in New Jersey?
No.
Nothing new in New Jersey. Also in Iowa, when the polls close there, we're going to be looking at the governor's race. Again, not on the Democratic side. Rob Sand here, who's won election statewide as a Democrat, running as governor, the governor's seat here. Kim Reynolds, the Republican incumbent, not seeking re-election. We are going to be looking at the Republican primary here, though. It's a crowded race. The 2 main candidates appear to be Randy Feenstra, Republican member of Congress from the 4th District of Iowa, the northwest corner of Iowa. So most Republican, most of the 3 other congressional districts in Iowa are competitive to some degree. The 4th district is the one that's a solidly red congressional district here. That's what Feenstra represents. He's running for governor. Zach Lon is a farmer, but who is running as a populist, MAGA-aligned Republican candidate here. And Lon is the one who has had the momentum in polling. In fact, there was a poll last week that actually put him slightly ahead of Feenstra. Now, 2 complicating factors that make this thing interesting tonight. Number one is this. Iowa's primary has a 35% threshold, right? So it's a crowded field here.
I forgot about that.
And that's important because if no candidate gets 35% of the vote in this Republican primary, they go to, not a runoff, they go to a state convention. The state convention would pick the Republican nominee then. So who comes in first is a question, but right away, does that person also get 35% of the vote? Otherwise, it goes to the state convention. And the other thing is this. Maybe this was the most important. Feenstra, last Friday, last minute, got an endorsement from Donald Trump, right? So his opponent has been tapping into the sort of populist pro-Trump MAGA grassroots and gaining momentum. Feenstra gets the Trump endorsement at the last minute. Is that going to change? There had been tens of thousands of votes had already been cast when that happened. But after that, does that change sort of the complexion of this race? So we look at that.
Yeah, we got some new results in NJ12 in Somerset County.
Somerset, we got more Somerset in NJ12. I told you not to put the shortcuts here, and I am kicking myself for that, Adam. But I think I just
almost
found it. Here we go. Okay, wow. We got more in Okay, now this just got interesting.
More New Jersey?
Okay. So
put it away.
We said Somerset. Wow, look at this. Chanel Robinson,
put it away,
she's a county commissioner in Somerset County. So that initial batch there, which was the early vote, we think. Is that right?
Yep.
Now, the next giant batch here has come in, and it's much better for Robinson and not for Hamawee, who's now in second place here. So Robinson is now leading in her county with a little bit less than half the vote it totaled, and that's put her into the lead district-wide. Again, all we have right now is Somerset County, and again, Union County, where Plainfield is, where that city's mayor, at least early on.
And it looks like this vote report is being labeled as mail in Somerset.
So we got early vote and now vote by mail.
Yes.
So what? Okay, that's important to know.
That
so
is.
Early vote, you saw Hamawee, vote by
It's
mail.
still pretty close.
Robinson, and now we await the same day vote.
Yeah, that's gonna be the decision.
Does that make sense? That much mail compared to that? I feel like those are reversed.
Yeah, let me. I'll investigate more, but
yeah,
I
feel like that's. I think that's the dynamic, but I think we might have reversed the dynamic there. But the point being, we're waiting on the same day vote now in Somerset County. We're waiting on everything in Middlesex, everything in Mercer. Again, is this the vote by mail we're looking at here in Union County? Pre-election vote, certainly, because they reported out that much that quickly. But what it adds up to, again, powered by her home county, Chanel Robinson, with a slight advantage over Adam Hamawee here. If Robinson is able to build this advantage, and again, if she's able to build this advantage with the same day vote here, there are a lot of votes to be had out of Somerset County. It's not the biggest piece of the district, but it's not insignificant here. It's about a quarter of the vote. I'll be very interested to see then if she's able to do that. That's a huge if. What it looks like for her is that support going across county lines here. When you get to the two biggies, when you get to Middlesex and Mercer counties. Why don't we leave it here, because we do have a little bit of suspense here. Why don't we first just check back in on NJ7? Nothing new. So again, NJ7, that's, Rebecca Bennett went into tonight favored. Everything you're seeing right now is coming up Bennett right there. So unless there's an absolutely stunning turn of events there, I think you see what's coming in the 7th. Okay, this looks like we just got Middlesex County. Okay, so we said this would have to be a big number for Brad Cohen. It's a lot bigger than the 2% we saw him getting early on in Somerset County. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's running with the organizational endorsement in Middlesex County. Middlesex is 40% of this district, and there's half the vote. So that's probably mail and early vote, all coming out at once. And Cohen with the advantage there, 2,000 vote advantage, about a 11-point advantage over Hamawee. And what that does, add that to the mix. Now we got a third of the vote in this district. And Cohen now has the advantage over Hamawee. But look what happened. I think something more significant can be gleaned from this. Go back here to Middlesex County. So we said, Chanel Robinson, what happens when you get outside Somerset? Does that support extend? Look at that. She falls to 5%. So you see her running just a little bit ahead of Hamawee in her home county. But then you go next door to Middlesex County, where there's even more vote. It didn't extend across county lines. She's an after-ran in Middlesex County. Meanwhile, here's Brad Cohen getting 36% of the vote in his home county, where he's got the support, where there's the most votes. But again, you go next door to Somerset County, and that next batch there, again, we think early vote, whatever exactly it was, it's pre-election vote. That next batch brought him up, but it's 7%, right? So he's running at 36, and he's running at 7. Chanel Robinson's running at 27 in one, and she's running down. It's 4% in the other one. Meanwhile, here's Adam Hamawee. He's not in first place in either, but he's only 3 points behind in second place in Somerset County, and he's 11 points behind, but running at 25%, quarter of the vote in Middlesex County. So, if Hamawee is able to keep doing this, if he can do this across Mercer, if he can do this across Middlesex, if he can do this across Somerset. And Cohen is like a one-county wonder, and Robinson's like a one-county wonder. And somebody else, maybe in Mercer, is a one-county wonder, or maybe that's Hamawee's county because Princeton.
That could be it too.
He's got to be the most pleased with these results so far.
We do have more at 7. Yeah, we just got Morris and Sussex.
Okay. So let's call that one up here.
Morris, that's our second report.
Yep. Right. So I think we got. I think we got mail, and then we got the in-person.
New Jersey looks kind of like a penis, right?
But it doesn't change the picture in Morris. And it's okay. Look at
Limp
this.
dick.
To the extent there was an outstanding question here in Sussex County. I mean, look, this is small, okay, Northwest New Jersey, but Varela had the county party's backing here, right? So we're sort of looking at this saying, Bennett had the county party backings.
Florida's
and
an
she's winning
erect penis.
big. Are these two going to be? It's not different. It's not meaningfully different. She's 30 points ahead of the guy who had the county party backing. So I think right now, zoom out. This is what the district looks like. It's basically about a third of the vote. I mean, look, she's 5,000. She's 5,300 votes ahead.
I just realized
Obviously,
that.
we're saying
Wow.
this is a vote that was cast before Election Day, mail vote, early in-person vote. I think our decision desk is probably just waiting to make sure that the same-day vote, which is going to be a big chunk, just make sure that there's nothing crazy in that suddenly Varela's not getting 60% of the vote. I don't know why he would be. I don't know why any of the others would be. But that's the thing with the decision desk. That's how they have to do these things. You want to, what do they say, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, and you got to make sure, you can suspect it, you got to make sure that same-day vote doesn't look any different. But, I mean, I think you can see where this one appears to be going. So going back to the 12th district here, and I'm just going to take a little bit of water too. My allergies have been brutal for the last week.
Told you. I told you, chat.
I lost my voice for
my
2
goat
days
over
after
here
doing this last
agrees.
Week. I think maybe people know this. If you talk for an extended period when your allergies are acting up, it's brutal. So
and that was on a quick night.
Lying or laying down.
Can you imagine if that
lying,
had been suspenseful? So bear with me. The voice is going to be a little scratchy, and
At least in our pre-election estimates for Somerset County
With
in
what?
particular, which we were talking about earlier.
With someone.
Our expected total votes going into it were about 8,000 election day votes in Somerset, 6,000 mail-in, and 3,000 early in person. So again,
say it one more time.
Our expected vote going into the night for Somerset in particular, about 8,500 election day, 6,000 mail, and about 2,800 early in person.
So I was completely wrong.
No, we're still trying to
get
some clarity.
I doubted what you told me, and I told the
it
folks
would match up with that.
He is.
The point is that what we're looking at is the pre-election.
That's why he
vote.
knows what he's talking about.
The point is also that
he's
that I
not
was
from
wrong
this state.
in my a sense of which type of.
We just got some Warren County vote in NJ7.
I think he's from Connecticut, which is like the same thing, to be honest.
Okay, so again, this is the place where Varela had the
It's kind of a joke.
county party's backing. Let's see if it looks any different.
New
Surprise,
England, am I
surprise,
right?
it does not. So Warren County, and again, and look at that. He's in third place here. So Rebecca Bennett, again, this is the worst number she's gotten tonight, and she's up double digits, and she's almost 2 to 1
He's
up
from
over the guy.
Massachusetts. I could sense it. Oh my God. He's from Groton. Wow. That's close to where Divine Misty lives. Although she ain't from Massachusetts. She's a transplant. I have friends from Groton. Great place. Kind of. Wow. How did I know? I was like, yeah, he seems way too much like a masshole. That's why he knows what he's talking about. Same allergies, damn right. He went to the same school as AOC. Boston University. I walk by there all the time. What up? They got the bulldog. Remember the bulldog and the suit dancing? Well, it's not a bulldog, it's a terrier, my bad. Yeah, this fucking thing. Yep, that video. There you go. It's a Boston Terrier, kid. God, Steve, why don't you sound like a Bostonian, man? Someone beat the Boston out of him. It's because Groton isn't really Boston, guys. That's like the suburbs. That's out in the burbs, in the middle of nowhere. Oh, he's not gonna sound like that. Oh my God, look at this. I love it, guys. Here's New Jersey not getting any of this shit. Following his work in 2020 United States presidential election, Steve Kornacki was named by People as one of the sexiest men alive. Damn right. Damn fucking right. With his use of Gap khakis eventually becoming a fashion trend on its own. My goat sets fashion trends, okay? Look at that. Colloquially referred to as Kornaki's khakis. Damn right. Guys. The GOAT. And he's from my state. God, Groton is like literally in the middle of nowhere. This is a picture in their fucking Wikipedia page. Oh my God. Crazy.
Who got the county party's backing. So now 35% of the vote is in NJ7. And it's just a it's
so nerdy that he's sexy
for Bennett. It would take an epic reversal in the same day vote.
Literally, like he was voted one of the sexiest men by People magazine. Crazy
for that to change. So again,
and a fellow masshole.
Told it would be Rebecca Bennett against Tom Kane Jr. NJ7. I hope the folks. I hope the folks in those counties like TV ads because they're.
I just want you might want to stay there for a second.
Is it coming?
They're calling
folks,
it.
Pay attention to that Rebecca Bennett name right there. Oh, you see it? There it is.
She
NBC
won.
News decision desk has declared that Rebecca Bennett has been nominated by the Democrats in New Jersey's 7th congressional district. She will now move on to the general election where she will face Republican incumbent Tom Kane Jr., who was renominated tonight without opposition and who has been sidelined with an undisclosed medical situation for the last several months. He released a statement this afternoon promising that there would be a return to the public view in the coming weeks, and that with that would come full disclosure on what that situation has been. No one's quite really sure what's been happening, but we do know this. It will be Bennett. It will be Kane Jr.
We got some more in Mercer in NJ12.
We got our first Mercer vote. Huge.
Huge.
Okay, so now Verlina Reynolds Jackson is a state legislator from Trenton, the state.
All right, so what did he say? Right? That if she's a one county person, right, guys? This is how you get good at predicting this stuff, right? Like he is. He's the GOAT at this, right? That means he has the better chance to win overall, right? Because if you're just like voting for 3 different people separately and they only win 3 counties, but one just takes more of the vote overall, they're gonna win.
State capital, but also it's the largest city in Mercer County. And look at that. The pre-election vote here, she finishes first. But again, what's the pattern? We've seen this in our 3 big counties. Hamawee isn't winning any of them, but he's second place again, right? 24-21. And now, remember, take a look here for the other 2 candidates here. Brad Cohen back down to 6%. He got his bang out of Middlesex County, but he's sort of an afterthought in Somerset and in Mercer. And the same can be said for Chanel Robinson. She's getting somewhat of a bang out of Somerset County, but an afterthought in Middlesex and Mercer. So add that all together.
In a river.
You're looking at a district-wide vote right now that has Hamawee ahead.
Well, it's a magical lake, but
Cohen still at double-digit lead in the biggest county in the district is keeping it competitive. Everybody else now has fallen under 10%. So, again, that's about half the vote district-wide.
Is projected to win in New Jersey.
Where's the remaining vote coming from? So we've got, again, that's more than half the vote in Middlesex County.
Carmen Bucco. Oh my God.
In Mercer.
The most Italian name
ever. Right now, over Cohen in Mercer with those votes, 2187. So it's about a 1,500 vote margin. So if they keep running at that level, that's a big if, but if they keep running at that level, then Hamawee Hamawee versus Cohen, he could net another 1,500 votes in his margin over Cohen. He leads him by 1,000 right now. So if you added 1,500 to that, okay, we're playing with the math right here. You get to 2,500.
Was waiting
now
for
you take a look in Middlesex County, where Cohen's margin over Hamawee is 2,000 votes with a little more than half in. So again, if you if you were generous and gave Cohen another 2,000 vote margin with the remaining vote, what would that do? We said Hamawi would be up 2,500. You'd shave 2,000 off. Hamawi would still be up 500. And you would then have the matter of Somerset County, where a quarter of the vote is in. And here, Hamawi, you could see, is kind of crushing Cohen. You know, he's more than 3-1 ahead of Cohen. So if that doesn't change in Somerset County, then currently what Cohen's getting out of Middlesex County, based on the numbers we're seeing so far, currently that wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't be enough. He right now clearly is the main opposition to Hamawi, I think, as these votes are coming in. And again, our friend Adrian Mapp here, winning his home city currently in Plainfield, but, you know, go down to Mercer County. Where is he, right? He's at 1.2%. We showed you Somerset. Where is he in Middlesex County? He's down at 0.7%. So again, he's a one-county wonder. And there you go. So again, the Hamawi, I think, has got to be feeling the best here of these candidates. And I think, obviously, realistically, if it's not going to be Hamawi.
Well, I think he's the most progressive. He's like the most left of these candidates anyway. So that's a pretty good chance.
We hear from these early numbers, Brad Cohen is the
Cohen's
only
like,
one
yeah.
here. But what he would need.
He's like a corpo.
One thing that he would really need, he needs a bigger margin than this. We say this is the pre-election vote in his home county, right? He was winning it 36-25 over Hamawi. Now comes the election day vote. Well, okay, what if he wins what if he could get that over 40% with the election day vote? What if that Hamawi share fell under 20% with the election day vote? What if Cohen gets a lot more out of the second half of the vote that gets tabulated in Middlesex than he got out of the first half? That's what he's going to need. He's going to need something like that, I think, realistically here, because again, you know, Mercer County, he's running at 6% right now. He's running at 6%. He obviously would like Hamawi's number to drop in Mercer, for that matter, as the election day vote gets tabulated there too. He doesn't want Hamawi getting too far away from him in any of these other counties. But and for that matter, you know, if it comes to it in a close race, again, Union County, 6% or so of the vote here. Hamawi running at 18%, and where's Cohen? 1%. See, this is a small county, but that's consequential. If this is a close at all, that's consequential. So again, I think those numbers right now, as that pattern that we're seeing presents itself, it's much more favorable to Hamawi than to Cohen. The pattern would have to change in the remaining half of the vote that gets tabulated for that to shift. But an interesting race right there. And again, this in a heavily Democratic district. So, you know, in all likelihood, winning this primary is tantamount to becoming a member of Congress. Exactly. He does even better. So, Iowa closing here in 723. That Senate race, obviously, real interesting.
I'm stuffy.
dynamics
He's stuffy.
in that Democratic primary.
Nice.
I'm really looking forward to kind of diving into that one. South Dakota, we'll keep tabs in that governor's race. I think it's an interesting one. And we'll have Montana closing in a little bit too. And I know some folks are going to be very interested in the Montana, the first district in Montana, first congressional district in Montana. Just a warning that we were sitting here telling you California takes a long time. They're going to take even longer. Tonight, the Montana one is actually going to be the slowest. So I'm not sure we're going to get anything meaningful or clarifying from Montana's first congressional district, but we will monitor
more
it.
like
We'll
full of it.
Checking it out throughout the night.
Just like
and
a typical asshole.
A little bit more than
you don't
2
know
hours
any of
away
those.
from poll closing in California. So again, I'm going to, as we build towards this News Now hit, I will take you through a bit of the play. We got something?
Well, just a little bit more on the design of this News Now hit.
Yeah.
You'll have about 3 or 4 minutes coming up here in about 2 minutes. They're hoping you can teeing up Iowa Senate, and then they'll do a minute reset at the top of the hour, and then they'll bring you back in.
Okay. Could I ask you a favor? Is it easy to put NJ12 in one of these shortcuts?
Yeah.
Because I think for the next hour in Iowa, we're going to want to check back on this, but kind of live in Iowa. So as you can see, folks, it's a process to get from one to the other. It's my fault. I told Adam at the start of the night, I said, I won't need the shortcut. I know New Jersey. And then look at this.
Oh, God. He knows New Jersey.
So what's going to happen later tonight, though, at 10 o'clock, News Now is going to begin its special. and I'm going to be joining that special where they're actually just, about 20 yards over that way. We're going to keep the live stream going. Anything that's happening with me on the special, you're going to see. In that 10 to 11 hour on the special, we're going to be recapping anything major that's happened between now and then for results. We're going to be setting up California, which closes at 11. And when I'm not doing that there, I'll come back here, and again, we'll be checking in everywhere. We'll be checking in South Dakota.
We got another update in Union.
We got more in Union. Okay.
Union County.
Okay. So here I can see MAP is doing better with the Election Day vote.
Yeah, he's up to 50% in this recent report, and it was about 867 votes.
Okay, and Hamui and I can see Robinson did a little bit better with it, but we're talking a very small number of votes there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So basically, MAP, again, his home city, the only place where he's really registering right now. Coming up on another News Now hit, but I will say, so then a few minutes before the News Now special, 10 to 11, we're going to be juggling both. You won't miss anything that we're doing. A few minutes before 11, that's California poll close time. I'm going to go over there. You'll see this all. Leave this thing on. Please do. Because I will tee up with Hallie Jackson what's about to happen in California. And when the polls close in California, we make fun of it as a slow state. It is slow on the tail end. But that first hour, right, it's like there was the California gold rush in the 19th century. It's the California vote rush in the 11 o'clock hour. Because all that pre-election, all that vote by mail that's been received by Election Day, or some point before Election Day, they've processed it, they've got it ready, and county after county, they release it all in one giant chunk. Orange County in 2024, 750,000 votes came in at 11:06 p.m., and they just fly like that. And at some point in that hour, one of those counties is going to be Los Angeles County. And when you see that, that means City of Los Angeles. And when you see that, that means we're going to get like half the vote in the mayor's race all at once. Talk more about that.
That one I'm excited to see. Because I don't like Karen Bass. She can suck it. Ooh. This one's...
And closing up this hour on a very...
This one I want to see because Guys, if Zach is able to pull off a win here, this just shows that even in places like Iowa, there is a mood to change things, right?
A big primary night across
Iowa. I'm not saying Iowa is a fair weather state, but at least remember what he said. That county that he represents is very fair weather.
Across the country and here in California. In just a few minutes, polls will close in
terms of Democrats, right? These are Democratic districts, so you have to understand.
That's where we are keeping an eye.
Or Democratic primaries, sorry.
On the U.S. Senate race between State Representative Josh Turek and
closing in 3
Senator
minutes.
Zach Wells.
Jersey, do the countdown.
For Joni Ernst's seat, which opened up while she retired or decided to retire. There have been millions poured into that race because some Democrats think this might be their best chance at flipping a seat in their favor. For more on what we need to keep an eye on, let's check back with Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what's it looking like?
Yeah, Gotti. Well, I mean, we're obviously waiting for the first votes to come in here. But again, the backdrop to do that, they'd have to hold on to, they'd have to get Maine. They'd have to get North Carolina. Those are big ifs. They'd have to hold on to Georgia. They'd have to hold on to Michigan. And then they'd need 2 of Iowa, Ohio, Texas, Alaska, right? And all those states are states that Donald Trump carried, like he did in Iowa, by double digits. So this is one of 4 very pro-Trump states that Democrats are hoping to put in play. And we're going to see tonight, in the next hour or two, who they choose to make their candidate for that.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some conclusive results outside of Iowa and beyond. But realistically, you've covered so many of these primaries.
Would be 45.
We all want instant gratification. When do you think we'll have a real sense of how things may turn out here in California?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's the possibility in California that there's some clarity in the first hour to 90 minutes. And that's because, I'll put it up on the screen and just give you a sense of it here. This is the governor's primary here. Remember, this is a top 2 primary for governor, meaning all the candidates, regardless of party, run on one ballot. The top 2 advance to the general election. Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra have kind of been the top 3 in polling here. Each county is going to report out probably like half of its vote pretty quickly, in that first hour. And what that's going to be is California is a heavy vote by mail state, and the vote by mail that came in before Election Day, counties are able to process that, get that ready, and spit that out pretty close to after poll closing. Then there are still some folks who come out and vote early, who vote on Election Day. They'll be reported in the first hour, too. There could be some clarity in that first hour, but if there isn't, that's where the wait comes in, Gotti.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We saw some very busy primary polling locations today for, again, a primary. A lot of people out there voting. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. That's going to do it for us tonight.
You do have a
5
shortcut, and we do have some more Middlesex vote.
Okay.
In
tell me when I'm going back to this.
2
in about a minute.
1.
Okay, folks, we got a minute here. What
Happy
just came
New
in Middlesex?
Year!
So we got 3,700
Oh,
votes.
I can see it. Wow, it was Hamawee, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
he gets 37%, 38%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Folks, Hamawee's feeling great after seeing that.
Told you.
And they'll want to go back to Iowa on the other side of this.
I mean, Merry Christmas.
Do they want me to show the second result?
I think they want to go back to Iowa because we have made some characterizations, at least particularly in Congressional District 3.
Oh, shit. We're going to find out, guys.
Yes.
What do they want to? It's unopposed.
Yeah, we made the characterizations
Zach
at the
Nunn is
top of the hour.
unopposed. He's always.
What am I doing? They want me to do it the unopposed.
God. Why you do this to my goat?
Joining us now at the big board, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. Steve, you've got an update on the race in Iowa, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, as the polls are now closed, so we don't have any votes yet, but hopefully this thing is going to light up soon. Again, the Senate race here, all eyes are on this. Ashley Hinson expected to win the Republican nomination.
It's called
Question on the Democratic side of will it be Josh Turek or Zach Walz here? By the way, as the vote comes in tonight, keep in mind, Turek is from the western part of the state. Walz's base is right here around Iowa City. It's a big county. In fact, we just got a little bit of vote in. It is from Turek's part of the state here. This is small here, okay, Carroll County here, but you just got a chunk of the vote in Carroll County. It's a 4-1 margin for Turek over Walz. Again, that's the only thing that we have right now, so we show it for you. That's obviously a very strong number for Turek, expected to some degree because he's going to, again, western Iowa is sort of his base here. His political base is in, Pottawatomie County, but, these are, a place like Carroll County is small, but a bunch of Carroll counties can add up. That's a very, it's a very early initial number, but obviously that's an encouraging one there for Turek. But again, his big base here in western Iowa is Pottawatomie County. Walz is right here. Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. And this is going to be,
that was a
if this race is at all competitive, right here, Polk County, where the state capital is. This is 25% of the vote. This is a quarter of the vote in a Democratic primary in Iowa. So if East meet West and we've got a competitive race, this big city in the center of Iowa there
will determine it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those numbers that are coming in. And Steve Kornacki, just to specify there, we've got 0% in, and we're looking at just triple digits right now, 148 to 39. Is that what we're reading here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll show you anything that lights up. So we got a small rural county there in western Iowa. We're not sure if that's representative of anything. Again, like I said, just to the extent you could say anything, it's that you're expecting Turek's strength to be more in western Iowa in places like that. That's a 4-1 margin for him there. We'll see if he can keep that up as these other counties fill in.
4-1. So yeah.
Let the numbers rain on the big board. Steve Kornacki will be checking back with you in just a bit. Joining us now to break.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was just trying. I was unclear if they wanted the 3rd district, and I was trying to figure out.
They were just trying to go through the calls at the top of the hour, and we did put in some calls for those unopposed races, and that's what the guidance was. But we're on the other side of it. We do have new vote in this race, in the governor's race.
We got
South Dakota governor's race.
We got governor's vote.
Yeah.
We got okay. Of course, we've got Carroll County, and Randy. Now, of course, this is. So Feenstra represents the 4th district of Iowa, so we're in Feenstra territory here. And though it is interesting here that we expect his main opposition to come from Zach Lund, who's actually running in 3rd right here. But again, you don't want to read too much into it, but this is just part of the vote in one small county here, but Feenstra leading there, his neck of the woods, and remembering that 35% is the threshold here. Candidates got to get above that 35%. Do we get more in NJ12?
We got about 190 votes in Mercer County.
Okay. And
back to New
Jersey. What did they look like? It was
Reynolds Jackson gets the share of them at 42%.
Same day votes.
Appears that way. Yeah.
And Hamaway was second, or does he?
He gets 18%. I don't know if that was second.
Okay, it's a small number of votes here, but again, we're here now because this has become the competitive story of the moment. It's going to shift here. I will not spend the hour on NJ12. I was just trying to see if we can get us to resolution, but it is like the news has been, if you're Hamaway, the news has been very good and very encouraging for you. Cohen showed some life here in Middlesex County, but now we've gotten a big chunk of the same day vote reported out there, and it's not been as good for him
every time he says
as that
New
early
Jersey
vote was, and he needs it to be better than the early vote was.
Tickle.
Otherwise, he would need to offset it somewhere else. We're certainly not seeing him offset it in the small part there in Plainfield. He's not offsetting it in Mercer. Where we were in Somerset. So this right now is advantage Hamaway until and unless something changes. And if it doesn't, as we said, he had the most money behind him of any of these candidates. It's certainly paying off right now, as of right now. So Adam will alert me if we get anything significant in NJ12, and we've got a shortcut on there. I'm going to go out to Iowa now because that's shifting to where the action is this hour. The much discussed Iowa. I keep getting the fourth. If we're given the fourth district here, so much airtime here tonight. This is the safe Republican district. But again, get the Senate race up. Okay, here's the Senate race, and again, okay, now we got Lee County. Okay, so again, this is small. We've gotten two small counties here, but we said, is there going to be an east-west divide, right? And
Des Moines.
We can. Wow.
Ooh, that's not good.
Folks, remember Denton County last week? Look at that.
That's not good.
We just got a sixth of the vote there in Polk County, pre-election vote, I would imagine. And look at that margin there for Turkey. This is no ordinary county in a primary. This is 25% of all the vote in the state. This is a quarter of the vote, okay? And again, we've got three counties. Two of them are small rural.
What about
one
Cedar
of them is
Rapids?
The biggest of
Hillary
big counties,
Clinton was there
in Iowa.
Remember?
And Turek is crushing Walls with the early vote right there. So you're seeing potentially a geographic thing here with Turek in western Iowa. Again, this is Walls' neck of the woods down here.
I kind of want to go just to see it, but. Yeah, it's a crazy state.
Yeah, he's getting crushed there too. So, Tama County, Turek, okay. I mean, this is
legend.
You're not seeing a geographic divide in these four at all.
A colossal blue marlin.
Turek numbers.
Holy shit,
now,
girl.
Again, Lynn County, Johnson County.
Gloggy weeps openly and demands a statue in the town square. God damn it, Gloggy, so demanding.
Cedar Rapids.
Wonder who he takes after.
Iowa City here. These are big. Okay, these are, we say it's 25% of the vote in Polk. Johnson County, which is right here, is 10% of the vote. Where Cedar Rapids is, that's going to be 10% of the vote. There's some, we got Dubuque. I'm staring at Dubuque. Okay,
yeah,
wow, right on the Mississippi River. This is a big one. This is like 5% of all the vote in the state is going to come out of, in this primary, is going to come out of Dubuque County. And
Not
look at
good
that.
for him.
Okay. Folks, this is feeling, if you catch my drift, this is feeling a lot like Ken Paxton versus John Cornyn last Tuesday. We've gotten just a few reports from a few counties here, but so far those reports are very Pottawatomie County, western part of the state.
I feel it in my guts.
His selling point to Democrats has been, he says he'll run as a moderate, and that he's elected, his state legislative district is, of all the Democrats in the Iowa State Legislature, there's no more pro-Trump district that any of them represent than Turek in Pottawatomie County in western Iowa. So he's been selling Democrats the idea that a candidate like that can win a state like this. Certainly seems that Democrats in Iowa are buying into that. And as we said, we didn't expect Ashley Hinson Congresswoman Ashley Hinson on the Republican side to face serious opposition tonight. You know, you could just see here the 4 counties, nothing, they all look pretty similar. 5 counties, I should say, all pretty similar. 3-1 lead, a little bit better than 3-1 lead for Hinson. So you got Hinson, as completely expected, winning or leading in her Republican primary by a wide margin, but not by a margin that far off. Turek right now over Walz in the Democratic primary. Gubernatorial primary in Iowa. Let's check in. That means if we got Polk County, it means we got it here. Wow, look at that. Adam Steen. Right. Okay, so now this is where it starts to get a little more, a little bit more interesting here. You're looking at statewide. Steen is running in second, and Lon is running in third. I fucking hate Randy
Feenstra.
Remember to keep in mind
that's how you say
the
his
35% number as that comes in tonight. Feenstra, Trump endorsed 34%. Another thing to keep in mind as these numbers come in.
That dude's a clown, guys.
Looking around, Tama County,
he has some
County,
of like the craziest takes.
Feenstra with a big number there. Yeah. Okay. So again, Lon is to the extent it's a factor here. It's from
he's
sort
gonna
of
be their governor.
He's from just outside Cedar Rapids.
Jesus.
Lee County here.
I mean, he's just like super MAGA, right? He's been in Congress for a couple years, if I remember correctly, and he's just super MAGA. Yeah. Yeah. His name has come up in a lot of articles we've read and a lot of videos we've watched. Yeah, there you go, right? He's been in office for 5 years. Mm-hmm. He took over Steve King's seat. Remember Steve King? For fuck's sake. You're like, whoa, we can't do worse than Steve King. But wait, there's more. Oh man. Shit.
Remember
this is why like, this is why we watch this stuff, because like I know like not everyone knows these people's names, but like when you've been on this stream for a while, or if you've read enough news and watched enough of this, these names all pop up again, and they're always clown shows.
Feenstra got the Trump endorsement on Friday.
Yeah, he got endorsed by Trump. Look.
There had been some...
Remember Steve King? He was a fuckhead. So he replaced him. Big fuckhead replaced even bigger fuckhead.
Number of early votes that had already been cast. Republicans going to the polls not knowing that Feenstra was Trump's candidate. And looking at early vote in some of the analyzed places get reported out first. Is the possibility that the initial batch, it might get friendlier to Feenstra as you get to the same day vote. We always talk about how the same day vote tends to be more pro-Trump, more sort of Trump aligned. We see this in Republican primaries. Well, this is Trump's candidate, okay? And he didn't endorse until the Friday before the election after the early voting period had started. So that's something to keep in mind. Is that going to, as Feenstra moves over the 35% mark, I guess we just got Webster, yeah, as Feenstra moves over that 35% mark. So we'll keep that in mind. Democratic Senate primary, call that back up. Means we got one more county, nothing changing there. Want to take our trip to South Dakota?
Adam head over there. There is a vote.
Adam said he wanted to see South Dakota. Let's call it up. Governor's race, Republican primary. There he is, Dusty Johnson, the at-large congressman with 31% of the vote here.
Another clown.
Okay.
Dusty.
The big population centers here.
Could never be me.
To the west of Sioux Falls. Here, Sioux Falls this is the biggest county in the state. Minnehaha County, biggest county.
My favorite
in
county.
Iowa. Right down here, Lincoln County, going up north, Brookings County. These are some big population center counties. The other one, the main one out west, is Pennington County. We don't have anything from that yet. South Dakota is split between 2 time zones here. So the polls were actually closed an hour earlier in the eastern part of the state. They just couldn't report anything out until Mountain Time. But these are just small counties largely that we're seeing right now. As you can see, about 2,500, about 3,000 votes total counted. Just seeing Larry Roden. I mean, he is the interim governor right now. Hansen, the State House Speaker. Doden, who's been running as sort of Doden leading in 4 counties. Doden's been running as sort of the populist Trump-aligned candidate. And then there's Dusty Johnson, too. really that's kind of powering his performance statewide. So again, 35%, the number here. Yes.
While you're doing governors, we also got our first report in New Mexico. Santa Fe has our first report as well.
We want to put New Mexico on the map here?
Yeah.
All right. What do we want to show here? We want to show.
Switch over the Democrats.
Yeah. There we go. Deb Haaland facing opposition here from Sam Bregman in this primary. But yeah, we just got a big
I prefer
chunk
old
of
Mexico, guys.
It's Denton County times 2. So we said we didn't expect much drama. We didn't expect much suspense in New Mexico. And look at that, about 10% of the votes already in that Democratic gubernatorial primary. And Deb Haaland with a, as expected, advantage right there. New Jersey 12, nothing new?
Not since our last update at the top of the hour, no.
Okay, let's go back to Iowa and just kind of live in the
New Jersey's so
Democratic,
slow. Jesus.
We should be in that
Could
Democratic
only be
primary,
New
right? 'Cause
Jersey.
That's this is more interesting, but I think nationally significant is what happens in that Democratic primary, which again is just looking is
Yeah,
pretty,
it looks like he lost.
pretty emphatic here. Yeah, I'm trying to think if the decision desk would. Sometimes that comes quick. I think we do want to see Johnson County
measure twice,
Lynn
cut
County right
once.
here, Johnson County right here. 20% of the vote from these two. This is Walz based. What does he get out of here? Does this change anywhere else for him? But that's what he's looking at right there. Again, the congressional races will have 2, maybe 3 very competitive congressional races in Iowa this November, not looking at competitive congressional primaries in them.
And that's kind of the problem I have is, like, there are good candidates across the country, but many times they just get swamped by fucking corpo dems. Right?
Tonight.
And this might be one of those nights again.
Show you on the
because it's Iowa.
Republican side. Go up here to the 2nd district. Joe Mitchell. Joe Mitchell's running with Trump's endorsement. So I just wanted to see here if that was translating. Small number of votes in there. It is. We showed you Mariannette Miller Meeks. This will be, we say, one of the most closely watched in the country. None, leading there. And again, no opposition
Miller
here for
Meeks,
Chris
yeah.
McGowan in the 4th district.
She's a she was one of the deciding votes on the tax bill, right?
Being vacated.
The one beautiful bill
by Feenstra, and that's a solidly Republican district. Back to the Democratic Senate primary there. Call that one up, if I can get that. And again, just waiting to see a little bit more there. I need to just have a little allergy situation. Sorry.
Yeah, somebody points it out every fucking time. I fucking sniffle. God.
Okay. Sorry about that. Do you feel any of this?
I do get allergy, but it hasn't affected me these past couple of weeks.
This has been brutal. I keep thinking it's like a sinus infection or
ragweed, grass.
What is pollen?
Pollen.
It's got to be pollen, right?
I don't know.
It's tree pollen, Steve.
I don't know what your allergy.
The state you came from, my man, has tons of trees and pollen.
Allergies. Put me on Singulair today. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Okay. This is what happens when we don't get avalanches of vote returns. We start talking about our medications. This is also what happens when we age.
Oh, shit.
Okay. You know the situation here. Nothing new
We're
in New
all
Jersey
getting
12.
old.
No news in 12.
I don't want anybody to miss New Jersey 12.
Confirmed.
We got a winner in NJ7 on the Democratic side, Rebecca Bennett, Tom Kaine Jr. That's going to be your big November general election matchup in NJ7. And again, we're showing you these House primaries here in Iowa. In Iowa 1, Miller Meeks and Bohannon, the rematch. This one's going to be hugely followed this November. This race is going to be very closely watched this November. This is more of a fringe target, I should say, if you're a Republican seat here.
One bulletin, sorry.
Yep.
We did make a call in New Mexico governor that we just checked in.
Deb
on.
Haaland.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not even going to. Deb Haaland, Democratic net primary, governor of New Mexico. Check mark.
Yes.
It's my shorthand. Okay. Here again, Joe Mitchell running with
Voltage
Trump's
equals
endorsement. This is more
allergies.
this is a district Trump carried by 10 points. This is the kind of district. Look, if I say this, the 2nd district of Iowa, if Democrats are successful in making the Senate race a real race, that means the state as a whole will have moved, 10 plus points. It's a 13-point Trump state. So here's a district. We could, instead of me telling you, I can show you. Here's a district that Trump won by 10 points. Damn. So this is one of those I think you would look. And again, this is the Republican primary. This is the Trump-endorsed candidate. Here's the Democratic primary. Lindsey James. This is not a surprise. Is far ahead here. This is also her political base. But this is one of those that if the Democrats succeed in making Iowa competitive in a Senate race, almost automatically, I think it would make this a competitive House race because it just would mean the state's moving at the 10 or so points that a district like this would have to move. So it would come into play. They're kind of linked, those two storylines, is what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, 1 and 3, that's where the action is going to be this November in Iowa. I'll put that Senate race back up on the screen for you. We'll check in. We've got a few more votes that have come in here right now, going along sort of the Mississippi River. Again, you're in the eastern half of the state. I said, is there an east-west divide? There's no east-west divide in these results so far. It's Turek, Marshall County, Turek getting 2/3 of the vote. Sierra Gordo, this is where Mason City is. This is a decent-sized place right here in terms of vote share. And Turek's just
We just got some more in NJ12.
Yes.
Mercer County, another update.
Big one?
Another New Jersey.
Yes, about 2,300 votes.
Okay, what's Mercer looking like? Oh, I think I can see this. Go ahead.
So Hamwi gets 33% of that latest batch.
Yeah. That's the most, right? Reynolds,
yeah,
Jackson.
that's what there's a little cut off on my thing, but
yeah, but I mean, and again, that was how many votes?
2,300.
That was a ton of votes, right? Mercer's up near 60% right now. That's
as far as I know, I'm not super into I don't know about Adam a lot, but he does support universal health care.
Election day.
That's a major thing that he does support. So this is a good sign.
Vote. Hamwi doing better with the election day vote than he did with the early vote here. And we said even what he got with the early vote was putting him on a course there that he wanted to be on. Zoom out there. Yeah, I mean, remember, we've been watching this. Remember when we first got Middlesex, Cohen moved ahead. Then, Hamwi, I think, was about 23-20 we were looking at it is what's in my head, when pretty much the early vote had come in from everywhere. And we said that was a pace that Hamwi wanted to be on. The pace has quickened for Hamwi since then as this election day vote has come in. We've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that we've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that in Mercer. We're still stuck at 46% here in Somerset County.
We just got Polk in our Iowa Republican governors as well.
That's big. Let's get out there to Iowa. This is going to land me in, our friend, the 4th district. Okay. We want the governor's race. We want the Republican primary. We want Polk County. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Now we say 25% of the vote in a Democratic primary.
Wow, Okay. Trump's not going to be too happy about this, guys.
Is that a Polk? Polk is the biggest.
Although he's still MAGA, right?
The Republican side. Although right next door is Dallas. That's significant, too. So this is about 15% of the vote in the Republican primary is going to come out of Polk County. Again, this is
it's
where
still going to hurt
his
ego,
capital.
which will make
we just
me
got
happy.
Most of the Republican vote from there. And here, Zach Lon, again, he's positioned himself here as the populist conservative grassroots candidate. He was endorsed by the Political Action Committee from Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk group. They endorsed him last Friday on the same day that Trump endorsed Feenstra. And here he is running 10 points ahead of Feenstra, 9 points ahead of Feenstra in the big state capital there, right next door. These are the suburbs.
We also got another big update in Polk on the Democratic Senate race as well.
We should. Polk, Dallas County, though, another big one there. Democratic Senate primary. Oh, wow. Almost all of Polk is in.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Look at
They're
that.
fucked.
Congratulations, Polk County, on the quick vote counting. Josh Turek, 27 points ahead.
We're fucked, Jack.
No.
Jack.
Okay, I thought, okay. Next door, Dallas County. Again, these are suburbs of, this is decent. This is, decent size here. What are we looking at here? About 5% of the vote is going to come out of Dallas County. Turek there, I think, with that early vote. comfortably ahead. Nothing here is at odds with what we initially saw. It does seem that the same-day vote in Polk County was more friendly to Walz. Remember that early vote, I think, was over 70% for Turek, under 30 for Walz. To get it up to 63-37, Walz had to do decently with that same day. But the end result is he's getting clobbered in the place where a quarter of the vote is. He's lost by 27 points, more than 10,000 votes. And he's getting clobbered everywhere else we see results from. We keep saying Johnson County, which is his home, his base, his state Senate district's here. He lives here. It is a big piece of the puzzle. It's 10% of the vote in a Democratic primary. It's probably the second biggest Democratic vote producing county in a primary in Iowa. But when you're running this far behind statewide, even if you get a bang from there, that could erase a big chunk of that. But you're losing everywhere else, right? I mean, could he do something next door here? This is the other big one here. Cedar Rapids, County. But I mean, I don't know. He's getting crushed in Dubuque County. He's getting crushed along the Mississippi River right here. Nothing in this to like if you're Walz.
That's where Hillary Clinton was hanging out.
There's a ton to like in what you're seeing right here. Again, Republican gubernatorial primary. We'll check back in there. You can see here, again, powered by Polk County. Lon, you're getting close to 40% of the vote there.
That's
crazy. Has pulled into the lead
Trump's
statewide.
Gonna be pissed.
Feenstra's numbers, we're just going to kind of look around where his congressional. We showed you Carroll County to start the night. This is a big one. Woodbury County, is only 4% of the vote. In western Iowa and in northwest Iowa, especially in a Republican primary, this is a big one. Woodbury County here. Again, remember, Feenstra's district covers the northwest of the state. It's the most Republican part of the state. This is one of the population.
We got to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it.
I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids. I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
She's so cringe. Oh my God.
Centers in that very Republican part of the state. In Feenstra, they're getting more than 50% of the vote in just that small initial batch. They're probably early vote that we're looking at right
what
there.
else?
But if he can
She's
run up some margins like that in places like that,
it's like a jump
need to run
scare.
up margins like that, I should say, in places like that, because that's a huge performance there for Lon out of Polk County. So where else are we looking here on the Republican side? It's interesting, we say, this is going to be about 5% of the vote here when we get, this is going to be much less. Johnson County is the big one on the Democratic side, not as much on the Republican side. Again, Dubuque's about 5%. Davenport here, where Davenport is, Scott County, that's going to be about 5%. So we got some population centers there too. The Republican vote too is also just more geographically distributed, spread out than the Democratic vote. But an interesting dynamic here. And
That's
again,
why they win
no
so
one
much,
clear.
right? Like a lot of these states, guys, have a lot of Democratic voters or people on the left, and it's just they're too big. The states are too big, right? So they always get outvoted. That's why, like places like Massachusetts, right? They're smaller, but they have more concentrated amount of people like that vote a certain way, right? But you can't have that because if the state's so big, right? It makes perfect sense.
35%, then it goes to a state convention. That's where that gets settled. South Dakota. Let's check in. Now we've gotten some vote here from some of the more, Lincoln County it's a small number of votes here. It's one of the bigger size ones here in South Dakota. So is Brookings County, where we got 40% of the vote. Congressman Dusty Johnson, this is the Republican gubernatorial primary, is leading there. Be very interested when you can get something from Pennington County. That's the big one out west, but sort of filling in right here. But there's Doden with lead. Yes.
We got another updated NJ12.
Okay.
In Middlesex.
Let's go. NJ12, county level, Middlesex. What do we got? Oh, wow.
So we got another 6,900 votes.
My goat was right.
Hamway gets 42% of them.
So Hamaway has had a great election day. The folks who went out and voted at the polls today very, very big for Hamawee. Remember, Brad Cohen led here this is his home county. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's endorsed by the party committee, and now he's fallen behind. The election day vote here has been huge for Hamawee. It's been very underwhelming for Cohen. He's now behind in his home county. What you could see what that does district-wide. 2/3 of the vote is in right here. We're in territory here that's getting close to where we are. That is, I think, where we are in that Iowa Democratic Senate race. Everything that you're looking at here is if you're Hamawee, is what you want to see. And what is Cohen left with if he can't even win his home county? We're not seeing Chanel Robinson extend her support in her home county anywhere else. We're not seeing Verlina Reynolds-Jackson extend her support from Mercer County anywhere else. We're just seeing Hamawee lead in Cohen's county. We're seeing Hamawee a very close second in Reynolds-Jackson's county, and we're seeing Hamawee a close second in Robinson's county. And we are seeing our friend Adrian Mapp with a big number there, flexing his muscle in his home city, but no.
But you gotta do better than just that, right? You can't just and that's kind of how I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna take it. Why I mentioned that he at least supports universal health care. I don't know a lot about him, but yeah.
In his home city, 6% of the district, so it adds up to this for Hamawee.
We got another update in Iowa Senate back in Blackhawk County.
Oh, home of the University of Northern Iowa. What's their nickname, Adam?
The Blackhawks.
The Panthers. Blackhawk County comes in. Okay, yep. What can you say?
Yeah,
in fact, what you can say
this ain't
here,
good looking great.
Not only this is a continuation of the trend here that's very positive for Turek. You're getting into the kind of territory where you'd think Walz might be a little bit more competitive, because I mentioned this is, among other things, this Waterloo, Iowa is here, Cedar Falls, Iowa is here, the University of Northern Iowa here. There's a college town aspect to this, and you think that Walz kind of running to the left, the more liberal candidate here from the college town, Iowa City, or the Iowa City area. Maybe he gets some. He's not getting traction here. 22% statewide. Turek 30.
Remember, Kornacki's using the older school term, liberal.
Point advantage over Walz. 15,000 vote advantage over Walz. Give you a sense of the scale of this, right? Polk County, you're looking at just over 40,000 votes. We think that's probably all the vote, right, that's going to come out of Polk County. That's just over 40,000 votes total that are coming out of Polk County. Again, in a typical Democratic primary, that's going to be about a quarter of the vote statewide. And in a typical Democratic primary, the turnout coming out of Johnson County is going to be a little bit less than half of that, right? So, 40,000, what would it be in Johnson County if passed as prologue? It might be between 15, 20,000, something like that. So even if Walz gets a massive number out of Johnson County, his home base, right, even if he gets a massive number, it's a universe of 20,000, and a great night for him, 25,000 votes. He's 15,000 votes behind, and you could just see this pattern here of Turek dominance across the state, where even, when you get the Johnson County reported out, even if it's huge for Walz, it's going to be offset pretty quickly by all these other areas that are just sort of adding up. I mean, you take a look down here. This is small Mills County. Yes.
Think back to the.
There it is. There it is, folks.
Yep.
Oh, I wish I like it when I'm on the screen and it comes up.
I know.
NBC News is declaring that Josh Turek is the winner in the Iowa Democratic Senate primary. He defeats State Senator Zach Walz, and he will advance to the general election, where NBC News has also declared that Congresswoman Ashley Hinson has defeated her Republican primary opponent. It will be
endorsed
Hinson.
by Trump.
It will be Turek. That will be the general election
We're never
contest
gonna
in
hear the
Iowa.
end
This is
of it.
one that you go into it, and Hinson.
And she's beautiful and blonde. You already know. Guys, you can picture all the crap he's going to say. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to eat dinner. I'm hungry. Don't do anything stupid. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gus X broadcast. I'll be back in a few days. Love you all. Have a good one. Aloha. Damn right. Aloha. Stay tuned for the credits. Thank you, Raina. Right back at you. Yeah.